Good morning, everybody. Want to find their seats? We now have quorum. Welcome. I'll call this meeting of the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services to order and say I'm thrilled to be here as your chair this year. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for their welcome to their beautiful territory. Madam Clerk, will we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Deal in the chair. Mayor Robertson, not in the chamber. Councillor Louie. Councillor Stevenson, not in the chamber. Councillor Deal is in the chair. Councillor Jang. Councillor Reimer, not in the chamber. Councillor Meggs. Councillor Ball. Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck. And Councillor DeGenova is not in the chamber. You have quorum, Madam Chair.
Okay, I am, for this meeting, I'm suggesting that for reports that have no speakers or presentations, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. Right now, those are items 3 and 7. I just want to double check with staff that there's not a staff presentation on 7. Okay, so that's correct. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mokri. So for items 3 and 7, does anybody wish to hold these for discussion or debate or conflict of interest? That's what I was just checking. The snow report is item 7. I've got it on the consent agenda. There are no speakers, so you're going to hold 7. Okay. Councillor Affleck just asked to hold item 7. That's right. I'm doing the same thing. First time back in the chair for a while. Okay, so we're holding number 7. That means that item number 3 has gone through on consent, and item number 3 is, for the record, there's lots of pieces of paper up here, the 7025. Actually, I need a motion to adopt the recommendation in item 3. Moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Ball. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And now we've passed 7025 McDonald Street, the Southlands Riding Club liquor primary club license and outdoor patio application has been passed on consent. Next, I'd like to suggest that we vary the agenda in order to consider item number 6, the opioid overdose crisis update, as the first item of business on today's agenda. Is there a mover to vary the agenda? Moved by Councillor Jang, seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Before we begin with item 6, I've got a couple of announcements to make. Council will begin to hear from items on agenda items 4, 5, and 8 this afternoon. Registered speakers can monitor the city's Twitter account at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of this meeting or watch the live web streaming on the city's website. And I'd like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments and may only speak once. Council members may ask questions of speakers following their presentations. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. And we will now begin with item number 6, the opioid overdose crisis update. We have Paul Mokri, Deputy City Manager, here to present the report. Mr. Mokri.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Council. We do not have a presentation for Council on this report, but are happy to take any questions.
Okay, councillors with questions to the opioid overdose report. Councillor Carr.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, first of all, for the report. I really appreciate, well, I'm actually very thrilled that there's a response back so quickly and to issues that were raised at the oh yeah, sorry. Thank you. And that there is this response so quickly, especially around the provision of funds to ensure that we will have support for the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services specifically, but also for the frontline workers, peer and lived experience workers. I have a question around the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services position, and I'm just wondering if, and we've been talking about peer support in the, not in the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, but in the frontline other workers. So is this going to be a peer position?
So the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services does have a very well-established peer support program now, as you know. This position will play more of a coordinating role. Right now it's being done essentially as a voluntary role by a firefighter who's got another full-time job. The configuration of that job and the qualifications and background for the individual who's going to fill it Are issues that we're currently talking about between Human Resources, Vancouver Fire, and Local 18, the Firefighters Union. We obviously want the position to be effective as a resource that firefighters can feel comfortable coming to and working with.
Right.
And so we are engaged in that discussion right now. And I'm comfortable that we'll be able to land in a spot that everybody's happy with and that will lead to an effective resource. But we haven't finalized that particular dimension of it yet.
Thank you. I very much appreciate your response to my question. And of course, I'm aware of the peer support that has been offered on a volunteer basis, which I have great thanks for. I mean, that's an incredible service to fellow firefighters. So I appreciate that you're taking that into consideration as you move forward with that position. I have no other questions, Madam Chair.
Councillor Carr, Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. This has been a great quick turnaround, and I'm glad we have resources for our first responders in terms of PTSD and that. With regard to the SRO shelter overdose response, or the in-reach portion of it, could you tell me, I'm glad, very happy to see that there'll be a third-party evaluation of that program, so we can actually know what's working, so we can get a good idea as to how, people tell us we need to do this, but we want to make sure it actually works. Could you give me a little bit more background on the who will be doing the assessment, the evaluation? Have we figured that out yet?
If I may, Madam Chair, I'll defer that question to Mary Claire. Zach?
Through the chair, Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director of Social Policy. So in response to the question, the BC Centre for Excellence on HIV and AIDS has stepped forward and offered to provide the evaluation framework and do the evaluation for the entire set of funding, and to work in cooperation with ourselves, Vancouver Coastal Health and BC Housing, and our partners to put this together.
Oh, that's great. Well, that's quite a lineup of providers to do that evaluation.
Yeah.
With regard to the I know that the money we're putting forward for the in-reach is being leveraged, or there's also going to be a contribution from Vancouver Coastal Health and BC Housing. Can you give me a little background on what that might be?
Well, our contribution is up to $220,000, and they've agreed to provide either cash or in-kind resources, and some of those are yet to be determined. But we know that from our preliminary conversations, it will at least be $420,000, leveraging that much, and it could be more.
420,000.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Councillor Reimer.
Yeah, I offer my thanks as well for the speedy response on this one. I'm sure you anticipate the question around there's still money left to allocate and how the process of that allocation might look like, particularly around, there's so many urgents, it's hard to kind of stratify urgent, but I am particularly concerned about the frontline responders who are peer workers, and I know they're not they're certainly not our staff, and I guess one could argue not our responsibility, but I do feel like a large part of the crisis is falling on those folks and how we are able to support them in the kinds of stress that they're experiencing.
So, Madam Chair, through to Councillor Reimer, as we've mapped out in the first presentation at your last meeting, there are a number of other items that we're looking at for funding. Our focus for the last 2 weeks has been on these two items, as you can imagine. And we certainly heard the direction from Council at the last meeting as well around focusing on frontline support, including peer support workers. So that is an issue now that we are going to turn our attention to. There's been lots of discussion ongoing between our social policy group and those other partners, both kind of institutions like Vancouver Coastal Health, as well as nonprofits and other peer support, people with lived experience, the folks who are, as you noted, are contributing in a really significant way to response to this crisis. I think there are some challenging questions we're going to have to deal with about what the city's role is there, but we're certainly prepared to engage in that discussion and figure out what role the city could play that would add value and come back to you with some recommendations on that.
Okay.
And we hear that's a priority.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I feel like I've undermined how significant the speed of response on the things we just asked for 2 weeks ago is, so I apologize if it came across that way. Last question was around the Aboriginal community. I know that staff, yourself and Ms. Sack, convened a meeting with MVAC and a number of the Aboriginal community service providers. If you could give us a sense of what's next on that front. I know it was a preliminary meeting and not the kind that you would have a like task list coming out of, but when that task list might show up.
There was a commitment of that group to meet again. There were certainly some action items that came out between the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council, Vancouver Coastal Health, and the First Nations Health Authority, coordination of some resources there. So I would say that was probably, from my perspective, the primary focus coming out of that meeting was discussion around allocation of resources in the health sector to support the crisis. But there will be, as indicated, further discussion with that group that will lead to, I expect, more specific action items, and including potentially some more role for the city.
Okay. I am just knowing the demographics of that community, that there's higher, it is our fastest growing child demographic in the city. I have particular concerns about some of the issues that might be a bit different in other communities that we talk to about the effect on children and broader families.
That was certainly an issue that came out in that meeting, was the impact that this crisis is having on youth, children, and families, children in care or who may end up in care because of impact on parents. So that was an eye-opener for us. I think we had heard, Mary Claire and her team had heard those some of those reports from the agencies that are serving that population. But it was a dimension of this particular crisis that I think we need to wrap our heads around and have more discussion about. I think that was certainly a conclusion that came out of that group, is there needs to be a lot more discussion about some of the broader and longer term implications of this for youth and kids in that community, for sure. I'm not sure, Mary Claire, if you want to add to that.
Through the chair, just to add to the Deputy City Manager's comments on that, is that we have been in touch with the Ministry of Child and Family Development and the provincial lead on services for children in care. And they are reaching out to MVAC as we speak to have that conversation. But the next meeting that we're going to have, a formal meeting with MVAC, will be before the end of February. And you know, it is an issue that's affecting Aboriginal children and families, probably disproportionately to other families, but we know that many, many families have been affected because the drug users are parents and they have children.
Yeah, I think it was a bit startling for me as well to contemplate. We often talk about parents losing children. We don't talk about children losing parents in the drug crisis, and I think we will need to think about how we support those children moving forward. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In December, we were getting daily reports on this problem from most of the media. We were hearing about the terrible incidents in the downtown east side and everywhere around the region. It's been, we're almost in mid-February now. Maybe too early to ask, but have we seen any difference in changes in the data? Not sure what's going on. With regards to
the media, could you please ensure that we don't get the feedback from your media feed?
Turn into Darth Vader there. Any difference in the? Have we seen a peak? Have we seen year over year? Do we have any data on this crisis?
So, Madam Chair, through to Councillor Affleck, I'm not aware that the coroner has released data for January. We are in touch. We have a standing conference call with Dr. Daly and her staff on a weekly basis, where we are getting updates, and they're passing along the data that they have regarding the crisis. Their expectation, based on the interim data that they had been seeing, was that certainly things were not getting better in January. Looking at their emergency visits, ambulance calls, some interim reports that they'd received from the coroner's office. We're certainly happy to update you once that data is available. We can also go back and pull together the statistics that we have. The year-over-year data was the information that Dr. Daly and Dr. Gustafson spoke to at the last meeting. Certainly 2016 was dramatically worse than 2015 year-over-year. And then again, as we get the additional fatality report for January from the coroner, we'll be able to update you on that as well.
Is there any reason why, I seem to recall in December, we seem to be getting daily reports on this and daily press conferences and daily data, yet now suddenly I don't get the sense we're getting any data on a regular basis from anybody. And if we're putting millions of dollars into this, you'd hope you'd see results immediately, potentially, not just us, but the provincial government and potentially federal government. I mean, I guess it's important for us to know if this is working and in any capacity.
Certainly, and again, we can undertake to share the data that we have and provide council with that as a follow-up memo. Happy to pull together a report for you on that. I think in terms of long-term impact on the crisis, the expectation that we've heard from health authorities is that this will be a long-term crisis. There is no immediate resolution to that. Certainly, I think the resources that all parties have brought to bear around harm reduction and prevention of fatalities is having an impact. If you look at the amount of interventions that are going on, the number of lives that are being saved by first responders and other peers on the street, the broad access to naloxone in British Columbia, where British Columbia really was a leader in that regard, I think there's no question those are having an impact in terms of turning the tide long term around this crisis. At this stage, I'm not sure that we're seeing that yet, but I fully take the point that that's something we're going to need to watch.
That leads to my next question regarding funding. So, as you know, I'm not pleased that this is very ad hoc, we went through a budget process last fall. This was a crisis all of last year. And then suddenly in the last minute in December, we added a 0.5% tax increase into a fund that now we are extracting money from. I guess, that's challenging for me from a budgeting point of view. The decision was made to do it. Now we are approving various programs, various fundings. You're saying this is a long-term problem. Are we to assume that then this funding on any of these initiatives is not just for this year? This will be embedded as part of a overall budget in future? Or can we expect this money to not be used next year? And if not, why didn't we budget this last year and go through this process in November, December?
The investments that we're making right now are being positioned for this year. I think, as using as an example the investment in the additional medic unit for Vancouver Fire and Rescue, that the demand for that additional resource is something that we will certainly be monitoring over the course of the year. And I think over the next few months, certainly over the first half of this year, we'll be in a much better position to give council a sense of whether that demand is reduced such that those investments could be tapered in any way. I think, for example, the investment in the Strathcona Community Policing Centre, that was not contemplated as a one-time, one-year investment. I think that's a resource or an investment that was put forward and as I understand, accepted by council as an ongoing program addition. So in some respects, each of these investments would need to be looked at separately. Again, in terms of what's before council today, the resources to support mental health supports for Vancouver Fire and other first responders, other frontline staff in our community, those pressures we don't see going away in the near future either. But again, I think I understand the question. I think as we move towards the budget process for this year, certainly something that we're going to be able to give council an indication of whether we would be recommending these investments continue on or whether they would need to be potentially reduced or reframed in a future year.
That's your time, Councillor Affleck. Thank you very much. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. Yesterday, there was a large announcement regarding the funding for the province had doubled, I understand, for the BC Centre for Substance Control. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on what type of relations and communications. I mean, you mentioned that there's an ongoing call with Dr. Daly. What is the City of Vancouver's official and formal communication with the province on this matter then to date?
So I think there's communication occurring at a number of levels. The mayor has been advocating strongly on this issue with other levels of government, and other members of council have as well. So those communications are happening. I think at a staff level, we are in discussion with Vancouver Coastal Health, the BC Centre for Disease Control, other BC Emergency Health Services that operates BC Ambulance, and then of course other agencies, nonprofits, and so on in the community. So there's a lot of discussion that's going on. MVAC, we're now engaged with that group around this particular issue. So there's engagement happening on a whole number of different channels and at different levels in our organization, from the city manager, myself, Kathleen Lum and Thomas, Mary Claire, her staff. So there's a lot of different kind of strata of communication that's ongoing right now.
Okay, and was there any discussion with the province before the 0.5% tax increase? As Councillor Affleck had mentioned, this is now maybe embedded in the budget, and I'm wondering if there was any effort to go and speak with the province about extra funding before putting this on the backs of Vancouver taxpayers and asking them to pay twice, essentially, over what other Metro Vancouver residents will be paying.
Through the chair to Councillor DiGenova, from my perspective, my understanding, the message from the city at all levels has been consistent through both the health sector and other sectors of the provincial government that are involved with this crisis, that the province and also the federal government need to be stepping up and taking the crisis seriously and dedicating the resources that they need to in respect of their own services to respond to it. I don't believe there's been any inconsistency in any communication from the city around that regard.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have is regarding the testing of fentanyl and carfentanil and W18, I suppose any other opioid that is new to or newer, I suppose. What is the turnaround in that when the Vancouver Police Department or the fire service comes into contact with this, or the ambulance service? I'm guessing that it goes somewhere to be tested. And if that happens, what's the actual turnaround time to know that there is fentanyl and carfentanil in drugs or in these drugs?
So my understanding, and we can certainly follow up with more specific detail, there are different tests being performed for different purposes. So my understanding right now at Insight, for example, users are able to test their drugs for the presence of fentanyl. So that's real-time testing. The type of testing that the coroner would do or the police, they use different labs and different testing regimes for their own purposes. My understanding right now is the coroner in BC does not have the capacity to test for carfentanil, although Life Labs, which is a private lab, does. So there's a lot of different moving parts with respect to the testing regime. We can certainly follow up with you around.
And how long would that take the Vancouver Police Department to test?
I don't know the answer to that, but we can follow up with you on that.
All right, and is that something that is being looked at? I'm just looking at down the chain here, and it was the questions that I had asked a few weeks back regarding, especially not going after the low level, drug dealers on the street where, going after them isn't going to really make a difference, in my opinion, or going after the addicts. That's not where I'm going with this, but going after the high-level dealers. But if it's going to take you weeks or months to test to figure out if there's fentanyl or carfentanil, it's hard to go back and I would suppose through that chain to find out where the source is. So I'm just wondering what we're doing to work with our partners to actually find out where this is coming from. I believe that the VPD had said that they believe it's coming in from other countries, from China. I believe the chief of police was quoted as saying he thought that it was coming in through our mail system. So I'm wondering what kind of communications have we had with the federal government, with CBSA? I mean, what are we doing to prevent this?
So I'm happy to work with our colleagues in the VPD to provide you a report back around the issues that they're encountering from a law enforcement perspective. I do know that they are, the chief and his team are definitely participating in discussions with their colleagues across Canada, are in touch with CBSA. My understanding is the federal government is looking at changes to the regulation around screening of mail, precisely to deal with this particular question. And there are obviously broader implications around that from a privacy perspective, but I believe the feds are engaged on that issue presently. But again, Councillor, happy to get your report from the VPD around the law enforcement side of this.
Great. That's your time, Councillor DiGenova. Thank you. Councillor Louis, you're next.
Maybe just further illuminate what the discussion has been. Certainly, thank you for the report and the efforts by city staff to deal with this issue. At the budget discussion, there was a number of motions that were proposed at the time to decide what sort of response would be appropriate from the city, which included a conversation about increasing funding in order to address this from a city-side equations to ensure that we had our emergency services properly resourced to respond to not just the fentanyl, but to other fire initiatives as well. The question at the time, though, was whether or not we were approaching the provincial and federal governments and asking them for resources. And you've described to Councillor DeGenova that we've had ongoing discussions at multiple levels, and we continue to have that. But can you describe perhaps what adjustments there have been or what contributions the province and the federal government has given?
So, Madam Chair, I'm not aware that the provincial or federal governments have stepped up to provide any funding directly to the City of Vancouver or any other cities. I think the question is what we've been advocating for is investment in the various services or programs that are within their respective areas of their respective mandates or areas of jurisdiction. Obviously, to a large extent, this crisis and the prevention, both on the response and prevention side, rests with the provincial government and the federal governments. We're very much down the chain in terms of response on the street. That's where the biggest impact that the city is having, or is having, that the crisis is having on the city. So the types of both short-term health measures and then long-term preventative, if you think about housing, childcare, there are a lot of the same issues that council wrestles with and is engaged with those other levels of government around funding on an ongoing basis. That's where our advocacy has been focused, and there's been some investment from the province in response to this crisis, relatively small. I think there are some real questions, unanswered questions about funding for health authorities. Of course, their fiscal year starts April 1. There's some real questions that we have around the capacity in health authorities' budgets, Vancouver Coastal's budget to respond to this crisis in the next fiscal year. We're engaging with them on that question. The province has allocated some money at a provincial level, but again, a lot of that remains to be seen in the provincial budget for the coming year.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say that we are still looking for a more robust investment, more robust injection of resources, finances towards this from both the federal and provincial government.
Absolutely.
Just further down the memory lane component, at the time, Councillor, I think it was Affleck that had moved a motion for a cost share between the province, the federal, and the city government, in this case, the City of Vancouver. And has that there wasn't advanced, rather that it was an interesting conversation about allocating exactly a dollar amount. But what would you say? Can we define what the amounts that we have spent and what the federal government and provincial government should spend?
What I would say in response to that is certainly the extraordinary amounts that were spent in December at or around or following the time of council's debate on this issue. One of the most significant costs was the funds that the city spent to prepare 58 West Hastings for the deployment of the mobile medical unit. Those are funds that Vancouver Coastal Health has said that they will reimburse the city for. It's in the range of $50,000, $55,000. So we believe we will recover those costs from Vancouver Coastal Health. We're working with them on that particular transaction. I think the first proposal that you have before you today around additional outreach, as Ms. Zach has indicated, will leverage significant funds from the province through their agencies. For the city's $200,000 investment would leverage at least $420,000. So we are seeing some either matching or corresponding investments that are related specifically to the initiatives that the city has been taking. And then beyond that, of course, the province is funding its other services, health and ambulance and so on.
So essentially matching what I think the intention of Councillor Affleck was at the time, which the city does invest, but that we leverage additional funding from the other orders of government.
We've certainly taken that direction to heart, and wherever we can find ways to leverage these funds, that's what we're looking to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the report. I just wanted to confirm, because the term contingency reserve is something we use for snow as well as, other hurricanes, whatever. We're referring when it refers to coming from the contingency reserve on the front page, on A, at the bottom of A, the source of funding contingency reserve, you're referring to the 0.5%, which is being held in the contingency reserve. Is that, just so that I get it straight, where the money's coming from?
Yeah, Madam Chair, yes, that's correct. This was referenced specifically to the 0.5% tax increase, $3.5 million
Right.
that was set aside specifically for response to the opioid crisis.
Right. So in terms of the issues we've been having with snow and everything, in terms of the contingency reserve going down, you're looking at those funds are still there.
We are treating that $3.5 million as essentially sequestered for this purpose, and are drawing down these recommended investments against that 3.5. So there is information in the report on page 7 that talks about how much money is left. After, assuming either before these investments that we're proposing today are made or after that. It's separate from any other services or pressures that the city may be experiencing around snow and so on, which you'll hear more about today as well.
That's one of the reasons I was asking, just to make sure I understood. Are you looking in terms of next year of needing the same kind of funds as we move forward?
I think, as I indicated, certainly that's over the first half of this year. We're going to be assessing very carefully these investments that they've been made, what the impact is, the demand that they're meeting, how effective that these measures have been, and then I presume we would be building that into the budget presentation that would be coming forward to you for 2018.
Thank you very much. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you.
Councillor Meggs, you are next up.
Thanks, Mr. Mooker. I just want to inquire a little bit into an area that we haven't touched on, which is policing. So first of all, with regard to this support for first responders, there's been a lot of reference to firefighters, and understandably so. Recent conversations I had with a couple of police officers, they were reminding me that the police have to do the job when first responders and paramedics have been unsuccessful and there's a fatality. Is any of these resources extending to the police department, or are they okay at this point in terms of supporting frontline responders in that regard?
Madam Chair, the information of the discussions we've had with the VPD is, again, they have quite a robust program of support for their officers, just given the nature of the incidents that they deal with day to day. Obviously, this is creating pressure. We have not, in discussion with them, identified an additional resource that's required for VPD. Should that become necessary or recommended, then we would be coming back to you on that.
Would you look at the recent history of this, where we had to bring in this proposition for an additional tax increase that many people were unhappy with, and then we've seen the allocation of these expenses, and you look forward with all the different pressures we have, and also at the fact that this crisis is now dominating the news in Alberta, and unfortunately will probably spread nationally. Do you foresee a need for these kinds of additional resources at our level? I'm not talking about downloading for the long term, and is there any plan at the staff level to sort of assess that?
Again, I think that's the task we'll be undertaking this year. I mean, given what we've seen over the last couple of months and the trajectory, the data that we've received from Vancouver Coastal Health, for example, over the month, we're not seeing this crisis resolve in a way that we would be able to remove these investments. Whether there'd be a case for additional investment on top of this, I think, is one of the issues that we'll be wrestling with this year.
So is there any plan to get briefed by the VPD about the enforcement side? I mean, I think it's quite appropriate that we talk about prevention and the harm reduction aspects to the degree that we have responsibility for them. But I think the public is wondering if there's any possibility whatsoever of enforcement. We had a recent conviction of a gentleman who got 14 years, I think, for his activities in terms of, sorry, was that a point of order? Oh, okay. Anyway, as I recall, it was a very heavy sentence. And so is there a city level integration of all these efforts with VPD in terms of the enforcement? Or are we hearing any more from them on what could be done on this front?
We have received information from VPD. If they're part of the discussions, the ongoing discussions that we're having, certainly with ourselves and health and other partners. That's information that we can work with them to bring in front of you for an update. They are focusing, from my understanding in discussion with VPD, their enforcement, narcotics enforcement, is focused almost or exclusively on fentanyl. This is what they're now working on. They have engaged in at least 2 significant operations over the last, in recent years focused on this issue. As you indicate, there was a significant conviction in the last few weeks of an individual who was a high-level dealer of fentanyl. So there's some very good work going on there, and we can get them to come and report out to you on that.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Meggs. Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thanks very much. There's been an enormous amount of discussion around the fire department and what we're doing and funding and so on, which obviously is appropriate, but we haven't talked much about the police and their funding and the strains they're feeling as a result, obviously. Have you had discussions with them, and where are they within their budget and so on?
We have, Madam Chair, through to Councillor Stevenson, we have been engaged in discussions with VPD. They are not experiencing the same dramatic increase in call volumes that we're seeing with Vancouver Fire. They're obviously being impacted by this. Their officers are, as Councillor Meggs has indicated, their officers are dealing with the fallout or the aftermath of this crisis on a day-to-day on the street. I think the investment in the Community Policing Center for Strathcona, well, that's not resources for additional police. It certainly provides the community, that particular community, with a resource that will help them deal with public safety, and in that respect is a really important complement to the work that VPD does on the street. So I think that was the one kind of key investment that we've heard from VPD coming forward that we had put forward for Council's consideration, is now we're moving to implementation on. It's a discussion that we'll continue to have with VP ongoing about, the impact on their services, whether it's impacting their ability to respond to all the other things that they're called to deal with on a day-to-day basis. That's not the information we've had to date, but again, as I mentioned, they're part of the ongoing discussion that we're having about how we respond to this crisis.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was going to seek Council's leave to vary the agenda to refer this item to after the Green Building. I understand the speaker's not here. She doesn't, as we've heard from her before, she lives in social housing and does not have access at home to a phone or email, so we have no way of verifying whether she intended to be here or not. And as I think you also know, she is representing one of the 2 main groups that has been providing the frontline peer worker support, and I think we would greatly benefit from hearing her opinion. Should it just be that she legitimately would have thought that this would have been item 6 and we moved it up to item 1? I appreciate the agenda did say that we might do this, but it's unusual at many levels that we would pre-publish and then follow what we pre-published. So I could see her confusion in that regard. And in any event, she doesn't have access to the agenda material at home. So if Council would indulge me, I would appreciate that we vary the agenda to do that, and I will endeavor to try and track her down. And if we get past the green item and she's still not here, I think it would be safe to assume that if we haven't gotten a hold of her, that she didn't intend to come.
So we have a motion to vary the agenda on the queue, and as soon as you said that, 2 other councillors got on the queue. So to the clerk, this is not a referral motion, so how do we manage this in terms of order of priority? The other councillors first. Okay. So we will go to the other councillors and then come back to the motion to vary the agenda. So on to Councillor DiGenova.
Well, I appreciate that the speaker is not here, but we've had many other speakers. In fact, when Councillor
we're not speaking to the motion to vary the agenda. That's not on the table at this time. It is.
That's what I understood the clerk asked us to speak to.
That was my misunderstanding.
I'm very concerned. In fact, when Councillor Reimer chaired a meeting, she made someone who was 5 minutes late wait 8 hours to speak and move the agenda to the end. So, and said that they needed to be here on time. So I'm not quite sure why the rules are different from some than they are for others. And I think that we should deal with this item now. I mean, if Councillor Reimer had checked to see if this person was here before we got into this item and then had referred it, perhaps I'd be open to varying the agenda. She also wasn't open to varying the agenda when I asked 2 weeks ago. So I certainly won't be supporting this. I don't think it's fair to other people. If we practice this for everyone, I'd be very open to that, but we don't. And I don't think it's fair to cherry pick this. So for that reason, I won't be supporting varying the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda to the variance. Councillor Zhang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ordinarily, I wouldn't be supporting varying the agenda or the referral, but in this particular case, knowing Ms. Ward, 2 weeks ago, we were taken to task by folks who are living in social housing and whatnot, saying that, you know, you guys have to give us that opportunity to speak. And I was very taken aback when I met with them outside later on about how they're not being heard. And so I think in this particular case, and given that this is an opioid crisis that's going on, this is something we really have to, you know, it's an unusual situation with this opioid crisis. Things are upside down. Nobody saw it coming. Everything is going all over the place. I mean, we've seen this from our own. We talked about the budget a little bit. We talked about what the province is doing. We talked about the feds. Everybody is scrambling. And we've heard from the people who are very much impacted by it. And in this particular case, I'm going to support it, only out of the sheer humanity of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zhang. Councillor Affleck, to the item on the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's curious that this report requires 8 votes. I just want to point that out. Interesting data on that. And that I'm just wondering if the chair could provide me an understanding of why, excuse me, we moved this up in the first place. If we knew that the speaker wasn't going to be here, that doesn't seem to be relevant since it was our decision to move this up to the agenda. So perhaps the chair could provide me with an understanding of why we switched this around. Now we're moving it back again. It's a bit confusing to me.
It was a recommendation of the clerk. It didn't come from me, so we would have to.
Perhaps the clerk then could provide me with an understanding of, again, why we move this to the top of the agenda, and which would have clearly been a challenge. I assume we would have let the speaker know, and now we're using the speaker not being here as an excuse to push it back to the end of the agenda.
Yeah, there we go. Councillor.
I can speak to that, Councillor. That was at my request, and I made the request because this topic had been on the agenda so many times recently that many of the advocates had been sitting at council for many, many hours over the last several months, and so I was just trying to provide some consistency for them to know when it would be on the when it would be on the agenda. So that was my my change.
Okay.
I do apologize if there was confusion that created. It was last meeting we had this on the agenda and the previous meeting, and so it was just a lot of time that those advocates were having to come and be here.
Well, we have a lot of advocates here today on various subjects, and we bounced this one ahead of many speakers who are here today to speak. May I ask also if the mayor has a leave of absence today? He is not in the chamber at this point. I wonder if he has an official leave of absence for this morning?
I do not have one noted, no.
He does not have one? Okay, so for those reasons, I think that I am challenged by this flip-flopping on the agenda. I find that curious. I find it curious that when I count the number of people in this room, there are 10. This report requires 8 votes. I feel there's some politics going on here, so I will not support this.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Louie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is curious, I think, that Councillor Affleck is curious and presupposes the outcome of a certain number of votes, presupposes the outcome of the vote of all of Council, given the fact
order
that
to Councillor Affleck.
He is vote counting.
Councillor Louie. Councillor Affleck has a point. You were very close. Councillor Louie.
Apparently, there's sufficient number of people in the room to vote in favor, and I'm assuming that Councillor Affleck is counting appropriately the number of people. But perhaps he knows something that we don't know in terms of who's voting which way, and already have made up their minds on the issue, and therefore perhaps not attaining 8 votes. Perhaps that's the issue. I think the question of whether or not we refer to a later point in time stands on the test of whether or not we want to hear from people or not and give them that opportunity. They had signed up it was clear that they had signed up. There was a variance of the agenda, and given the fact that the person has not had the opportunity, we would err on the side of allowing for that to happen. The difference, I think, is when and why these variances of agenda have occurred. And in stark contrast, I think, of whether or not they are there to accommodate speakers or for personal reasons, whether or not there's a personal reason why individuals are not in attendance. Oftentimes, councillors and the mayor are absent from council chambers, even during the meeting. I know that Councillor DiGenova has been in and out of the room a number of times this meeting, and so...
What is your point of order, Councillor DiGenova?
I actually was on a medical leave.
I was Councillor DiGenova, I was speaking right about this meeting.
Councillor DiGenova, there is no
You
point
have
of
not
order
been here
here.
for
He did not state anything including intent. He stated a fact. There's no point of order.
Madam Chair, I was making a clear statement that even during this meeting, Councillor DiGenova has not been in full attendance. She's been in and out of the room, out of chambers, this meeting.
Councillor Ball,
I don't see what the point of order is. It's a point of fact.
And I'm just going to repeat that points of order are not a good way to delay. Stop speaking, please, if you're not on the queue. Councillor Ball has a queue, and I'm just going to remind council that points of order is intended to delay or defer decisions or to confuse the process will not be tolerated. So, Councillor Ball, what part of the procedure bylaw is not being followed at this time?
I'm sorry, I do not have the exact number at this moment, but I do know...
You don't need to stand if you don't choose to.
Thank you. I do know that we are not to impugn motives or...
I did not hear any impugning of motive.
Or cast any aspersions on other members of council. And this is juvenile. We do not need to talk about when people are leaving or not leaving council. We assume that everyone is doing it for a good reason when we have to leave.
Thank you, Councillor Ball.
I think this conversation can stop now and we can go back to the motion.
I completely agree with you. Back to the motion.
Well, thank you, Councillor Ball and Madam Chair, for those words. I would absolutely agree, and that is particularly why I'm concerned with this vote counting that was occurring by Councillor Affleck in relation to the attendance of the mayor.
Well, I'm sorry. Is he the chair or you the chair? Madam Chair, under section 5.2, I knew Councillor Louis would eventually get one, right? I'm choosing to, and Councillor Ball stood up. So, Councillor Louis did just impugn Councillor Affleck's motive in saying that he was vote counting, and I have the section up here, 5.2.
I've got it in front of me as well,
I
Councillor
just think that
DiGenova.
it's important, Madam Chair, in running a fair meeting, that we actually ask Councillor Louis not to do this anymore. Thank you very
I'm
much.
going to advise us all to take Councillor Ball's wise advice and stop this and get back to the point on the table, which is whether or not we vary the agenda.
Madam Chair, just in my defense shortly, Councillor Affleck made the mention
Councillor
that
Louis,
there were
let's move
8
on.
votes in the room. Is that if that is not
Councillor
counting,
Louis.
I'm not sure what that means.
Councillor Louis.
He is counted. There's only, it requires 8 votes.
Councillor Louis.
And there's only 10 in the room.
Councillor Louis. Councillor Louis, I've turned your microphone off. I've turned your mic off. We're going to go back to the item on the table, which is varying the agenda. You have about a minute and a half left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My issue, I think, is in regards to the procedure of whether or not we allow for this person to speak. I personally would favor that. I would always favor the allowance of people to speak over not, and in this instance, that is what what is being proposed, and therefore I will support it.
The clerk has just confirmed with me something that I asked about earlier, which is whether or not we debate a variance of the order, which in fact is the same as a referral motion, which means we should not be debating this. And we've just spent 20 minutes doing something we didn't need to do this morning. So I'm going to ask the clerk to move us to a voting queue on the motion from Councillor Reimer to vary the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
may I add to the confusion?
please do.
Thank you. It appears that we've made a slight error in our report, and A and C do not require 8 votes. Just to clarify, they are not grants. So Just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Mokri, can you elaborate?
Yeah, so my apologies, Madam Chair and Council. The report currently indicates that recommendations A and C are for grants. Recommendation C does not apply to a grant. That's simply a budgetary add
Allocation.
for Vancouver Fire and Rescue. A and B pertain to grants. So the 8 votes would be in respect of, the 8 vote requirement would be in respect of A and B, not A and C.
Thank you for that clarification. So what we are voting on is we are voting to vary the agenda to move hearing from the speaker on this item and then debate after that to after item number 1 on the original agenda, the energy efficiency report. That's Councillor Reimer's motion. We do not need a seconder. If the clerk could take us to a voting queue on the varying of the agenda. There we have it. We have 7 in favor, 3 opposed. Do I get that up on my screen? Pardon? Do we have the 1? We do not have the 8 that we need to vary the agenda. It's a 2/3 majority. So back to the queue. All right. We're going to move back then to the original discussion, which is a bit awkward because people are on the queue. Shall I clear the queue and go back to the original? All right, I'm going to clear the queue. Back to speakers to the original item on the table, which is the opioid crisis. Yes, Councillor Reimer. Yes.
A number of issues were raised by a councillor in the earlier debate, which you rightly cut off because it should not have been debatable. I did not call points of order at the time on information which was egregiously infactual because I felt I would be given an opportunity in the reply of debate. I will give you notice now that I will be in the future calling points of order when a councillor outright lies in debate in this chamber about actions that did not happen.
I'm glad to hear that because we've had a lot of that. We are now on the queue for the opioid crisis. There's nobody on the speaking queue. And so if someone would like to move the recommendation, Councillor Jang is on the queue. And I'm going to move us to the main queue. So I've got Jang, Reimer, Banks. I'll put you back on the queue when we get to the vote queue. Councillor Jang, can you hit your button again? Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and for the comic relief that we just had. I think that bit of nuttiness we just observed in council chambers exactly sums up how some of the response around the province has been to the opioid crisis. Everybody running around, they don't know what they're doing, everybody pointing fingers. We have the province saying we don't have enough money, but they brag about a $2 billion surplus. Today, they put some money into the BC Centre for Substance Abuse, and they're going to be releasing clinical guidelines that won't be effective until June. So that's 5 months from now. The College of Physicians and Surgeons said that, okay, we're handing it all over to them, but that won't happen until June. So that's where that. Federal government says, oh, we would love to support, under their jurisdiction, opioid treatments like diacetylmorphine. So they allowed that to happen. They made that change, but only for diacetylmorphine, but not a whole bunch of other drugs that are used around the world. So it's only one. And the province is now saying, under its authority, gee, do we really want to pay for those drugs? We have budgetary things to look at. So in the meantime, while all this goes on, people die.
I apologize, Councillor Jang. Just doing the calculation, if it requires a 2/3 majority, 7 out of 10 is 70%, which surpasses the 66% 2/3 majority, which is required for the referral. And so I believe that it would because there was a miscommunication between the clerk and yourself that this item actually had passed in referral, and that debate should be occurring at the latter portion.
And I've conferred with the clerk that is correct. I apologize for the confusion around the 2/3 vote on members in the chamber versus members elected. So that vote did in fact pass And we will be varying the agenda to refer the speaker and the completion of this item until after item number 1 on the agenda, which is the energy efficiency update. I apologize to everybody. We're just making sure we have everything completely correct here today. And you'll get to say that again, Councillor Chang. So I'm going to clear the queue, and there's nothing on the table to call a point of order to. We've just called a vote and made a calling. Go ahead and try.
Councillor Affleck had asked a question earlier that was not answered. He asked if the mayor had a leave of absence, and I'm wondering if the mayor will be back later in this meeting.
It was answered. That's not a point of order. So, all right, we're going to stop this now. This is enough. We're going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 1, energy efficiency update to Vancouver's building bylaw. We heard the presentation yesterday, and we have Chris Higgins here to speak to questions from additional questions from council and to hear from our speakers. And again, I apologize to everyone. There was a little bit of a glitch there in terms of what 2/3 is. And on we go to energy efficiency. We will return to the opioid crisis after this item is completed. Mr. Higgins, welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My name is Chris Higgins. I work in sustainability, and I wanted to promptly address some of the questions that were either raised by email or raised yesterday, and I deferred answering. So I'll go through the questions. I have 8 questions and answers. I'll go through them promptly. The first issue was, do the changes apply in existing buildings, and when do they apply? So it's a 2-part answer. The first part is the VBBL changes apply to new buildings. However, all new work in existing buildings that also requires a permit must comply. So for instance, if you're doing an extension on an existing building, or you're doing a renovation, the new work, the new additions must comply. There is one exception. If it's a heritage building, heritage buildings, the only condition for a heritage building is the existing condition cannot be made worse. One example that I find helpful is in windows. If you were in a heritage building and you had single glazed windows, and you wished to replace those windows with single glazed windows, you could do so. If you were in a heritage building and it had double glazed windows, and that was the window from that period, you could not replace those windows with single glazed windows. So you could not make that condition worse. So there's a wide degree of allowance for heritage buildings. Essentially, you can't make an existing condition worse. But if it's not a heritage building and it's an existing building and you're doing new work, the new work has to comply with the building code. So that clarifies the question about existing buildings. In terms of the question around unaffiliated builders that feel they hadn't been consulted, most unaffiliated builders tend to focus on single-family homes, which is not the focus of this proposed update, but staff would welcome more engagement with builders not affiliated with the Greater Vancouver Home Builders Association, and I would welcome their contact detail at chris.higgins@vancouver.ca, please. We're happy to meet them on their job site or at a location that works best for them. We'd welcome and would love to engage with them and their peers. One of the issues raised was FSR relaxation rules, and they appear unclear. Staff, this is a 2-point answer as well, staff will communicate to the building community on why increased wall thickness resulting from the 2014 Vancouver building bylaw updates for 1 and 2 family were not excluded from the floor space calculations, and clarify what currently qualifies for 1 and 2 family. The second part of that answer is, in making recommendations to Council by June 30th, as indicated in the report, where changes are to ensure MERBs do not lose sellable floor space as a result of increased wall thickness under the current exemption process, we'll review the current process and, if possible, apply it to 1 and 2 family homes as well. One of the issues raised was construction cost. All of the data that we have indicates construction cost does not affect selling price, but if in the case it did affect the selling price for an average 650 square foot 1-bedroom unit, the sale price would be $487,000 approximately, and with these changes it would vary to $489,000. With a typical mortgage, there would be a lower monthly cost. The owner of that condo would experience a monthly cost of approximately $9 lower. These last three items may seem like duplicates. They were emailed questions, emailed from council to staff, and they're very specific, so I'll answer them even though I've given a general answer prior. Can language change, can language be changed in Appendix B that clarifies that the new section 7.3.6 for energy efficiency is not meant to trigger compliance with all requirements in Part 10 and Part 11 of the building bylaw, and which bylaw requirements must be complied with under what circumstance? So another way of phrasing that is this is a question about the proposed electrical changes in Appendix B and when they apply. I followed up with our building code engineering team, and I have the following answer. Wording will be inserted into the bylaw prior to enactment to clarify that it only applies to electrical renovations and upgrades that would be electrical in nature. So essentially, if you're taking out an electrical permit, the upgrades have to comply with the electrical bylaw. That's what this update is proposing, and we'll insert wording to clarify that. The second point is, are we okay to insert the word new in front of multifamily residential buildings under 7 stories in recommendation A? The answer is yes. Adding the word new in recommendation A is acceptable and clarifies the intent. And the last point, will these changes impact permit processing times? Staff will take steps over the next year to ensure processing time for permits is not interrupted by this bylaw amendment, and will continue to work to improve overall processing times. Those are all the points that were raised. I hope I've addressed them.
Thank you very much. We do have some councillors with additional questions, so we'll do one round of questions before we hear from the speakers. Councillor Reimer.
Madam Chairperson, after that last 20-minute debate, I just don't have the heart to make the speakers wait any longer, so I will wait till after you're done to ask any further questions.
Thank you, and debate is one word for it. Councillor DiGenova.
I didn't mean to be on the queue at this time, so I'll just...
Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I actually do have a question, and it's just one simple. Thank you for answering my questions overnight. So I'm just seeking clarification on the fact that you mentioned the only condition, so there's an exception in terms of the application if there is a heritage or character home that applies for a reno or an extension or something like that, that there is an exception so that the existing condition cannot be made worse. And I'm sorry I missed it. Did you say, I heard you say heritage, but did you also add character home to that?
The definition, so I did not, in short answer to your question, I did not, but the definition of heritage is left up to the authority having jurisdiction, so the City of Vancouver, so we certainly could make it broader, but you are correct. Currently, the word heritage is used, not heritage and character. That could be an amendment.
Right, okay. And where would that wording come in then?
The wording comes from ASHRAE, so it's a nationally, internationally recognized standard, and essentially, in the case of heritage, it defers to the authority having jurisdiction in terms of the upgrades, and the only requirement is that the condition not be made worse. So we could add a line that indicates, in the case of heritage and character, homes or buildings will be considered.
Okay, and what kind of direction do you need from council in order to do that? I mean, this is, yes, because we're dealing with the building bylaw right now.
Yes. The direction that would be helpful would be a simple one-line amendment for item A that would simply read, in the case of heritage or character buildings, the only energy efficiency requirement is that the existing condition not be made worse. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova.
I do have a follow-up question from yesterday that couldn't be answered regarding retrofitting buildings, and if the provisions in this report and the recommendations would actually allow landlords to rent evict, I suppose, their current tenants make these upgrades and change the rent? So actually, would this impact affordability, or are there checks and balances in place to make sure that doesn't happen? And if so, what are those?
Okay, yes. So I think your question was raised about the speaker after me, Mr. Lang, yesterday, but I'm happy to answer the question. In terms of this report, the updates are intended for new buildings only. It will apply to existing buildings, but only in the case where the landlord or the owner of the building chooses to make upgrades. So there's no effect or increase or decrease in the probability that sort of a renoviction would happen. There's no increase in that, decrease whether these amendments were passed or not.
Will a follow-up question to that, will permits be expedited for participants participating under this program?
So for clarity, this is not a program. This is an update to the Vancouver Building
Bylaw. The recommendations, though, I feel that it is an update, but it is suggesting that we move towards that there will be a certain number of changes, and I think you see where I'm going with this. I'm wondering if anyone can use it as a loophole.
Kay Krishna, Development Buildings and Licensing. Good morning, thanks. Typically, unless council has requested it or there's a clear need for and value to public benefit, we don't necessarily expedite one permit over another. And so this is just really a matter of due course of how people apply and build going forward. So it will just be implemented as part of normal course of the development and building and really building permits.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. We will now go to hear from our speakers. Our first speaker up is Ryan Foster from the Regional Specifications Manager for Ontario and Western Canada for Building Insulation. Mr. Foster, welcome. You have up to 5 minutes to make your comments. You may get questions from councillors afterwards. You are not obliged to answer them.
Good morning. Thank you. So my name is Ryan Foster. I am the Western Canada Specifications Manager for Roxol Insulation. I live here in Vancouver. I'm here this morning to speak in support of the proposed energy efficiency changes to the Vancouver's building bylaw. It's well documented that heating and cooling our buildings make up a large portion of the energy we consume, and that insulation is a proven low-cost solution to improving energy efficiency and therefore reducing CO2 emissions. Roxol Insulation helps to employ hundreds of people here in Vancouver and across British Columbia. Roxol manufactures stone wool insulation, which is manufactured from recycled slag and basalt rock at our manufacturing facility in Grand Forks, BC, which employs hundreds of people plus hundreds of other contractors and support businesses. The installation of our insulation employs hundreds of tradespeople, and these jobs are, by their nature, local jobs as well. And then in addition, Roxol has invested in many technical guides for the industry on building better insulated envelopes. These documents are all produced by local building science firms. So Rockwool insulation, it's a simple, fireproof, reliable way to improve comfort, reduce energy and greenhouse gas emissions. So Roxol supports these proposed changes in the Vancouver building bylaw to enhance insulation levels and improve energy efficiency of our buildings. That's all I have.
That's it. That's very efficient.
Try to be.
It's highly efficient. You do have a question from Councillor Reimer.
Well, yes, I figured since you were an expert on efficiency, you might have, I'm sorry, I'm over here on this side.
Oh,
Hi.
thank you. I was looking for it.
Yeah, no problem. It's your first time, so welcome to council. You've been in the industry for a while and you've probably seen some trends. Can you speak a bit to the trends in insulation and how that relates to both energy costs and weather?
And weather. Well, I mean, certainly codes are evolving to require more insulation and certainly building more efficient buildings. Insulation is certainly just part of that. A lot of these guides that I referenced before speak to constructing more energy efficient buildings as a whole. Mm-hmm. So alleviating heat transfer paths and adding to air tightness, and really it's about looking at buildings as a complete system. It's not just about adding more insulation, creating thicker walls. We certainly try to, improve buildings as a whole, not just for energy efficiency, but for thermal comfort, for durability, et cetera.
Yeah, and that's probably, I misstated whether it's more people's experience of weather and weather becoming more extreme and people looking for more comfortable indoor environments that your industry helps provide.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that when you talk about adding more insulation, typically that is a code-driven measure, but no question there are, call them early adopters in the market that recognize the need to have more thermally comfort and energy efficient buildings. I think we're fortunate here in BC that we have relatively globally low energy costs. So I think that cost is certainly directly related in many cases to adding insulation and making more efficient buildings. So as those energy costs increase, I think you'll see the masses desire more and more.
I appreciate that.
It's largely code driven at this point.
Right. Well, as someone who just, as council has heard, benefited, I just moved into a high efficiency building and it is pretty amazing when you're not paying the same, anywhere near the same energy bills. You think, why didn't I do this sooner? So, but it's hard to have that experience until you've had that experience.
And nice walking around barefoot in the winter too and feeling.
There's something to that for sure. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Carr.
Yes. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for coming. I really appreciate that. My question has to do with the application of your product to heritage and character buildings.
Yep.
Obviously, that's a concern for individuals wanting to retrofit for energy efficiency, given the equally important end goal of maintaining the character or heritage features. So can you tell me how that works, especially if we're talking 2x4 walls?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are two kind of ways or two places that you can put insulation, on the inside of the structure and on the outside of the structure. And when you're talking about a facade that has heritage qualities or character qualities, you would typically look to put the insulation on the inside. Our insulation, fortunately, does go on both sides of the wall. So I think that you can, if the facade is of concern, you can insulate on the inside or, certainly add to the insulation on the outside of the building, which is better from a building science perspective to keep the building within the thermal envelope and then add the insulation on the outside of the wall. So no question there's challenges in keeping that character of certain buildings, but you can add to the energy efficiency by adding insulation inside of the wall and then certainly adding to air control measures, improving windows and things with.
How thick is it?
Well, it depends on the amount
value?
required. Right. Yeah, it comes in all thicknesses.
Okay. So does it require a 2x6 wall construction?
Not necessarily, no. Okay. If we're talking about exterior wall insulation, we're seeing a lot of highly energy efficient homes go back to 2x4 actually, and then just adding more of this board product on the outside of the wall.
Right. And can it be covered by other kinds of finishing, for example, cladding that would be in keeping with a heritage or character home?
Absolutely. If you're redoing the facade, this insulation can be put behind all different types of claddings.
Oh, it's funny. Your product just came up this morning at the Urban Development Institute talk that was on this very topic. And but I didn't get a chance to ask these questions, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Those are all of your questions. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your time, everybody.
Thank you. Next on the queue is Christina Bolo. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Christina Bolo. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm an architect, and I'm also an architectural researcher. I'm here today to voice my very strong support for the energy efficiency updates to Vancouver's building bylaw. This policy aligns all new wood frame residential buildings under a clear and predictable set of energy efficiency guidelines, and that makes it quite unique. This policy will help residents of new housing save on energy bills and also increase their comfort through decreased infiltration, so less drafty buildings, and warmer surfaces, as we heard during the last speaker's comments. As an architect, I am very glad that the prescriptive path remains in the new regulation because for some projects and some clients, a simple roadmap is completely appropriate. And as a researcher, I appreciate the two performance paths, which will allow the kinds of innovation that lead to real market change in this sector. As a resident, I am proud that Vancouver is showing strong leadership on the emissions from large single-family homes. This is leadership that I predict will be quickly followed by other BC communities. I want to add that I also support a developer-friendly approach to the floor surface ratio issue with regard to thicker walls, but I encourage Council to consider a sunset clause for this accommodation with a termination date that allows for predictability for landowners, but doesn't mean we keep increasing FSR as we keep adding thicker walls. And finally, I would like to commend the city for including education and training for the implementation of these amendments. In my research, I have found that the policies with the greatest success of affecting change in the built environment rely not only on regulation and codes, but education and incentives as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and you have no questions. Thanks for coming out today. Next on the queue, we have Michael Boesfield, Technical Director, Operations Manager, Cascadia Clip. Bousfield or Boesfield?
Bousfield.
Bousfield, okay. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. So again, my name is Michael Bousfield. I'm the Technical Director at Cascadia Windows and Doors. We are a manufacturer of very highly energy efficient windows and doors for residential and commercial grade purposes, and we're located in Langley. And I'm happy to share some comments with you today in strong support of the update that you're considering, and also give you a sense of a local manufacturer's view to the update and the good that we anticipate that it will do. So to give a little perspective, a quick background on Cascadia. Cascadia was started as a manufacturing company in 2008 when our local economy was just fantastic for manufacturing building products. So despite those challenges, we've survived and we've grown every year, about 28% compound annual growth. And in the beginning, we were started with the objective of creating highly energy efficient commercial grade window products, which didn't exist. It's not a thing you could get. But we used fiberglass technology to create those products and to serve that need. And what we found is that by creating products that enable buildings to become more energy efficient, which are far beyond meeting the minimum code standards of the day, then as those products become more widely adopted, it actually enables regulators, such as this council, to adopt more stringent energy requirements, more stringent regulations. Conversely, if you did not have the technology you could point to, it would be a very real problem. The industry would not be prepared. So we see our products as enabling the industry to advance in that regard. And it's actually been interesting over the last few years leading up to the very near term that there's been a stronger demand for our products in Washington and Oregon and south of the border than actually here at home in British Columbia. So as a result of that, more than 50% of our products for the past half decade and even today end up getting exported to the United States. However, we're very happy that updates like you're considering to do right now will increase the adoption and use of our products right here in our own backyard. And then so finally, I'd like to make a couple of comments on what we're most excited about right now, and that is that we have designed and this summer are releasing a brand new window line that is applicable to both commercial and residential sectors. It's amongst the top fraction of 1% most energy efficient products in the world, and for windows. And it's the most affordable one that we've ever made. So it's going to enable more buildings and more building owners to use that type of technology and adopt it. In conjunction with that, right now today we're moving into a new manufacturing plant that's about 2.5 times the size of our existing one, still in Langley. So we're a local manufacturer, and the result of code updates like the one you're considering to adopt is not only the obvious energy efficiency improvements in buildings and the resulting benefits to those building owners and occupants, but also we're a local manufacturer, we're growing like crazy, and we'll obviously need to create more and more manufacturing jobs to fill the demand that the market will give to us and that our new facility will enable us to serve. So thank you everyone for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for your comments, and you do indeed have questions from Councillor Reimer.
Thanks. Thanks for coming today. How many people do you employ?
Right now, we employ about 70 people. Just over 40 of our staff members are technicians working in our manufacturing area, and about 30 of us are, you would say, office or frontline, split between engineering, technical staff, administration, accounting, sales, and that group.
Okay, and you just get it to the builder. Then there's builders who are employed to...
That is correct, yes. As a manufacturer, our scope of work typically ends with delivering the finished factory-made products to a job site into the hands of the builder. On some occasions, on very large projects, that builder is a large general contractor and will also retain our company to supply the installation labor and take on the contract of performing the installation of the windows. And in that case, we will hire a local subcontractor to partner with us for that service.
So you're local, you said you're growing like crazy, and I would assume that policy changes like this and the STEP code assist you in growing further.
That's absolutely correct. Those types of policy changes are what has enabled us to continue to invent new products with an eye for a market to be able to provide them into. And in summary, you're absolutely right that they do support us as a local growing manufacturer.
And as we move policy, you move economically, you're employing more people, but it sounds like that in turn is feeding into you producing cheap is always such a challenging word, more cost-effective items, let's put it that way.
Yes.
Okay.
For example, the recent attention from the construction industry to adopt far more energy efficient building practices, such as making buildings conform to a passive house standard, a very, very energy efficient guideline, has validated our recent innovation of the new product that we produce, the new window that we have designed, which is the world's first fiberglass passive house certified window. It means that the new products will enable and show industry readiness for these types of changes, and in turn these types of changes give us a market into which to grow these new products.
Okay, that's helpful. And so do you foresee a trajectory that may one day, basically there will be no difference on the capital side of building between high efficiency and low efficiency?
Yeah, so that's interesting. Typically, the least costly products are those that are the worst in terms of performance, those that just barely comply with the worst building allowed by law. But as that building is brought closer and closer to a high standard where the energy, for example, the energy use of that building is where it needs to be kind of on a long-term basis, I think you're right, that there'll be a very further narrowing gap between the cost of a high-performance product and the cost of a code compliance product. I would amend that by saying that in the marketplace there are other driving factors that are not performance-based. They're aesthetic-based. They're features and benefits that a single owner may choose, which will always give a place for a higher than minimum product. But I think your comments are accurate related to performance.
Okay, and then of course on the operating side, every increment is going to reduce operating costs in your household or business or commercial enterprise over time.
Yes, that's correct. So as you mandate the use of higher performance products, there's a permanently better effect for energy use and energy cost thereafter as that building exists.
Okay, very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you now have questions from Councillor Carr on this side.
Inspired to ask some. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate it. You said as you were speaking that you are the first, is it, in creating windows for passive house that are passive house certified? Is that right?
So
first where?
So to clarify that, there are many passive house certified window products produced in the world, including at least one produced in Canada. Those products are made generally from plastic materials such as PVC. Sometimes they're a composite window made of PVC and wood and other components. Our specialty is making fiberglass framed windows. One advantage is that the fiberglass strength is much greater than most PVC products and better allow the products to be used in commercial and institutional applications, such as the buildings that a city may typically own. For fiberglass windows, our new product is the first fiberglass window to be passive house certified in the world.
Wow, awesome. In the report, we talk about our staff have commented on the importance of industry capacity. So are you positioned to be able to ramp up with the implementation of this bylaw?
Yeah. Actually, one of the things that we figured is that with the creation of a new product that is both better and more affordable, and being brought to the industry at a time when the industry is moving in terms of the regulations from this council and others like it to actually demand the level of performance the products provide, it gave us the incentives to move into a new factory with increased capacity. That's happening as I'm speaking. We're setting up a new building, also in Langley. The new building's size is 2.5 times that of our previous shop that we've been in for 8 years. And the capacity increase we are expecting is at least 300% once the staffing levels have grown to fill the building.
Wow, okay. And finally, I know that obviously changing building bylaws and requirements create a big demand, but I'd like to know your feedback on whether rebates from the provincial or federal governments do and what the state of those rebates are right now.
Yeah, that's a good question. So how do rebates look for a manufacturer of building products? So rebates are good. They are both directly beneficial to the building owner that takes advantage of the rebate, and they're an advantage to the manufacturer if that building owner was to be incentivized to select a higher performance product than they otherwise would have. That drives business to a manufacturing company that's producing a leading technology. An earlier example, though, of a rebate that was actually reduced in effectiveness was back when our province switched from the PST and GST model to the HST model. The example refers to the existence of Energy Star in Canada and British Columbia as it applied to windows. Before that change in the tax structure, an Energy Star window was a PST exempt product. And with the adoption of HST, that exemption went away. So the homeowner was then paying 12% of tax for a window where before that change they were paying 5%. They were paying GST only. Now that the GST and PST separately has been restored from HST, that provision is no longer in existence. That never changed back to give Energy Star the value and weight that it previously had.
Okay, and any other rebates that are currently?
Yeah, BC Hydro offers rebates. And I believe that Fortis may also be offering certain rebates, although I don't know if they apply directly to windows or buildings as a whole where windows are one contributing product. Rebates are generally good for our industry or our company where we're aiming products as an energy efficient alternate on very large projects, big buildings, where like schools and hospitals, where those buildings would have otherwise only had the opportunity to use much less energy performing products. The rebates tend not to apply to those types of building owners. So for us, in our company, rebates have a minor or mild positive effect. For other companies who manufacture and target the single family and low rise building market, they have, I think, a greater positive effect.
Appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Thank you very much. Those are all of your questions.
Thank you, everyone.
We will now move on to our next speaker, Alexandra Herbert from BCIT, School of Construction and the Environment. Is Alexandra here? Alexander, I guess. With instructional materials. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today to address this topic. So my name is Alex Hébert. I am the energy manager at BCIT. I live in Vancouver, and I live in a building with very thin walls and really bad windows, and my energy bills have been quite high lately. I'm an engineer by training. My role at BCIT is to help the Institute reduce its energy consumption, and most of our consumption come from heating. I'm in a special role at BCIT in a sense that I spend some of my time on the operation side of the business, but I am also the liaison between operation and academia, which means that I'm in charge of bringing in the curriculum the things we learn while doing the work. I'm going to not spend too much time, I guess, talking about BCIT because you probably all know about, who we are, but I like to remind people when I do speak in public that we're quite large. We have roughly just under 50,000 students when you include part-time students. We have 5 campuses. The main one is in Burnaby, but we also have a presence downtown Vancouver. We are the largest provider of trades training in many areas. And just to give you an example, we graduate around 700 carpenters every year. So that gives you an order of magnitude of the educational services we offer. I do most of my academic work within a school called the School of Construction and the Environment. It's a school that is in charge of all the trades and technology programs that are related to buildings, from design to construction. And I am in charge of a new facility that we launched in September called the High Performance Building Lab. And I wasn't sure how to do this, and we have this poster that we use sometimes. So I don't know if you can see it from where you stand, but we're very proud of this new facility. It's pretty new. We launched it officially in September, and it's we call it a 21st century classroom, which is a kind of a nice buzzword that we use often at BCIT these days. But really what it means is that we have in one space a classroom with all the audiovisual facilities you can think of, whiteboard, screen, and audio. But in the same space, we also have a workshop space. And the third element is we have an airtight house. And so the students can go back and forth between the PowerPoint and the Hammer to kind of see if they got the concept they just saw on a screen, which is, we think, a much better way to do education in these kind of topics. The last element being the airtight house, where students learn how to do a blower door test, which is the official mean to verify that the building has been built to its airtightness design criterion, and that it will actually perform the way it should be. I guess that's probably most of the things I wanted to tell you. Maybe one last thing, we are experiencing more success than we expected. When you go back to the business case we submitted to get funding for the lab, we are now offering additional courses for next year because the first courses we publicized were fully booked. We did 3 focus groups in December with industry. We had people from commercial and residential, the building industry, as well as policymaker, and we kind of asked them what would be the next phase for us in this lab, and we have a pretty clear roadmap now. We're going to expand the lab to teach not only envelope-related skills, but also mechanical ventilation to make sure that our students know how to design and install heat recovery ventilation systems. And we'll be developing new courses as well. So I guess in a nutshell, what I was trying to say is that we're excited that these kind of policies are coming up because we think it's where we should go as a society, but also that we are already set up to support capacity building and skill development in this area, and that we are actually growing and will be able to even do more in the near future.
Perfectly timed. Thank you very much. Your councillors from questions from Councillor Reimer, and sorry for anglicizing your name, and thank you, Mr. Higgins, for providing the human easel.
Mr. Hebert, thank you for coming today. I had some questions about the work that BCIT is doing, but I wouldn't mind starting with your personal situation, and you are welcome not to answer, but you did reference the very thin walls in your personal housing.
Yes.
Can I ask, Why? Do you own? And if you do, why haven't you insulated? And if you're renting, what options would you like to see available?
Yeah, so I'm an owner, a fairly recent owner. I bought 2 years ago, and I am on the Strata console, and I'm the maintenance lead.
Right.
And our depreciation report says that we should soon look into replacing windows and siding. And so I'm hoping we are in the process of selecting a consultant to help us with this, and I'm hoping I can convince my Strata members that we should not just look at the aesthetic of the renovation, but also the energy efficiency. But right now it's a 1981 mid-rise, 4-story wood construction, so it is what it is.
I can appreciate it. I appreciate this story too. I guess so if the council of the 70s would have had some vision around energy efficiency, you would not be in the position you are right now.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And there was a time I saw the cover of an old BC Hydro magazine that was claiming success because we had become the biggest users of energy per capita in North America. And I understand that there was a time where this was a symbol of economic growth, but it doesn't make sense anymore to look at it this way, right? So times have changed, and we're in 2017 now.
Well, they have, although I'm sure you follow the same public discourse that I do, that for some people, they still think using large amounts of energy is what drives our economy. But
yeah.
So to BCIT then, transitioning to the professional role, I get to work because I'm the lead on our Greenest City work with BCIT a lot. Could you provide some information for council about how globally significant the work that BCIT is doing on buildings and energy efficiency?
So are you asking me about what we're doing on our own buildings or what we're doing in the classroom?
In the classroom. And frankly, I'm asking you to crow a bit because you really do have a very internationally well-deserved reputation for the work that you've been doing on building performance.
We're very fortunate in a sense because quite a while ago there was a merger between two schools, School of Construction and School of the Environment. And so the school in charge of building, design, and construction is called School of Construction and the Environment. And that got a lot of things going, including the hiring of a director of sustainable development for the purpose of greening our own programs. And so she's been with us for, I would say, probably 15 years now, getting close to. And she's been transforming the school at a pretty interesting pace. So if you come and visit us, you'll see that from our ArcSci program to our building science to civil engineering to carpentry and piping, everyone is in one way or another incorporating notions of green buildings. And that would be, I guess, on the curriculum side, but that school delivers most of its programs on one street on campus. There's 6 buildings occupied by those programs, and the school has decided to walk the talk and make changes to the buildings to be more efficient. And as of today, we are on that street at 50% GHG reductions below 2007 levels. So we are proving to ourselves that, making significant doable within, using existing technology. And we only allow ourselves to do projects that have some form
Needs to deliver on products so that they can be used.
Yes.
Considering changes in regulations like we're considering today in terms of how many skilled workers in this area?
Yes. So, so BCIT has been involved in this topic for quite a while, including all the discussions around step code and the evolution of the energy portion of the code, because we think industry should be going, but it is where we'd like to be as an educator. So we've been preparing for this for quite a while. The lab is a strategy opposed to making changes to the existing trades curriculum, which is controlled by the ITA, which is a more complex organization to work with. So for us, the ultimate goal is to make all the changes needed in the curriculum as a stakeholder, so that anybody in the province studying any trades program would be exposed to what we are doing. But what the lab allows us to do is to deliver workshops. So our most popular course is a 5-day workshop, and anyone, any trades, any architect, builder can come and spend 5 days with us, and they will be eligible to pass an exam that will give them a certification. And that's kind of a, I don't want to call it a quick fix because it doesn't sound, it's a proper way to quickly build capacity, and with the long-term intent to change all the courses and all the curriculum.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
welcome.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Those are all of your questions. Thanks again.
Thank you.
I wish to speak to Council in favour of the proposal to align energy efficiency requirements for multifamily projects in the 6-storey range and townhome projects with the current VBBL standards for energy efficiency in single and 2-family home projects. From my direct, hands-on experience in the construction industry in this city, I wish to see the single and multifamily sector of the residential construction industry become a combined, homogenised force for positive change and also an inspiration for neighbouring municipalities. The advantages of this alignment outside of any energy efficiencies and reduced dependence on finite and limited resources are the following. For locally based manufacturers that I have discussed this issue with in the course of my work, especially in the higher performance window sector, an increased market for higher efficiency windows, greater than that in the current Vancouver single family home market, will lead to an increased level of research and development, greater production and distribution volumes, and inevitable competition-based affordability in the mid to long term. Some of the most affordable local manufacturers are still not producing windows to VBBL single-family home standards, and an increase in the market will inevitably encourage those producers to enter that enlarged market. For local manufacturers and suppliers of high-efficiency insulation and other envelope products, many of the higher R-value products for single-family homes in Vancouver are still only available by special order, with greater lead times leading to project delays, and again, a greater volume of sales can only lead to greater off-the-shelf availability and economies for developers, builders, and the final consumers. Also, especially for suppliers of bulky goods such as insulation, an across-the-board R-value standard eliminates the need for stocking wider range of product, creating efficiencies in supply, storage, and distribution. For architects, designers, CEAs, and consultants, a unified energy efficiency strategy allows for simplified design and implementation strategies using commonplace, readily available materials and components, again leading to benefits both economically and for efficiency, and the experiential learning and developmental processes between the single and multifamily sectors can only increase, rather than operate in isolation and segregation. For mechanical and envelope engineers, designing and installing efficient HVAC, HRV, plumbing systems, or advanced higher R-value wall assemblies, the alignment allows for greater standardization of system design and implementation, leading to innovation and progress, with lessons learned in a project in one sector transferable to the other. Also, for educators and training providers, again, the process becomes streamlined with one unified instruction program, which in turn benefits the industry and those pursuing careers in that industry or currently working in the construction sector without limiting them to one particular knowledge and experience pathway. For all of the trades, framers, plumbers and electricians, siding and roofing contractors, window installers, it allows for a flexible and integrated workforce capable of transitioning between single and multi-family projects without knowledge or experience gaps, especially in advanced framing systems, high R-wall value and airtight assemblies, and efficient mechanical, electrical and plumbing systems, with those trades easily migrating between the two sectors of the market and between the two sectors as the market and economy demands, without the need to relearn standards between housing types. As a consequence of this approval, I would hope to see a dynamic response from the entire industry. The subsequent efficiencies it would bring about and the consequential benefits for all of us, both in our working day and positive future, make it a valid and truly beneficial proposal, and I support it. Thank you.
Okay, you don't have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That concludes our speakers for today. So I'm looking for someone to move the motion. Oh, sorry, questions to staff. Thank you. A little rusty up here. Councillor Reimer.
Yes, I had a couple of questions for staff. Sorry, I feel like I'm sure you're wondering how many more we could possibly have. I was curious about the issues raised on character homes. I have to admit, I did not fully understand the issue as it relates to this proposed bylaw.
Okay. So I think, to get a little bit of water. I think the question was in relation to how, thank you, in relation to how the proposed bylaw changes might affect character buildings. This bylaw would affect townhomes and low-rise multifamily. So if there was a character townhome block, or there was a character multifamily building, say a 3-story wood frame building, will be affected by these regulations. I think the concern was around retaining the character of the building. And the City of Vancouver's Vancouver Building Bylaw does have built into it, and we're not proposing changing that, flexibility for character and heritage homes. So be they a single family or multifamily, there is flexibility built in.
Okay, and how many character townhomes do we have in the City of Vancouver? I guess the whole point would be to add the language to find out the answer to the, okay, it's like a game show. We don't get to see what's behind the door.
Yeah, I think it's a good point to raise. I would say a very modest number. While there are many single-family homes, which was a popular housing style and to some degree still is, but in Vancouver is a very popular housing style between 1910 and maybe 1950. So we do have a lot of character single-family homes. We have really good numbers on those. I would say a very modest number of character townhomes. I would be surprised if there was more than 100 in the City of Vancouver. So a very modest number.
Okay, that would, ballpark guess, I would be probably in the same area as you're speaking to. Okay, and then there were some issues raised yesterday about consulting with folks, and you did canvass that. You know, you provided a very thorough answer and put your email out to the airwaves to those that might be watching council. I guess the question is like the practical considerations of how that consultation would occur between now and, considering we're talking about bylaw changes, I'm assuming April, because we would have to get legal concurrence and all of those issues.
Correct. The law would bring forward the proposed changes by ratification for council. I can't comment on the exact date, but I think April is a reasonable time frame to assume.
Okay, and then in terms of, so we're in February and you're reaching out to a group that previously we've been challenged to reach out to. Can you speak a bit to how counselors have offered to provide you personal cell phone numbers and emails and other ways of contacting, but you would have the capacity to hold a meeting perhaps out in the community nearer to where they might work or live? Or
Yes, yeah, I'd be happy to reach out to them this week and see what date could work for a meeting in the community or at a location that worked for them.
Okay, and perhaps we could do some back and forth as well on materials we'd be providing, because I think, you know, the technicality of, I mean, they work in the industry every day, but I think just making sure that the language is digestible by everybody who's involved in the discussion. I know I've got a computer and I'm Googling terms as you go, and I do bylaw speak all the time, right? So I think that would be helpful for folks. Okay. I am prepared to move a motion, but I think all these folks probably jumped on for questions, Chairperson. Okay.
Okay, thanks very much. We have questions from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks so much, Mr. Higgins. I'm looking for clarification in follow-up to a question raised by Councillor Reimer, which is the sort of number of character homes in this sort of category of multifamily dwellings under 7 stories. If it is a subdivided home, like a character home that has 3 suites in it, would it qualify as a multifamily dwelling under 7 stories?
So the short answer is, if it's a subdivided home that has 1 legal owner, it qualifies as a single family home. If it is subdivided for the purposes of stratification, so where you're selling the units separately and they're separate legal owners, it no longer is a single family home. It is a multifamily building at that point and would require fire separation and fire suppression.
Right. Okay.
But it's still a character or heritage home, and still gets all the protections.
Right. So, so we're not actually sure on how many there are out there, but this is a category that is of buildings that are residential, that are multifamily, that some of which are character, some of which are heritage. I know I live in the West End, so I know that there are a number of character apartment, like low-rise apartment blocks, and even, some up to 6 stories in the West End.
Yes, and they would have certainly the protections that are built into the Vancouver building bylaw, that if they're doing a renovation, they could not make the condition worse, but they would not be required, for instance, to meet the current.
With the exception that the language is clear about heritage, but not necessarily about character. But we could add, and I've actually checked some language out, so I'll be adding it to the motion when the appropriate time comes to make sure that we seek clarification on that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the report. In the 60s and 70s, Vancouver was hit with a huge building envelope failure issue, and many buildings were sold, all kinds of supposed things to fix the problem, but it didn't end up happening. We had buildings sealed so tight they were growing mushrooms, and still some of them still exist. So I'm just wondering, how will we avoid those issues in the future when we talk about building tightness and all of these issues, if you wouldn't mind addressing that?
Of course. I'll address that question. So there's the reason for failures, the prime reason for failures in building envelopes built in the 60s and 70s had to do with water ingress from the outside, typically rain, getting into the building envelope and not being able to get out, not being able to dry. In BC, BC took a leadership step in requiring rain screen in new buildings. So as new buildings are very airtight, there's a built-in system. Rain screen is just a fancy word for an air gap. So there's an air gap in between the cladding and the rest of the building, which allows the moisture from the outside to get out. So a new building that's very airtight prevents warm, moist air. You can imagine people living in a house or a building, there's a lot of moisture produced, whether it's from showering and cooking, and an airtight building prevents that air from getting from the living space into the building envelope fabric, the walls itself. And your rain screen prevents the moisture or rain from getting from the outside into the building envelope fabric. So a very airtight building is more resilient and more durable than a less airtight building. Because if you can imagine, even if you have the rain screen from the outside, if your building is not very airtight and you have an air leakage path, moist air gets into the fabric of the building, and if it's cold outside like it is now, it condenses in the envelope. So a more airtight building is more resilient, more durable, and we're actually able to draw on some research from the National Research Council. We had some meetings a few weeks back with them in providing us additional strength and understanding in moving forward towards more airtight buildings.
And how it can be done.
How it can be done, how it can be done effectively by the industry, replicated with tools and trades that we have today.
We had buildings in Vancouver that are built 100 years ago that function because they are a leaky building that let the moist air out. And also they may be cold around windows and have those issues. And having adjusted some of those in some of my house, which is very old, I know that a room can go from very cold to very warm just changing the windows, which can be very helpful. But in terms of the expenses that we're talking about that people may incur if they're trying to upgrade them, are all of the things that you have mentioned in the plan, are they all eligible for grants?
Yes, we've conferred with BC Hydro and Fortis, and they've been very kind in extending any of the updates required by code when someone undergoes a renovation. The projects or homes would still be eligible for the grants.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I had a question regarding Fortis BC and BC Hydro and other stakeholders. Have they seen this report, and did they indeed endorse this report, so they agree with the amendments to the building bylaw?
It's a great question. So yes, we engaged with Fortis BC and BC Hydro from the very beginning. They were important stakeholders, and we had them around the table. Fortis has sent 2 letters. Both of the letters that they've sent indicate that they agree with the energy efficiency provisions, but they disagree and they don't support the report based on concerns around cost and gas supply.
Okay, and could you elaborate on that gas supply? Would that have to do with the questions I was asking yesterday, as if the city, for instance, with our city-owned buildings, was reducing gas supply, and then we were reducing gas supply in other buildings, it may actually drive the cost of gas in the city of Vancouver up?
The Fortis BC's letters did not indicate that reducing the gas supply would drive the cost of gas up in Vancouver. They didn't indicate they were concerned about reducing gas supply.
Okay, but their former letters to mayor and council, and I would assume to staff as well, have stated that they're concerned about that.
They have indicated that previously.
So for residents who had a single-family residential home, they could indeed see their gas bill increase if the supply, I suppose, was limited or had to be limited for reasons that had to do with new buildings?
Before I answer your question, I'll just put it in perspective. New buildings make up 2% of energy use in Vancouver for buildings, so 98% is existing. We're only talking about new. Of that 2%, we're talking with these building code updates of affecting 10% of that 2%, so 0.2% of new construction. And so of that 0.2%, we're proposing a 40% reduction in energy use. So 0.1% of gas use in residential buildings could potentially be affected. I feel it's unlikely, and based on our analysis, it's very unlikely that affecting 0.1% of gas use in Vancouver would affect prices of something that's sold throughout BC.
Okay, first of all, I have 2 questions now. Did you explain this to Fortis? Because if it's not impacting them significantly, I would assume that the reason wouldn't be that it would. And you had just said that they were concerned. The reason they disagreed with the report was for that reason. The other question that I have is regarding actually you're saying that it's 0.2%, and then we're talking about 10%, and then we're talking about 0.1%. Yes. How does that help us get to 70% of natural gas and other energies that we use in the city gone in less than 3 years. I think it's like right now we're at 23 visa payments or something like
Okay.
that, and it'll be gone.
Okay, so I think there's two questions there. The first question, we did engage with Fortis from the beginning, and we have provided them our numbers and our calculations from the beginning. We also provided to other stakeholders, including UDI and Greater Vancouver Home Builders. We had a dialogue after providing the numbers and our calculations to UDI and Greater Vancouver Home Builders. They had questions, and as a result, they submitted letters of support. When we provided our calculations and our numbers to Fortis, we received no reply. They didn't have any questions or did not ask us any questions. And their most recent letter of support was submitted yesterday afternoon, indicating they didn't understand our numbers. So it didn't provide, the timing of their letter didn't provide us an opportunity to have a dialogue. So I think that addresses your first question.
Yes, I'm also wondering how, if you say this is just such a small impact to natural gas, how we're actually going to meet this aggressive, as it's been noted several times in many different reports, goal by 2020.
Yes. So much like saving for retirement, you make a good decision one day and then you continue to make that decision forever. A change in the building code is a good decision that a city makes one day, and then that affects positively every building that's built every year after. So while this is a small step, we have, and council has taken a number of other progressive steps over the last number of years.
Sorry, just my last question.
Sure,
I'm short on time. I don't mean to cut you off. UDI, did you have a conversation with them? I understand that the report states that it's $9 or $11, a month, and that's the cost increase. Did you have a conversation with them collectively or with different developers to see if they were indeed, and I assume they will, pass this cost on to the consumer, to their market buyer or tenant?
That's your time. You may answer the question.
So we did have dialogues with UDI. They were engaged. They agree with our costing. We did not specifically ask them about whether costing would be passed along in the sale price. We did have dialogues with land economists, and they indicated that it would not.
Okay, great answer. Mayor Robertson's on the queue.
Yeah, actually, I'm on to move a motion. I don't have questions.
Okay, then I'll move us to the main queue and clear that. I'm going to clear that queue, and Mayor Robertson, I'm going to clear the queue again. Mayor Robertson.
Cleared it 3 times, so.
Mayor Robertson indicated he wanted to move the motion, and he needs to be first on the queue. So
I understand that, but then I was next on the queue.
He wasn't on the queue yet. That's why I was clearing it.
It's been cleared 3 times.
That's not a point of motion. I'm clearing it to give the mayor the opportunity to be first on the queue because he's moving it, because he already said so. So Councillor DiGenova, I really hope that you don't continue to interrupt and delay this meeting with points of order that are not actually points of order. I will not stand for them.
Not fair.
Councillor, Mayor Robertson, I've given you the microphone.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first, a big thanks to staff. There's a lot of questions. Obviously, this was a big report to put together, and had lots of questions yesterday at Council on the details of it, and again today, and along with speakers. So there's been a lot of input on this. I know it obviously affects lots of people on the building side of things as well, but I appreciate the extent of the consultation, the rigorous work that's done. I think it's really crucial for the steps ahead and implementing, making sure that that this works for everyone, that it's a win-win. And I think importantly, there are many other cities watching our moves on this. We do have one of the greenest building codes, certainly in North America and beyond. There are many cities looking at Vancouver and watching how we implement some of these steps to make our buildings more energy efficient, reduce our carbon pollution, and save people money on their energy costs. So thanks big time to staff and to all the folks who helped shape this. I think it's a very sensible approach going forward. I will move the recommendations, and there's an E that the clerk has as well. Just in general, I think this is absolutely the right way to go. There's been rigorous work to put together a game plan and to make and to align our policy and our building code right across all different types of homes. That all makes sense, and it's certainly consistent with our Greenest City Action Plan, the big goals that Council has. And I think that win-win of both more affordability with energy cost and reducing our climate pollution and impact on the environment. So that's all good, and I expect some of the speakers had said this will also be a positive for on the industry side. It means Vancouver will continue to be on that leading edge with green building technology and all of the labor involved in that, which hopefully gives us a bigger advantage, creates more jobs, basically taking the money that people have to spend on wasting energy and putting it into investing it in people and good technology and more efficient homes. So it's all good. This I know a number of councillors, in particular Councillor Louis, had raised this concern around making sure that the usable floor space and versus insulation and thicker walls and those requirements are consistent, understood by builders of all types of houses, and between the 1 and 2 family and the buildings that we're considering in this report. We just want to, I think we want to make sure that we have everything aligned, everyone clear on what it is going forward. All of our city requirements in the building code and building bylaw are consistent and well understood. And from as far as we go forward from June 30th, 2017, we have that all buttoned down and everyone on board. So that's a key piece, just to make sure there's consistency across the board, and any of the wrinkles that have, I think, been persistent for some of the small home builders and concerns, that we get those ironed out in these coming weeks. So overall, I think we're very much on the right track. It's fantastic to see the reduction in energy use and climate pollution as a result, that helping the city's bigger goals here. But it's, I think the piece and the recommendations also speak to it, that'd be really important on the district energy side of things. That's one that I know council and staff have been working at. We're going to need to go farther and faster on that to actually deliver renewable energy within the city that buildings can hook up to. We have had obviously some good success with that, but there's more that needs to be done, and important work that has to happen with utility partners in particular, to make sure we get renewable district energy systems in our neighborhoods that can supply clean energy to all our buildings in the years ahead. So that's a piece I think it's important to keep highlighting. It's been a challenging piece for the 8+ years that many of us have been on council, trying to advance that piece on district renewable energy. So kudos to staff and the community for getting this moving along, and we'll look forward to the report back in the summer of 2017 this year. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. Councillor Carr, to the motion.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I have forwarded 3 amendments to our city clerk, so I'm hoping we can look at those, and as we get them brought up, they shouldn't be new to people because I've raised them in our conversations and discussions, question and answer periods, etc. One is a very simple one, to add the word, you'll see in red under H, just simply add the word new in front of multifamily residential buildings, because we were indeed, as staff pointed out, looking at new single-family dwellings, but also new multi-unit residential buildings. So staff have indicated that that's appropriate and in line with them, or consistent with what the recommendation indeed always was. My second is to ask staff to report back on the implications of including character as well as heritage homes in the building bylaw, as was expressed. By the way, that wording has been passed by Mr. Smith, and it's to clarify that so far we know the word heritage is used, but not necessarily character. But there's a desire, I think, amongst staff to make sure we pass that by other staff, especially on the Heritage Action Plan, so that that it's clear that renovations or changes will be exempt from not just heritage but character homes, in terms of only providing or making sure that the existing conditions are not made worse. And my third change is up there somewhere. Thank you. It's a change to B, and staff did indicate that they would be proceeding after some questioning yesterday on this front. They would be proceeding to clarify that the changes in Appendix B regarding amending the electrical bylaw, which currently reads that an owner shall comply, if this is happening, with the energy proficiency provisions in Part 10 and 11 of the applicable building bylaw. This clarifies, and they are looking to put this wording anyway into the enactment, but it is making it very transparent that it will only apply to electrical renovations and upgrades. That would be electrical in nature. Again, that's wording that I've captured from the statements made by staff in response to these questions. So I'm hoping that those are considered as friendly amendments by the mayor.
Well, we don't actually do friendly amendments, so I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. 1. We are now on the amendment queue. Would anyone like to speak to the amendments?
Yep. I'm trying to get back on.
Push your buttons. Well, then let's, Councilor DiGenova would like to speak to the amendments.
I would, first of all, like to ask that we could vote separately on the amendments, the 3 amendments. And in speaking to the amendments, I'll go backwards because Councillor Card just presented the electrical, or her amendment that deals with the electrical issues, and I had a number of questions surrounding this yesterday. I think that people who are upgrading from knob and tube and other electrical, sort of more archaic and unsafe electrical means that their homes currently have should certainly be protected, and they shouldn't be required to do other things. However, I am concerned with affordability when it comes to the Second Amendment in looking at sort of how the floodgates could open here for character
Put those back up on the screen, please.
and heritage homes. Yes, I don't have it in front of me anymore. I would be quoting them. And I don't have a copy in front of me, but in looking at the Second Amendment, I'm concerned with affordability. So if someone moves into a character home or a heritage home and they decide to make certain upgrades to that home, for instance, remove knob and tube and do something else, perhaps upgrade their plumbing, would this trigger, as I had mentioned yesterday, an entire development permit on the home? Now, I understand that it's only $5,000, but $5,000 doesn't get you very far in building supplies any longer. I mean, just hiring a contractor can be $5,000 for a bathroom renovation. So really that's going to trigger an entire development permit on your home. So I'm concerned with the character and heritage homes, that these are some of our most affordable homes in the city of Vancouver. So for that reason, I won't be able to support the Second Amendment that Councillor Carr's made. And the First Amendment, if we can scroll up to that, is
the word new.
Oh, just adding the word new. I do have some reservations overall. I have some reservations regardless of whether or not they are new or existing for the reasons I'd mentioned before. So I will not be supporting that. I can currently support the Third Amendment only and not the first 2. Thank you.
All right. So Councillor Carr is on the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to respond to the statements made by Councillor, and to allay the fears perhaps of Councillor DiGenova, the reason for my wording that she took exception to, well, first of all, if she doesn't accept the word new, then it could apply to existing buildings, and I think that's been her concern, that she doesn't want it to apply to existing buildings. And my second amendment to A is in fact to address the very concerns she raised. Without that change in wording, there might be more extensive renovations that are required for character homes, for example. So this is to pursue, have staff to pursue ways in which we could ensure that character and heritage homes are not, that they are exempt, so that they so that we don't have to do an either or. In other words, preserve character and heritage homes or get energy upgrades. So I think, yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. So we're going to vote on the 3 amendments. I'll make a quick comment. I wanted to make note of the fact that the second one to A is in fact to report back, and to ask staff not to report back doesn't seem wise to me, so I will support that. And it may be that they come back and say that heritage yes, character no, because of the implications citywide. So I think that reporting back is appropriate there. So we will first vote on the word new. So could the staff take us to a voting queue for the word new in A? Sorry, we have to toggle our screens here to get back to our voting queues, myself included. No, you may not. Okay. All in favor of the word new? Thank you very much. When we go to the, Councilor, have you voted? Sorry, there we are. All in favor. Unanimously in favor of new. To the second amendment to Part A, which is the character and heritage home piece. All in favor, please, or opposed, please vote. Councillor Ball, all in favor. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. With clarification, and on to the third, which is an amendment to Part B. And all in favor. So we could have gone with a friendly amendment after all. So there's 10 minutes we need to spend. Anyway, we're back to the main queue now. And I've got to toggle myself back to that. Okay, that is back to this queue. And we have Councillor Louis next on the queue.
Oh, Madam Chair, if I could speak to the main motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
You have 2.5 minutes left.
Thank you. First of all, staff, great work. It's very exciting to see this work coming forward. I'm particularly appreciative of the very clear and detailed answers to questions. That's been extremely helpful, I think, not to just me, but the public at large. And to the speakers who came, thank you very much. It's very exciting to hear about the work that's going on in our broader community, and the real potential for Vancouver and our region and our partners in the industry to be world leaders in this regard. I really feel strongly in support of this because I believe it does take seriously our need as a city to address the global climate change crisis. And what's exciting for me is that it does so in a way that's very clear about the fact that there are real added benefits. Not only will we be reducing greenhouse gas emissions, we'll be making buildings more healthy, more comfortable, and in the end saving people money so that the cost, in fact, over time, the ROI, pays itself out in, well, especially if there's some grants out there, even faster, but, definitely could be under a decade. So I am also pleased to know that there is the industry capacity to be able to deliver the support needed to be able to implement these changes. So all in all, I am a happy camper on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Louis, to the motion as amended.
Now I'm thinking about camping. Let me start by saying thank you to staff. This is a continuing effort of ours to be greener, use less energy, and of course, the only way to do that is to make changes in the processes that we have. And we are and will be, I think, continuing to make changes as necessary as we identify new opportunities and new directions to better fine-tune or to take bolder steps as necessary. And so I think this is one of those steps that will help us along the pathway. But at the same time, I'm very pleased that the mayor and in conversations we've put together, I think, some additional instruction to refine what's already in place in the E, which is to look at the single 1 and 2 family home component, given that we've already passed it. And so we will look more closely at that and try to rectify, as we, I think, would do so for all of our city policies as we identify issues that might arise, attempt to fix them or remove them if they in fact aren't working. And so, that's part and parcel of what we do here at the city, and we try to be responsive. So very pleased to have that happen. On the larger picture of what we're trying to accomplish, I can say that there's much more work to be done. It's like we have a plan. but things change. Nice to see Councillor Carr and Councillor Reimer at the UDI Future of Residential Energy Systems breakfast this morning, talking about energy systems and wall systems and windows and all these things that go into the process. It's complicated. And then you layer in all the other things, whether it's heritage and character and the other competing policies that we have at the city. It makes it more challenging for us to align all the time. And I think that's where our role as council comes in, which is to put together some of these pieces and put some priority and help staff devise a way and a pathway forward once we get that type of input. And so that's what I think we're doing today, is that we're confirming for you once again that this is the direction that at least I hope the majority of council, I know the majority of council does, I'm not sure if everyone does because I don't vote count. This is, I think, a step forward, and I will be supporting, and I am also a happy camper.
It's a little snowy for camping right now. Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you. Regardless of vote counting, I don't attend early councils and make my decision there. So I actually have forwarded a referral motion to the clerk. And the referral motion reads that council directs staff to consult with stakeholders, including BC Hydro and FortisBC, to determine how recommendations in the report, energy efficient updates to Vancouver's building bylaw and related additional changes may impact the cost and affordability of the types of energy that Vancouver property owners, businesses, residents, and tenants currently use and depend on for food preparation and heating, and further that staff report back to council with all impacts the proposed recommendations may have on affordability in the City of Vancouver. And I will speak to this, but one of the reasons that I did decide to move forward with a referral motion was in hearing that some of our partners, that Fortis is perhaps supportive of one part but not another. These are currently the stakeholders that provide most of our city's energy, the most affordable energy that we have in our city right now. So with more consultation, I'm hoping that we'll be able to come closer together. I know that other councillors have referred reports and recommendations for those very reasons, and there's a lot that I agree with in this report, but I do have reservations about affordability. The mayor talks about how we have to be the greenest city. I agree, but as we face affordability issues, and I think that we're the least affordable city, one of the least affordable cities in the world to live in, and certainly in Canada. So we have to balance that out. And in balancing that out, I'd like to see that the two stakeholders that provide energy to our citizens in Vancouver, and I've heard from citizens who are having to make decisions now between heating their homes and purchasing groceries. And we usually don't see that like they do back east in the winters during the heat. But for those reasons, I'd hope that we could have some more consultation. And this isn't a no to this motion. This is just asking for us to work with FortisBC and with other stakeholders and to consider affordability in our green initiatives and goals, which I'm very supportive of as well. So I would hope that I would have council's support on this. Thank you.
Before we continue, I need a motion to extend the meeting to complete the business. Councillor Reimer has moved that. All in favor? Any opposed? We normally take a break at noon. I was hoping this item would be finished by then. I will move us to an amendment queue and hear, is that a new, you're not speaking to your own amendment. I'm going to clear this queue and hear Councillor Reimer to this amendment. If it looks like it's going to go on for long, I will break us for lunch. Councillor Reimer.
Yeah, a very short comment. I hear Councillors DiGenova passion about people paying less money for energy, and in fact the fastest way to get us to that point would be to bring in energy efficiency measures so that people like Mr. Hebert aren't stuck in thin-walled houses where energy bills are higher because the energy literally goes out the wall. So staff, I have a high degree of confidence in their consultations on this over the last 2 years, and subsequent to that in the lead up to the 2014 the Vancouver building bylaw update. So this has really been, we're going on 5 years now of consultation with Fortis and Hydro on this issue, and I suspect that there are just issues we're going to disagree on. They would prefer their customers pay more to them. I would prefer they pay less, and these are measures that seem reasonable to get us to that point.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Affleck to the referral motion.
Yeah, I'll support this. I'm concerned about the fact that we have a major industry not supportive of this, that they see flaws in the program as well as concerns regarding affordability. And I think that we can improve this, and I think it requires more consultation as far as the affordability factor. I think this is going to cost people who are looking at investing in Vancouver and living in Vancouver a lot of more money than is being implied in this report. And I would like to know if we can look at that further and consult more with the major industries that supply us with goods and services to ensure that we're making the right decision here. So I'll support the referral.
Councillor Affleck, Councillor Ball to the referral.
Yes, thank you very much. I agree there is a great deal of really good material in this report. And as it reflects on what's going on in the nation, I was very impressed with the report. I also will agree to the referral because as our chair said earlier, it's always good to hear more. It's always good to find out more. And whether we go on a little longer in terms of this decision and get the best decision for everyone, I think that that is something that is worth doing. So I would certainly support the referral.
Thank you. Mayor Robertson to the referral.
Yeah, just quickly, just to be clear, staff laid out what consultation did occur. There was extensive consultation. It shouldn't be a surprise that Fortis BC, which is a company which is in the business of selling fossil fuels for energy, would want to be selling more fossil fuels. That is their business, that their executive is required to carry out the mission of that business. So it's understandable that when the city says, we actually want to see less fossil fuel burned here because it is causing climate change and is impacting our atmosphere and our environment, we'd rather see people save money on fuel costs. We'd rather see people invest in more energy efficient homes than spending money on fossil fuels, which we know are having a devastating impact around the world with climate change. So this is a very direct way that we can make this change. That's why we have a renewable city strategy. That's why we have a greenest city action plan that's been well supported by people in Vancouver. I think it should be no surprise that stakeholders who are in the business and profiting from fossil fuels will be concerned about this transition, but I'm very hopeful that seeing Fortis's commitment to renewable natural gas and producing more of that, which will not impact the climate as fossil fuel derived natural gas does, I think it is showing that they're headed in the right direction, and many oil and gas companies have diversified their energy holdings to have significant renewable energy investments, and that's where the world is going. That's where it needs to go for the world to be a healthy place to live for future generations. So this is a very clear and direct step, and I appreciate the work that staff did. Consultation is appropriate. Not everyone's always going to be on the same page, particularly when they have a profit motive to burn more fossil fuels. This is how we urge them to make that positive shift that is much better for our planet and will save our people money in Vancouver on energy costs. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. We will now move to a voting queue. We're voting. Councillor Affleck, are you back? You've already done that. You're jumping the gun there. We're now going to vote on the referral motion. Could the clerk please take us to the voting queue on the referral? Okay, we have 8 in opposition, 3 in favor. In opposition are Councillors Deal, Louis, Stevenson, Mayor Robertson, Councillors Jang, Reimer, Meggs, and Carr. The motion to refer fails. We'll go back now to the main queue. And I have Councillor DiGenova. You have a couple of minutes left.
Thank
Do you want to speak to the motion?
I will try and be brief. I am concerned as the only millennial who sits here at this council table, and it's not just about me. It's about younger generations. It's about senior citizens. It's about people who can't afford to make these upgrades, especially, Mayor Robertson had just talked about fossil fuels. I understand that actually Creative Energy and District Energy and all of the renewable gas currently is fueled by natural gas. So I'm concerned that without having Fortis at the table that we will fail at this. I'd like to see us move perhaps more slowly, but in a positive direction and make sure that we consider affordability. I can tell you that if I could afford to tear my house down and build it brand new with solar panels and completely energy efficient, I would do that. I don't know many people in the city of Vancouver right now who are in that situation where if you ask them if they could afford to do it, they certainly would say yes, but they aren't in that situation. They're not able to afford to do that. And I've heard from many people who are concerned. They're concerned that eventually what's going to happen is they're going to apply to the city for a permit to make small changes to their homes, and it's going to trigger, as we're the only municipality, and I do appreciate Ms. Krishna mentioning yesterday that it is something that is being reviewed, but right now we're the only municipality in Metro Vancouver where an entire development permit is triggered on your home if you spend over $5,000 on a renovation. It's hard not to spend over $5,000 just to buy tiles these days. So I'm very much concerned that the new bylaws will affect people. It'll affect affordability, and we may not want to compromise affordability for being green. I think we see that in sort of looking at how many homeless people we have in the city of Vancouver, how many people we see moving away from the city of Vancouver. There have been several articles written on this topic. I mean, one of them that comes to mind is,
That is your time, Councillor DiGenova.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm also going to warn you that I'm seeing indications from staff, and we'll need to fact check some of the things you've just said. Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, so hard to know where to begin here in that muddy water that was just sort of put in front of us. But I think I'll just go back to what I would have said before those misrepresentations were put on the table. This is not a quick...
What is your point of order? What part of the procedure bylaw has been breached?
Under 5.2, words have been put in my mouth by both you and Councillor Reimer because I was expressing what citizens had said to me, so I wasn't misrepresenting anything staff had said. I just thank staff for their answers yesterday. But
Your point of order is out of order. Neither of us quoted you. Councillor Reimer.
Okay, so just to go back, this has not at all been a quick process. In fact, it started in 1990 with the Clouds of Change report. And as we heard yesterday, some of those early adopted recommendations from Clouds of Change by the Council of the Day, and much thanks to Gordon Price. I know he was, at that time, this would have been really out on a limb to put forward things around energy efficiency. It was his work in city buildings that led to a lot of the successes that we heard about yesterday, laying the groundwork for that, and the city proving out what was possible when one chose to make energy efficiency in new builds to try and reduce their energy costs as well as GHGs. And we as a council have benefited from that on the GHG side, but also, of course, because our budget is less, because we're not putting money into energy that would have just been going out those walls and windows had we not have built efficiently. And that allowed us the opportunity to prove out in this climate and in this building environment and with the contractors we have that this is possible. And that is why over this course of this last 5 years that we've been working on increasing energy efficiency requirements in the building code, we haven't seen concerns from local contractors. I know we did hear from the company that does larger industrial projects, such as pipelines and other things, and I can appreciate why they might see our building code for low-rise as problematic from their perspective, but from the perspective of our builders, and as Councillor Louis pointed out, we were just at the UDI this morning and heard literally nothing but compliments for the city in both the process in which it has rolled this out as well as the standards themselves, recognizing that it's not easy. It does take a long time. Even if passed today, this, and I don't take any, I'm not a vote counter, so I won't guess whether it's going to count or not to a majority, but to say that if it does pass today, it would not come into effect until March 2018, more than a year from now. So this is definitely a slow process, and we're directing staff to do quite a bit of work between now and then to ensure that it is the least amount of impact as possible. I do think I have an obligation to ensure that that climate change emissions do drop. We have talked about that at length. I also think I have an obligation to make sure that people like Mr. Hebert aren't coming in front of a council 40 years from now wondering why we weren't smart enough to make decisions when the evidence was right in front of us on both climate, but also the cost reductions that we could be making to people in a city where affordability is a key issue, and energy bills are something that we should be concerned about. And the main factor that increases energy costs is a lack of energy efficiency in buildings. So I choose to take action on that. For those who might be following along, Fortis is at the table. As noted, they just happen to disagree on the decision to move forward on energy efficiency, and that's fine. I mean, we don't consult to come to 100% consensus. We consult to have a round understanding of the issues and to mitigate wherever possible. But where interests fundamentally are misaligned, and the mayor pointed to the key one here, a fossil fuel company has issues with us creating rules that require people to have in new builds, Councillor DiGenova, not upgrades, in new builds this proposes to use less fossil fuels. They're going to have an issue with that because fossil fuels is what pay their bills, and that's fine. That's just a divergence of interests, but I think we will continue to work together where our interests do align, and I'm proud of the work that our staff have done. I don't think that it requires a referral to look more at it, and of course voted against that, and look forward to seeing what the next step bring back in on or before June 30th, should this pass today, because there is still work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Affleck, to the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's always important for us to have a balance in our decisions we make here in Council. We know that the environment is an important issue, but we also know that affordability is the #1 issue and concern of the citizens of this city, the people who live here, the people who want to buy their homes or rent their homes. I believe that this initiative increases the challenge, it makes Vancouver more unaffordable. We're adding a cost of approximately $8,000 to a smaller apartment for cost. Now, that may not seem much to some councillors here, but to a new investor, a 25-year-old kid who's saved up enough money to buy their first condo or their first small townhouse, that $4 per square foot adds up to a lot of money and makes it less affordable for them and less affordable for anybody in Vancouver to buy or rent, because the cost goes back to the person who's investing or renting that home. The developer will pass that cost on no matter what you think. It will be passed on to the person buying that home. I think that it's important for us to also weigh all the different pros and cons of what things will be truly impactful on our GHGs and how we impact the environment. We all know the #1 thing that we can do to reduce GHGs in the city is to get more public transportation. That will reduce the greenhouse gas emissions of all the roadblocks or traffic jams that we have as a result of some of the decisions made in this chamber. If we can get more buses and trains out there, we will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions in levels that will surpass what we ever expected in any report that we have. This is making Vancouver more unaffordable, which is contradictory to a goal of this council. It's not going to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions to the level that I think is going to have the kind of impact that you're stating here today. I think there are other things that we can do that are less impactful to affordability and more impactful to the environment. So for those reasons, I won't support this.
Thank you, Councillor Affleck. Check the word impactful. And I'm wordy. Councillor Jang, to wrap.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, when we started talking about energy efficiency and building bylaws a few years ago, you know, I too had a number of worries because I was in the middle of doing I was going to start a nice big renovation of my house. Couldn't afford to rebuild it, so we just did everything. We took everything out, and I said to the contractor, let's do it properly. Let's do it according to everything. So anybody can come to my house and inspect to make sure. You know, I even had the levers on the door and instead of doorknobs, everything that we were supposed to do. And I was a little skeptical. I was a little worried about it. But actually, I didn't notice the costs. What I have noticed is when I look at my Fortis BC bill and my hydro bill, they're really low. It blows me away, actually. In fact, my wife even said to me, she goes, we're giving less money to Fortis. This is great. And it's been a lot cheaper. And especially during the cold snap last month, we noticed the house was nice and toasty. We didn't have to have the furnace running all the time. It was great. So, you know, proof is in the pudding. It took me to actually go through this big, long renovation, and my colleagues know how I moaned and complained and carried on and practically gave myself a brain aneurysm over it, and it all worked out. And so to this day, like when I got the bill the other day in the mail, I went, ha ha, bonus, this is great. So happy to support all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. All right, we're going to move to the voting queue, please. The clerk could do that on the main motion as amended. Okay, we have the vote in. It is 10 in favor, 2 in opposition. In opposition are Councillors Affleck and DeGenova. I am now going to call us our lunch recess. It is 12:15. We will come back at 1 p.m., 45-minute break, and we'll finish the opioid issue at that time. Thank you. And sorry, George, impactful is correct. It's just one that some people don't like, but it is correct. I checked. I thought it was technically incorrect. Okay, we have quorum. I know there's some people just outside the door, so if we can get going, that would be great. All right, we're going to reconvene this meeting from this morning. We managed to finish one item and pass one item on consent this morning. We have 8 items on the agenda. This is likely to be a long day, so let's be efficient. Speaking of efficiency, we did finish that item. We are now going to continue with item number 6, the opioid overdose crisis update. And I have an update on the update, and that is that our speaker is not able to make it. She was able to contact us and let us know that due to circumstances unforeseen, she is not able to make it. But before we go back into debate on this, I'm going to make some comments to council as a whole. There was a number of comments and points of order this morning regarding attendance. And at the beginning of each meeting, the clerk reads out the attendance and reads the leaves of absence, and I will not be entertaining any points of orders or commentary around attendance beyond that. It is not in order, and that is under, by the way, the bylaw 4.2A, what the chair's responsibilities are. So saying that, let's get back to the actual business of this council. And I don't have anyone on the queue right now, but we have the opioid overdose crisis update. Councillor Carr on the queue, and I believe we were in another round of questions before we went to a motion and before we decided to defer this till after lunch. Oh, Councillor Jang. Okay. You're trying to, okay,
where are we starting again?
So if you have,
I thought I'd moved it originally.
if there are no more questions, I would be very happy to entertain the motion.
Okay, so well, I've already moved it, but we'll move it again.
Okay,
and
Councillor Reimer, do you have questions? Okay, I'm going to move us to the main queue because I wasn't there yet. So Councillor Jang and Councillor Reimer, yeah, there we go. All right, Councillor Jang, to the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm pleased to move this, and I know I've worked very hard with Councillor Carr on this one to make sure the needs are met for our firefighters, as well as the in-reach into the SROs and the other places to combat the opioid crisis. This overdose crisis is unprecedented. We've never seen anything like this in Canadian history. It's taken us all by surprise, whether you're the federal government, provincial government, or civic government. We've seen a scattering of responses, everybody trying to figure out what to do next. We've seen, for example, the federal, we have had, 914 deaths. 944, I can't remember anymore, it's just so many. And it's tiring everybody out. From the federal government side, the response we've seen from them is they're not really stepping up with money. They said that what we're going to do is to allow different types of treatments to be available. So the only one they've approved for additional use is diacetylmorphine. That's it. The provincial government, scrambling, not knowing what to do. They said, okay, great, diacetylmorphine, Suboxone, we don't have clinical care guidelines, and we're not sure we want to pay for all the different ones. And so they're all fighting amongst themselves trying to get this done. So what does that leave the people who are dying? Well, it's up to us, and certainly what we've seen, the actual response on the street is from our first responders, whether it's fire and police and ambulance service. But in particular, fire has carried the burden of this because they're usually the first on scene, and they're suffering now from issues of post-traumatic stress disorders and others. Even my colleagues at Vancouver Coastal Health and those of us at UBC, we all got a memo about making sure we look after ourselves now, realizing how bad things are and how many horrible things we've seen. I'm myself learning that people I know, their children are actually dying from overdoses. And not only that, we're now hearing stories in which, and this is quite tragic, where the children are being trained in naloxone to keep their parents alive. That's a whole new twist we've never seen before. And the deaths keep growing. Councillor Affleck had asked a little bit about, how come we don't get updated stats? They're released monthly from the coroner's office. And what we've seen is the continuing trend. I am hoping that this abates soon. I don't want to see us having to dedicate more money year over year over year to have to do this stuff. But right now, it doesn't look that way, and we have to keep people alive. So the money that we put into the budget is for direct service, and I want to point out, it's direct service within the city's responsibility. We're not taking and downloading. We're not doing anything like that. We are supporting our firefighters to be able to respond quicker and better and look after themselves. We're supporting our outreach workers who are going into the SROs, going into the various housing units to help people stay alive, provide training, because that's where most of the deaths occur. It's inside, not outside on the street. Even with the response we're starting to see from the federal and provincial governments, it actually, some of the new treatments won't be available until June. And that's when they're just going to be actually implemented. Not to mention getting everybody trained up to do the stuff. So we're going to have at least 5 more months of really nothing there, outside of us. Outside of us. And I think that's the important thing to remember here. If it wasn't for our response, right now on the street every single day, there wouldn't be much of a response. We're working very closely with Coastal Health. They are throwing money. Whenever we put money on the table to support something, they are leveraging that and using it to save lives. So I'm hoping we see in the next month a reduction in the number of deaths. I'm hoping we see in the January stats reduction in the number of calls, which means that we're starting to at least stop that portion. But there's all the other bits and pieces that we have to worry about, including treatment and prevention. At FCM, Mayor Robertson is now leading a new task force with the big city mayors, all learning to tackle this. We get calls from Alberta, we get calls from Ontario asking what's happening next. What do we do? Just in the papers today, we had issues from Alberta as they come to grips with the number of deaths occurring there. So I'm very happy to be moving this and supporting our firefighters, but also the inReach. And for those who worry about budgets, this investment, I am hoping, will make sure that we reduce numbers so we don't have to keep adding money to the budget to tackle this. This is one way, this is an investment in people's lives and something that we do. There's no politicking here. You don't gain anything by voting against or whatever the case may be. It's about simple human lives, and I'm urging all of members of council to support living, to support people so they can live. You don't gain anything by voting no. You don't gain anything really except a bunch more deaths, and you'll be blamed for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I think that there's a lot of gray area here in looking to the opioid overdose crisis. We're hearing a number of different pieces of information. I understand that there are people that have been consulted, but I'm not sure that we've heard from all of them. I'm not sure that we've heard from the ambulance paramedics. I'm not sure that we've had meaningful conversations with the province. What I do see missing from this is the Ministry of Health. I see in recommendation, I believe it's A5, talking about BC housing. There's nothing about the Ministry of Health in here. That being said, I'm very concerned that in such an unaffordable city where we're seeing our downtown east side and the numbers increase there, although this government and this council promised that that wouldn't happen. Instead, what we're doing is throwing a few dollars at the problem instead of really looking at how can we stop the supply of fentanyl and carfentanil and W18. I don't have answers to some of those questions. If for instance, there's a drug seizure, how long does it take to test those drugs? How long does it take to go back and find out who is supplying them? I'd like to hear more information on that before I throw more money at this instead of at harm reduction. Councillor Jang has noted on, and actually is something we agree on. I believe that the Naomi trial here in Vancouver did have merit. I believe that there are certain harm reduction policies that have been implemented in Vancouver that have made a difference. I think it's great at Insight that people can test for fentanyl. Not everyone is doing that. I understand that some people are using their Naxalon kits to actually shoot their drugs thinking that they're a 2-use needle, and they're not. So I'm very concerned about that. I'm also concerned that our firefighters who do great work, meaningful work, and they're being taken away from that work by these calls. We've received many emails as we had 48 hours to consider voting on this new 0.5% tax increase, which might not seem to a lot to each person here, but if we keep increasing, eventually it's more than most people can bear. And we are listed as one of the least affordable cities, the top 3 in the world. For those reasons, I think that we instead should sit at the table with the province instead of, Councillor Jang talked about politics, and I agree with him. This shouldn't be political. We should put that aside. We should talk to the province. Just yesterday, they increased the funding by double for the BC Centre for Substance Abuse. So I think that we need to be working together. But what I don't see in here, and Councillor Maggs brought up a point that I agree with, and Councillor Stevenson as well, more enforcement. What are we doing to go after the actual higher level drug dealers who are mailing this into our system? What are we doing to make sure that the drug dogs, the CBSA, that our mail system, when things come into Vancouver, that we are curbing them from going to the downtown east side? So I just don't feel that the recommendations at this point reflect that. And I'm very concerned that instead what we're going to be doing is actually putting more money towards a problem. If 9 people died in the city of Vancouver in one day because of at the hands of another person, we would be looking for that person. We wouldn't be out saying, I think we're just going to look for the potential victims and help them. So why aren't we putting resources towards that? So that to me is something that's a big question mark. We've heard from many citizens, we've received hundreds, if not over 1,000 emails that this tax is something that they don't support. There is a lot of empathy out there, but the way that the consultation, or should I say lack of consultation, and I agree with what Councillor Affleck said. If Vancouver Fire and Rescue feels that they need this, they should make a proposal for this in their budget. But I very much support finding meaningful ways to deal with this, and I think we have to sit down with our partners at the province and not ask our citizens here in the city of Vancouver to pay twice. And we certainly are. In Metro Vancouver, no other citizen outside of the city of Vancouver, no other property tax individual who pays property tax is paying an extra 0.5% for fentanyl. Councillor Louis often says he doesn't want to leave any money on the table. Neither do I. So let's go to the province and work with them and look at provincial health funding here for this crisis. Thank you.
Councillor DeChenova. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, let me just thank our staff for their quick response in coming back with the funding and the allocation of funding where it's desperately needed in terms of supporting our frontline workers, and to thank the public for their input on this that has helped inform the strategy. I think that Councillor DeGenova is talking about where there are points of agreement, and I think that we all want to see this opioid crisis diminish. There's no evidence that I can see, though, that says that increased police force, diligence would make that difference in terms of the drug trade. But what Vancouver Coastal Health and what everybody that I've talked to, everyone who came to the mayor's town hall meeting on this before Christmas said unanimously was that you have to take, to solve that problem, you've got to take the supply of drugs out of the hands of the gangs and create a legal source. So prescription of the opioids for people who suffer with addictions. And where I know we also can agree is having on-demand treatment. But those two things are not within the purview of the City Council to act on. So what we can act on is making sure that we have supplied the best possible array of resources to the frontline workers who are saving lives. And to me, there's no gray areas here. We have a crisis which has risen, seen the illicit drug deaths rise over the last year by almost 80%. And 90% of those indoors, where frontline workers, where people with lived experience can actually help make a difference in terms of saving those lives. We have, for our firefighters, Fire Hall number 2 in the downtown east side, an increase in 275% in the calls for overdose that they've had to go out to between December of 2015 and December of this past year. Where we've got in this report recommendations to spend the money, I believe, are the most appropriate places to support those people in sort of hopefully an interim basis until other levels of government do move on issues like supplying prescription drugs to those who really are addicted, and to supplying treatment on demand when people say, I'm ready for it. But interim to that, we have to make sure that our workers who are saving lives are well supported. I'm incredibly happy both about the frontline work amongst peer groups, social service providers, people with lived experience living within the SROs and the hotels, rooming houses where many of these deaths have occurred, and also especially to our firefighters, as I say, when they're handling in downtown East Side Fire Hall number 2, a call, an overdose call every 90 minutes on average. I mean, that takes a huge toll. So thank you to staff for the work on that. Thank you to those people who are out there putting their own health, physical and mental well-being on the line to save people's lives.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Reimer.
Thanks, Councillor Deal. Chairperson, Madam Chairperson, I did want to add words of support for the motion to balance off some of the viewpoints expressed earlier by a councillor speaking against it. 9 people did die at the hands of a single person in the city of Vancouver in a single day. And that person was an elected official who chose not to take action, because we cannot rely on a majority taking action and a minority sitting on their hands and not, because each elected official...
What is your point of order, Councillor DiGenova?
I could go back and say it again, but it was so offensive. I believe that Councillor Reimer just called me a murderer.
You weren't named. Out of order. Councillor Reimer.
Okay.
So every single time an elected official chooses not to take action to prevent these deaths, they are in fact culpable in these deaths. We're put into government to take action. You may believe that other actions are more important, but then I would encourage you, this is a crisis. Please make an amendment, put it on the table, let's debate it, let's get acting. If the problem is stopping people from dying, parents, as we heard, children, friends, then yes, I do believe that it deserves a government response. I think there is a clear problem and there is a clear solution put in front of us. I believe in taking action in a data-driven way. We heard extensive testimony at the last council meeting 2 weeks ago that half of people are dying in SROs, and this is a very quick response, in my opinion, from staff to figure out what we can do now, not when the research is in from the province's investment yesterday, but tomorrow, like literally tomorrow, this can be deployed into those SROs to save lives if we choose, each of us, to vote for it. I also believe that the responses have to be jurisdictionally appropriate. I know that the mayor and our staff are working extraordinarily closely with provincial officials, both at the Vancouver Coastal Health Authority, but also in the ministry. And to the best of my knowledge, and Councillor DiGenova may have other information, not circumstance in which they would be spending it on supporting our firefighters with the issues that are proposed in this report. That's our responsibility as a civic government. I did want to thank those of you on council who did vote to support hearing from a speaker with lived experience at the front line. I know Councillor DiGenova herself was a bit late today due to medical issues. Ms. Ward had her own.
What is your point of order, Councillor DiGenova?
Madam Chair, that you are not going to allow anyone to speak about anyone else's leave.
He was quoting something you actually said. Out of order. Back to Councillor Reimer. You did. You stood up and said you'd been at the doctor's.
I'm sorry. I thought it was a matter of factual record. In any event, for whatever reason, sometimes councillors are not able to make it on time. I appreciate that people were willing to afford a speaker the opportunity to speak. And I especially want to thank staff who went to extraordinary efforts to try and track down Ms. Ward. I do, I will say that I actually was last night after council meeting with Ms. Ward and some other folks on the front line and hearing the stories about children losing parents. And the level of trauma that continues to build for frontline response in the downtown east side. And I do know she had every intention of being here today to express that personally to you. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I certainly felt a level of thanks from her for this investment and also a level of urgency around the need to continue to figure out ways that we can pull the people together that we need to, the elected officials who are willing to act in a meaningful, time-sensitive way, because every day that we're not, people are dying down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Meigs.
I'll be brief. I was struck too by the analogy to 9 being killed at the hands of a single person. Because I think if that did happen, it would be strange if we said, let's have a consultation about whether or not we deal with this issue. We wouldn't expect the chief or anybody else to say, hang on here, before we deal with this larger question, should we have a period of consultation? We wouldn't do that. And in fact, I think, although I was the one who raised some of these policing questions, and we do expect the police to make their judgments, and Mr. Mokry told us they probably are allocating an enormous share, if not all of their enforcement energy to try to crack the fentanyl issue. I think I've heard our chief say quite explicitly that the other responses that they need to see are things like treatment on demand, resources to frontline responders, including their own, who are dealing with an unprecedented tragedy. They haven't said, hold it, we need a 30, 90, 180-day period of consultation. And then if we look at what the province's response has been, and Councillor Jang's been eloquent in pointing to some of the areas where he thought it could be improved, what we hear is the province saying, we don't have time for consultation, we need immediate federal action now to change the game in terms of what drugs are available, to open up supervised injection sites, not just here, but in other major cities. We hear the Mayor of Calgary, the Mayor of Toronto saying, this is the biggest problem on our agenda, as Mayor Robertson had the unfortunate responsibility to predict for them. He forecast this to them, that this would become the all-encompassing approach. So I think it is regrettable that we hear this proposition that there's a requirement for extra consultation on a situation where we have, in fact, not heard an outcry from the public in a very large way, in my view, and I would welcome hearing it now to demonstrate that I'm wrong. When this council said in its majority, we would like to obtain some extra resources for this unprecedented situation, I think the understanding that that was the correct decision has been growing and growing, not declining. And so I think it would be appropriate for all of us to acknowledge that growing understanding in the citizens of our city that this is something unprecedented, something new, something where we may have to dig deeper yet within our areas of responsibility to do what is necessary to try to confront it, both in policy terms and in terms of action where we can do so, just as we have to when it snows, and even more so. So I welcome these, as others have said, these recommendations, and I think that I'm speaking for a lot of members of council when I say to staff, be proactive in proposing additional solutions if you think that's warranted. Don't take from this debate the message that we should sit and have long consultations when we're confronting this deadly crisis.
Thank you, Councillor Meigs. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very, 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 very concerned about the comments by Councillor Reimer. They were not only bullying tactics, they're threatening to me. I feel that to say that we are...
Madam Chair, to be accused of engaging in bullying tactics and threatening council, I spoke only to factual issues that were a matter of record in this chamber.
I support that point of order. Please go back to the issue at hand. I'm sorry, there's already a point of order on the floor. You're up to 8 today so far, so let's just keep this down to a roar. Councillor Affleck, I rule that point of order out of order.
Councillor
Reimer, back to you. Sorry, Councillor Affleck, back to you.
Thank you. Councillor Reimer did say that if we vote against this, we are culpable to people's lives, to their deaths. I find that highly unethical and inappropriate in this chamber to say those kinds of things to us. Our role in this council, in this chamber, is to make decisions based on whatever criteria in effect we may have personally or philosophically or politically. However, we obviously don't always agree in this chamber, obviously. But to tell me that if I make the decision against this, I am culpable for somebody's death is unbelievably disrespectful to the process and to democracy. I will not stand for it. Unbelievable. That is the most inappropriate thing I've ever heard in politics, to be honest, Councillor Reimer. I've been clear on this issue since the budget in December about where I stand. I feel that we have our roles and responsibilities as a council. They are set out in the charter. They are set out in our policies as a city. I believe that many of the things that are being decided in this chamber by Vision Vancouver go beyond what our roles and responsibilities are, and we are burdening the taxpayers of the city beyond what I think is appropriate. I'm concerned, of course, about this issue. I think it's a problem, but I do think that the provincial and the federal government, certainly the provincial government, is coming up to the table with what's necessary. We, of course, already have much of the infrastructure in place and already are paying firefighters to take care of this, and we are dealing with this in the ways we already have in place, that were set in place. If the firefighters believe last July, as Councillor Carr said, that this from year over year, from December 2015 to December 2016, we saw this huge increase, and the firefighters saw these huge numbers increase. Why didn't they make that part of their budget process? Why didn't they come to us in October, 10 months into the year, 10 months into this increased crisis, and start the process of asking us for more money then, at the appropriate time? This kind of ad hoc, emotional decision-making is inappropriate and not the way we should be governing our city. So I won't support this.
Councillor Affleck, Councillor Reimer. Sorry, that was the...
I'm on, but I'm not sure how much time I have left in my 5 minutes.
You know what, your timer wasn't running and I was running it on my personal clock and you have about 45 seconds left.
That's fine. I have only one point of fact to clarify. I did not suggest that elected officials are culpable by failing to vote for these recommendations. I said directly that elected officials are culpable by failing to act. If one does not like these actions, please put an amendment on the table and let's debate it. But by failing to act, it does become a political act and one that does directly lead to people's deaths because you're not proposing any action to prevent them from dying. So yes, I do stand by those statements. Yeah, I would like to hear what these alternative measures are. I would like to debate them in this chamber, but in the absence of anything on the table other than these recommendations, which I support from staff, you're not allowing me that position.
Okay. And that is your time now. Thank you for that, for checking your time. Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. I believe that everyone in this chamber is empathetic. I believe we all relate to the fact that people are suffering, and I think it's enormously difficult to make a decision about this particular, no matter how hard the staff have worked, is this going to make a difference in whether or not the drugs are getting to people? And are we doing enough to stop the supply of illicit fentanyl to people, which allows them to kill themselves? It is tragic, and I keep asking this question: why aren't we stopping the access? Why aren't we making that the priority in terms of having more and more people suffer? I have asked this question. I don't feel we received an answer or any interest in actually figuring out the way, whether it is with the provincial or the federal government, what we can do to make a huge difference in the access to the drugs. You cannot die if you haven't taken an illegal drug that will kill you. There is this disconnect that we don't seem to be recognizing here. And people in pain will look for a way to get rid of pain, but you can't do it with an illegal drug and continue to live. The other thing that I have a real question about is I feel we should be supporting our firefighters. I don't understand why this service is not in their health plan. That is baffling to me, that anyone who deals, police, fire, any of our first responders who deal with death on a daily basis should have access to those sort of services. Why now? Why specifically just with illegal fentanyl overdose? Why not in every circumstance, which is tragic and awful, would they not have access to those services? So I find a lot of this very confusing. I, like everyone, listened to the speakers who spoke to us the other day, felt incredible pain for them, for what they are going through and having to deal with the people in their neighborhoods dying. I think the only answer is to stop the supply, and I haven't heard yet how we are going to do that and when we are going to do that. For me, that's where you start, as well as offering all the services which we do. And it's good news that the province has come in. Listening to Councillor Jang, you would feel that it's bad news that they have offered an enormous amount of support. And for me, it doesn't matter when a government offers the support. You should say great, so that we can move forward with them and work on more solutions. But I'm finding this a very, very difficult issue. I certainly feel that we need to support our first responders, and I would hope to see that some of these issues do make a small difference, but which is why I will vote for it, but I'm not happy with the fact that there are no answers about how to stop this terrible epidemic. And I certainly am not doing so because I would feel any culpability voting against it. I would like to start a conversation with the province and being able to say that, yes, we are contributing in this way, and the same with the federal government. So I just want to make it very clear why I will vote for it, because I believe that some of the things that are suggested here will help deal with some of the pain in the community, and that's why I will vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go on record as saying that I will indeed be voting in favor. In fact, excuse me. In fact, for me, this is a no-brainer. I don't know why Councillor Ball is getting tied up with questions of access and why are these drugs and why can't we stop them. This has been a problem that North America has been dealing with for decades and had a policy for a long time of just say no, and that will take care of the problem, and we know that it doesn't take care of the problem. But thankfully, Councillor Ball is voting in favor because even though we can't deal with the access problem, and that's a whole other question, we have to deal with the problem that we have directly, and that is people who are dying on our streets. I am not at all confused by this, but I am confused by the response of Councillor Affleck on this, because I hear him saying that he is very empathetic to those who are struggling, but this isn't the solution. This isn't the way to go. And yet, there's been a couple of calls now to say, okay, let's talk about what is the way to go, put an amendment in, and we can discuss that. It feels fairly simple. And if the citizens of Vancouver are at all opposed to this money going into this, I think most of the people that I speak to, there are a few that that have opposite views, but most of the people that I speak to are really, really concerned about this problem and are worried about what might be coming next because, as we know, there's drugs that are even more deadly. And they're not just on the horizon, they're here, but they don't seem to be mass distributed yet, but that could happen. For me, it's perfectly acceptable for the fire department to come along and the chief to come along at this point in time and say, this is of a greater magnitude than we ever knew. It's certainly of greater magnitude than this council ever knew, and most people in Vancouver ever knew. The fire department has had a bit of a glimpse further down the tube, so to speak, than the rest of us, but they have come to us because they say, we've got a tiger by the tail, and we really need increased funding. So for me, again, this is a no-brainer. When they come to us, I don't think that it's our place to say, let's go back and analyze this, let's have another look, let's go consult with the public or whoever. It's our job to act, just as one of the councillors pointed out, when it snows, we have to respond. Some years there's no snow, and other years, like this year, we have a huge snowfall. We can't just say, well, let's talk about that, city manager. Let's go back and see if we want to really take care of that problem. So again, I think this is really very, very important. And I was hoping that all of us would come to an agreement and vote unanimously for this. That looks to be not possible unless we have an amendment that we can actually look at and debate and see if there's a way forward that way.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I see I have just over a minute remaining. I feel compelled to respond to two particular issues. One is the matter of timing, the questioning of why did this proposal for additional funding come to us late in the game of our consideration of operating and a budget for next year. I remind everybody at Council that the exacerbation of the fentanyl crisis really took off and became that much worse only late in fall with the introduction of carfentanil as a contaminant into the illegal drug scene. The equivalent of 2 grains of salt of carfentanil are enough to kill a person. It's unbelievable. So that's why we have the greater deaths. I believe that's why we have the greater crisis and the need to respond late in the game of last year. Secondly, regarding the burden on taxpayers, I also just want to remind Council that we did look at those figures, and the increase 0.05 in terms of the property tax last year amounts to the equivalent of less than $5 a year for an average homeowner. For an average condo owner, around $10 a year for an average homeowner, and $19 a year for an average business property owner. Those are such small amounts. A coffee, a couple of slices of pizza, in terms of a whole year of spending. In terms of what it is achieving, it's incomparable. So just to ask councillors to consider those as they vote.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova.
I actually have a referral motion. I was asked for something, so I'm just sending that over to the clerk. I had to write that a little bit on the fly here.
Okay, I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. So you can put yourself back on the queue. If you push your button, I can get your microphone on.
There we go.
Can the clerk get that up on the screen? Has it been received?
I've sent it over.
You please start speaking to it. We know what referrals look like.
Okay. I am very concerned that not all stakeholders, as Councillor Affleck mentioned and other councillors have, I mean, this certainly is a crisis, but we've known about fentanyl, perhaps not carfentanil for as long, but opioids, especially in the downtown east side, for quite some time. And we are asking the taxpayer to foot the bill. Councillor Carr is talking about that being a coffee for some or a couple of slices of pizza, but it all adds up. I mean, each time we come to budget time, it's how many coffees, how many pieces of pizza. So I'm not saying that this isn't very important, but I think that it is important that, as Councillor Louis has said before, I believe it was regarding the senior center, that we need to go to the provincial and the federal government and we need to ask for that money. And we need to wait for that money. And in this case, I think we certainly do need to consult with the BC ambulance paramedics. I mean, I agree that our Vancouver firefighters do an excellent job. In fact, I'm concerned that we're going to hear from them that they're doing such an excellent job at this that they may not be able to respond to some of their other work. So I am concerned. I'm concerned that they actually can't take patients to the hospital. So for that reason, I think it's very important that we do consult with the ambulance paramedics of BC, with the BC Ambulance Service, and the public. The public who has not, and I asked, and our deputy city manager had said to me a few weeks ago, there has been no public consultation on this, and there should be. I know that the public consultation we've had so far has come to us via emails, and we've all received over hundreds of them, if not 1,000. I don't have the exact count. So for that reason, and in being thoughtful in making sure that we actually deal with this crisis and put money towards a strategy and a solution that will work, I hope that you will support this referral. Councillor Reimer, I believe it was Councillor Reimer who referred this just a couple of weeks back to this meeting. So if we can wait 2 weeks, why can't we wait a few more weeks to consult with these different groups? I think that it's very important. We heard from Pivot Legal Society. We heard from nonprofits in the downtown east side who don't agree with the way that the city of Vancouver is going about this. And for those reasons, I think that we certainly have more consultation to do. So I hope you all will support this referral motion, because I would like to be able to vote with you on spending money that will actually create a solution to the opioid crisis we have here in the city of Vancouver. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, did you know what Councillor Jang? Point of order to Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'm calling a point of order under the section 5.2 E. If not by words, express any opinion or make any allegation that directly or indirectly reflects upon the character of any person or groups of people. I would ask Councillor DiGenova to retract the statement she made that the firefighters, by doing such a good job on this, may not be doing a good job in their other duties.
Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I said I am concerned that they will do such a good job at this that they will come back to us and say that they don't have the resources to do what they do so well.
No, that's not.
That is what I said.
No, it's not what you said.
That is what I said.
Let's refrain from making comments about what other staff departments might or might not do, and stick to what our responsibilities are here, which is voting on this referral to this motion. Okay. Councillor Jang, you had the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not supporting the referral for a number of reasons. First of all, with the ambulance service, I know our fire and staff do meet with ambulance service. It's also part of the provincial table that works together on this, so there is extensive cross-department and agency discussions that go on a regular basis. So it's not required. Secondly, the second part is report on measures to identify fentanyl, carfentanil. Just two weeks ago, Dr. Daly was here explaining the difficulties pretty much to test for things like carfentanil. That equipment is now here. It's being calibrated. It will take several months before it's that's arriving in New York City at the moment. So there's a whole range of analogs that need specific testing. And Coastal, quite frankly, the province wasn't prepared. And Dr. Daly made that very clear 2 weeks ago. Secondly, when it comes to a referral to spend more time talking, you know, how many will die in the meantime? That's what concerns me. So we're going to talk some more about things that have already been talked about at provincial tables, with the Ministry of Health, with the ambulance service, with fire, with Coastal Health, everyone. I meet with Coastal Health on a regular basis. We, you know, in my other capacities. So there's lots of discussions going on, and what they all agree on is immediate action. And the very fact that Coastal Health supports what's in this report, as well as putting additional resources and money into it to support us, says that it needs to go now. And when you look at this report and what's actually in there, it's direct clinical service. It's not more discussions or things like that. It's direct clinical service for our firefighters who, you know, don't have to put up with a lot of stuff. You know, they put up with the things and they budgeted that for over the years, but this is unprecedented. In my work at UBC and other places, you know, they're telling us to take time off. They're telling us not to get so wrapped up in it because we're starting to all burn out on this. I'm getting tired. We're all getting tired. All my colleagues are getting tired. So we need direct action, and this is what the motion originally was designed to do. We heard references to Pivot Legal Society and the Downtown Eastside activists 2 weeks ago saying they didn't agree with some of the stuff we did last week. Well, this is the response to that. 2 weeks later, they said we need more direct services into the SROs, in reach, they said, and we're delivering on it. 2 weeks, and our staff went crazy to get this done, to get it organized, and to get leveraging funds and support from other nonprofits and other agencies to do it, and you want to put it off? I think not. So I am not in favor of this, and, you know, I'm really getting tired of this debate. I think that we have to save lives. That's what we're here to do, and that's the first priority. To do anything else is immoral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Councillor Reimer.
Well, Councillor Jang has summarized well. I might, for the sake of clarifying the public record, I did not refer anything from the last meeting to this one. Councillor DiGenova, your memory seems to be faulty on that. What I did do was implore staff to bring back actions that we could take on the issues around the people that are dying in SROs, as noted, half of the deaths that are occurring. And the overdoses are in SROs, and we had no actions listed last time, so I asked staff to bring action back on that front. And I know that other councillors also implored staff to bring back actions for dealing with stress and mental health and physical impacts on our firefighters from this crisis. And I am very pleased with the speed with which staff have brought back the action. So when I was suggesting an amendment to take action, I was thinking it would involve actions, such as defined in the dictionary, the fact or process of doing something typically to achieve an aim. So I don't in this see an action which would directly deal with the fact that today, right now, tonight, tomorrow, the next day, the day after, and every day, we are seeing people overdose on our streets, and without taking some remedial action, it is leading to death. So I appreciate the attempt at an amendment. I don't support an amendment that proposes taking no action for the reasons I earlier stated.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Louis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And perhaps that's a good segue. That word action, I think, is the key because there's activities occurring, deaths that are occurring, a crisis that's occurring right now. And so action is required. Now, that word culpable, that seemed to ignite a bit of debate a bit earlier. What it says when you look it up is that sometimes you're just as culpable as when you watch something as when you're actually participating. And synonyms: to blame, guilty, at fault, in the wrong, answerable, accountable, responsible, blameworthy, censurable. I think all those words can be applied with every one of us if we don't take action. And so I don't take the position that Councillor Affleck put forward as what we should do, which is take more time, as Councillor DiGenova is saying. It's As staff had described earlier when we were asking questions, extensive discussions and consultations have been underway already, that we've worked hard to live up to what council's decision was, which was that we needed to take some early actions. And so staff have done exactly that. They've come back with a number of recommendations to us outlining how we would take action, outlining how much it would cost. We're talking about $370,000 here. That's what we're being asked to approve of in the report. In the report, it also outlines that it's leveraging money from the province, $420,000 at a minimum, plus other in-kind, I guess, actions by the province, which would satisfy, I think Councillor DiGenova's constant quoting of myself is that I want the province and the Fed to put money on the table. Well, in fact, they have. The province has at least. And so that's a good thing. Now, and I thank Councillor DiGenova for pointing out my fiscal responsibility to the taxpayers. But it goes beyond that. It's about priorities of where we put the monies. It appears today that we're refighting a debate that occurred during the budget, where council and the majority decided that we would spend as necessary up to 0.5% tax increase in order to try to leverage provincial and federal monies to try to deal with this crisis. Some of council voted against. Instead, that other some of council voted instead to give a 20% increase to cultural grants instead of voting for this crisis to save people's lives. The majority of council voted against that initiative, equating to about $2.9 million to increase cultural grants in our city. Now, of course, we make multiple decisions on where to spend the money. I would say, in this case, I think council and the majority made the right decision. Rather than adding to the $14 million that we already spend for cultural grants, another $2.9 million, we're spending to save lives. And so when we're comparing this to pizza, I think it's inappropriate. We're not talking about a pizza a day or a coffee a day. We're talking about people's lives. It's incomparable. And so I will not support referral. I will not support a further delay. I support action. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So Louis, Councillor Ball.
Yes, I wish I had a little more time here because paying for cultural grants is a good way to actually not have addicts in our community. And anyone who knows anything about culture, who has looked at what it can do and what it does do for a community, would not speak of it in such derogatory terms. I do want to say that Councillor DiGenova's motion was an action, indeed. It was an action to consult. And I do not know what we're afraid of because frequently in this chamber we want consultation so that we know more, so that we can move forward. What are we afraid of finding out from the public or from the ambulance service? Why are we afraid to hear from them? I don't understand that. I'm always happy to listen to more information so I can make a better decision. And I would certainly support her motion for action in that way.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Stevenson.
Councillor Ball, I'm not afraid of anything. I'm willing to hear anybody, but there are people dying, do you understand? D-Y-I-N-G, in the streets every single day. How long would you like to wait? How about 3 weeks? How about 2 months? How about another year? Then we can consult with everybody you possibly know. What we need right now is to move forward at the request of the fire department, not at the request of some councillor or other. The fire department, you put so much credence in the staff, I know, because I've heard you over the years. But here you're saying, well, this isn't enough. The staff haven't given us enough. We've got an emergency, but it's not enough. We need to have more. Yeah, I'll have more. Let's have a referendum. When I was asking for amendment, I was thinking that you would come back with some proposal to try and deal with this, not just throw it off into more time. I'm absolutely opposed to this amendment and to sending it off for yet more time while people are dying. The numbers, you've seen the numbers. We're up over 1,000 now. I mean, this is, if it isn't an epidemic, I don't know another word. And indeed, if it was an epidemic of the sorts of biological sorts, I don't think there would be any question. We would be zipping through as fast as we can to try to deal with that because of the danger. People are still dying. May not be a biological death as in some disease, but they're dying because of fentanyl, and we need to act.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. That completes the speakers list for the amendment. Let's take us to a voter's screen, please. This is for the referral. Okay, we have 8 in opposition, 3 in favor. In opposition are Councillors Deal, Louis, Stevenson, Mayor Robertson, Councillors Jang, Reimer, Meigs, and Carr. The referral motion fails, and we go back to the regular queue, the main queue. Councillor DeGenova, did you have anything else to add?
I just wanted to say that I did bring that referral forward as an action, and I was quite taken aback by being told by other councillors that they didn't feel it was an action. I watched another councillor this morning push this item back today on our agenda. I mean, if we wanted it to have all of the attention that it truly should have when all of the media was here this morning, if it's that big of an issue, which we know it is, then perhaps we could have dealt with it this morning and the decision would have been made and staff could have started hours ago. That being said, I'm very concerned that we don't have all of the players at the table that need to be to have a proper solution for this. So although I do, and I hope that politics aren't being played here, I do support the city of Vancouver doing what we can to combat the opioid crisis. I don't think that we're working with all of the players. I am a huge supporter of first responders. As a board director of Honor House, I'd like to also mention that. As Councillor Carr said before, I just want to be very clear, and I think she was asking for clarification. I very much support our firefighters. In fact, I feel terrible that they have so much on their plates. I think that we need to be consulting with all of our first responders that are coming into contact with these drugs and with people who unfortunately have fallen victim to these drugs. I also think that we need to try and get to the root and the cause and the source. And I know that we fund millions of dollars on different forces, including the Vancouver Police Department, that does try and go after people who are trafficking and who are creating these drugs. So I unfortunately had put forward an action as I'd been asked to do. I was hoping that in doing that in good faith it would be supported. It wasn't, and unfortunately I won't be able to support this because I really think that our ambulance paramedics should be consulted.
You actually did speak to this before and you only had a few seconds left, so you can wrap her up. That would be great. Okay, thank you.
That's all I'll say. That's the reason I can't support this.
All right, thank you. Mayor Robertson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I had hopes that we would be unanimous as council in doing everything we can as a city to save lives and to make sure that we're supporting our first responders. And I take issue with councillors saying they support our firefighters and first responders when they are rejecting a proposal to fund health and wellness supports for firefighters who are dealing with the most horrendous epidemic of preventable death that the city has ever seen. And they're responding to it every day, every night, and there is real impact and trauma for our firefighters. I think I want to thank staff for bringing this forward so quickly, making sure we've not only done the work to figure out what our firefighters need for health supports as they're dealing with the chaos out there with the fentanyl overdose deaths, but also in bringing the partners, Vancouver Coastal Health, BC Housing, and most importantly, community partners who are saving lives in the SROs, saving lives in pop-up tents, saving lives wherever they can in the community to make sure we get them more support urgently and make sure that these other organizations are also funding those community volunteers and workers who are saving lives. We've never seen anything like this before, and it is sweeping across the country. I'm working with mayors across Canada. We're seeing it impacting cities in the United States now. These opioids, these are poisons that are killing thousands of people across North America right now, and Vancouver is the hotspot. We have had the worst impact of any city to date, and we're reeling from this impact. I don't think we should be delaying or postponing any action that we can take that we know will help save lives in our city and will support the first responders and volunteers who are saving those lives through the day and the night. So I think this is absolutely critical to support right now. We also need to keep the pressure on the BC government. They're responsible for health in the province. They've been putting some into treatment and research, but we need to be very assertive in seeing them support substitution therapy and making sure that addicts who are trying to deal with their pain can get access to clean drugs so that they're not at risk of dying at any moment. That's a step that has been taken as international best practice. Dr. Jiang and his colleagues have making this strong recommendation. Substitution therapy has to happen as urgently as possible. As soon as it's happening at scale and it's available to people suffering from addictions, lives will be saved. And we need that action to be taken urgently. We need action taken where there's treatment on demand for anybody who requests it. Immediately they can get the treatment and start to recover. These are basic, simple steps that we're not seeing enough action on from the BC government or the federal government. They have money, they have jurisdiction, they have a responsibility to be saving lives. This piece today is our contribution to deal with a public health emergency and do the support that we need. But I just urge those here on council, unanimous support for this is important. It sends a clear statement on what we believe in, what we support in our city, and that's taking care of people, saving lives where we can, particularly when there's such a tragic, devastating epidemic that's sweeping through our city, and we have to do everything we can to stop it in its tracks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. I'm just going to very briefly add my thanks to staff for a large bureaucracy and to have this kind of a turnaround with the kind of recommendations that we have control over, that we oversee. Serving our staff is very, very important, so thank you for that. Let's move us to the voting queue, please. Let's see if people's words match their vote. Councillor Stevenson? Okay, we have a 9 in favor and 2 opposed. Opposed are Councillors Affleck and DeGenova. We will now move on to the third item on our agenda at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The reserve area contract for Shalom at Mountain View Cemetery. The speaker who was registered, Tanya Paz, has contacted me and said she will not be able to make it, but she is in favor. Would any member of council want to pull this to comment or to ask questions? Any other, I'm going to clear the queue. There's nobody on there. I think it's for this. Anybody have any other issues on this item? Seeing none, let's move us to the voting queue for item 2 on the agenda. And Councillor Stevenson? We have 10 votes in favor. Councillor Jiang is not in the chamber at this time. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We will now move on to the printed item number 4, which is the West End residential parking strategy. I understand staff may be still coming in. Do we have our parking staff here? We're on to the West End parking strategy, and I believe there's a presentation. We just did that.
Oh, the speaker's not here?
Yeah. There we go. I knew there was a team out there. So I understand we do have a PowerPoint, and I believe with this, given the speakers, it would be good to see the PowerPoint. Okay, we're in the middle of getting the PowerPoint loaded up as we speak. Oh, Ms. Paz, we just went right past your item. All right. Go ahead and make the remarks while we load up the PowerPoint.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eric is going to be here in a minute. He's going to present the presentation. It's a very short presentation, about 10 minutes. I just want to let you know that this work on the West End parking was started following the West End Community Plan. When we were in the development of the West End Community Plan, it was probably the top issue that was raised by the residents of the West End, which was that they found it difficult to park on the streets in the neighborhood. And that is actually something we hear from a lot of people, even people who visit friends and family in the West End, that they find it difficult to park in the West End. At that time, we committed to doing a study and try to solve the problem of parking in the West End. And over the last 2 years, we've been working on that very hard. I guess some of the results of that work is, one is that we can confirm that in fact this is one of the most difficult places in the city to find a place to park on the street. That won't come as a surprise to people, but what may come as a surprise to people is that in fact there are a huge number of unused parking spaces in the neighborhood. And so we have about 6,000 unused parking spaces, and really the strategy is trying to liberate those spaces so that people can visit family and friends in the West End. I'm just going to introduce Eric Mattel. He's the manager of our parking management branch, and he'll give you a presentation basically about our strategies.
Excellent. Come on down and tell us about liberating parking spaces. We have the presentation loaded?
How do I do that?
It's loading. I can see it coming up. It's grinding away.
And I can use this to page forward.
There we go. It's just about up. There we go.
Great. Mayor and Council, as Lon said, I'm Eric Mattel with our parking management branch, and I'm going to spend a bit of time walking through the West End residential parking strategy recommendations. We'll spend a bit of time reviewing background and key facts, and then we'll walk through the updated recommendations. So the goal of this work is to make it easier for residents and their visitors to find parking in the West End, at the same time reducing congestion, pollution, and safety risks associated with cruising for parking and search of parking, and to consider overall impacts to affordability. This work is in response to the West End Community Plan and directions in Transportation 2040. So parking can be challenging for residents. In peak periods in the West End, residents take on average 5 minutes to find parking and drive for an additional kilometer in search of a parking space. This is because we currently sell far more permits than there are parking spaces on the street. At any given time, there are about 6,000 active permits in the West End, but only 2,700 on-street parking spaces. There are two main drivers for this oversubscription of on-street parking. The first is that the West End permit zone is by far the largest in the city, and many people purchase permits to park at destinations even when they have off-street parking for their vehicles. This creates parking pressure for residents that live near destinations and also across the permit zone as more vehicles park on street out of convenience. The second driver is that parking permits are much cheaper than off-street parking, at about $6 per month, or versus about $50 per month off-street, and that's sort of an average rate. This imbalance disincents use of off-street parking and incentivizes permits for destination parking. When we look at off-street parking, we see that there is a lot of unused inventory. There are 16,000 registered vehicles in the West End. That's from ICBC.
and about 22,000 off-street parking spaces, and that's data that we pulled from development plans for each of the roughly 800 buildings in the West End. When you add the 2,700 on-street spaces, we find that there are already about 1.5 parking spaces for every vehicle in the West End today. This is a map of the West End permit zone. Building in shades of red have more registered vehicles than parking spaces. Buildings in blue have more parking spaces than registered vehicle. So this shows us that the parking surpluses and shortfalls are pretty evenly distributed throughout the neighborhood. Parking for residential visitors is even more challenging. In peak periods, residential visitors take on average 10 minutes to find parking, and they drive an additional 3 kilometers in search of a parking space. And this is because there is very little parking available for residential visitors. On the street, there are about 500 short-term parking spaces. That works out to about 2 parking spaces for every 100 households. So as we developed the recommendations, we were mindful that parking affects everybody in the community regardless of how they travel. In the West End, 20% of households hold on-street permits, while 80% do not. And nearly half of all West End households have no car at all. That being said, even households without cars have visitors, service providers, and caregivers who need parking. Also, the searching for parking that I described earlier contributes to congestion, GHG production, and creates safety risks as distracted drivers search for parking spaces. So in response, staff's recommendations include 9 key actions that respond to the feedback that we heard from the community. And together, the actions will help residents and their visitors find parking more easily and provide some other benefits to the broader West End community. So I'll now spend some time to go through those recommendations. Recommendations 1 through 3 relate to managing parking with market-based permits. In the first round of engagement, we heard support for increases to permit pricing from all groups surveyed except from permit holders. But that support decreased when we later proposed a price of $50 per month. The initial $50 per month recommendation was based on matching off-street prices, but we heard from residents that they felt on-street parking was less valuable as it's not weather protected, it's not as reliable, and that the market rate should be less than off-street. We also heard concerns that a price similar to off-street rates would put upward pressure on off-street parking. We revised the price to $30 based on this feedback and also through development of a more complex model for pricing the on-street parking. We heard from permit holders that affordability was a daily concern for some and that increasing permit pricing risked pricing residents out of the neighborhood. We're recommending an exemption for current permit parking holders in response to these concerns. We also heard from a number of West Enders that they didn't want to prevent new households with low incomes who might rely on a car from moving to the neighborhood. And so we've included an action for your consideration that extends this exemption to households with low incomes in response. We also heard in the first round of engagement that new permit revenue should be spent in the West End. And we're now recommending a participatory budgeting process where incremental revenue is spent within the community. We're also providing a bit of detail around that process in response to questions about how we would do that and how we would return funds to the neighborhood. Recommendation 4 is for smaller permit zones. This recommendation is intended to make permits less attractive for parking at destinations and to provide some relief for permit holders that live near destinations and have difficulty finding parking. We heard concerns for mobility challenged residents who rely on their permits to get around the larger neighborhood. In response, we intend to educate about Social Policy and Research Council parking permits. These are disability placards that allow parking for 3 hours for people with mobility challenges, not just in the West End permit zone, but in any permit zone in the city. And in fact, there are other benefits like parking for 30 minutes in no parking zones and loading zones. Recommendation 5 is to encourage parking in underused off-street parking spaces. So today it's not strictly legal to rent spaces to people that don't live in a building, though we are aware that it happens in some buildings. We're recommending that this be made legal and that we take other steps to encourage sharing of this parking space. This could include facilitating development of an app to help discover available parking or possibly engaging Easy Park, the city's off-street parking operator, to conduct safety audits or even help to manage this off-street parking. We can also require that new off-street parking be designed in a way that addresses security concerns around shared parking. Recommendation 6 is to use technology to improve compliance with zones and regulations. So we heard from permit holders that they pay for a service, but that there is abuse of their zones and that they would like additional enforcement of those zones. We intend to deploy license plate recognition technology to offer a higher level of service to permit holders. Finally, the last 3 recommendations are to use a mixture of strategies to improve visitor parking in the West End residential zone. So the first is around letting visitors park in residential space when it's less busy. Off-peak, let's say weekends between 11 and 4, or sorry, weekdays between 11 and 4 as an example, many permit parking spaces are vacant as people are away at work or school. We can use time limits or possibly pay by phone to allow visitors to park in the space without negatively impacting permit holder parking. Parking meters in some of the currently time-limited on-street parking spaces can also help to create availability, and we can be flexible on how we price and manage those meters, recognizing that it's different than customer parking. In the future, if and when demand for permit parking is significantly reduced, we recommend converting permit parking spaces to more short-term parking for residential visitors, recognizing that this may not happen for at least a couple of years, and we'll reassess this periodically. This final slide is just an overview of the 9 recommendations that I've just outlined. This is the end of the presentation, and staff are available for questions.
Thank you very much. We'll take a couple questions and we'll get to our speakers list. Oh, Mr. Dobovoni, did you have a?
No,
okay.
Just
Councillor DiGenova has questions.
Thank you. I understand that originally the increase to the permit was to be approximately in the range of each permit holder would be paying $900 a month. Could you elaborate on how we got to from the $900 number to the $300 number?
Sure, no,
and why it's $300 here and in other areas in the city of Vancouver, in some areas, it's $0 to park.
Right. So those numbers are not correct. The original work we did suggested a $50 per month fee, and that was based on the an average of what the off-street pricing was. There's a range in off-street pricing, and so based on the feedback we received through the consultation, there were lots of concerns about that number. And so the recommendation is to start at $30, which is at the lower end of the range of the average cost of parking in the neighborhood. So the parking ranges from $30 to $50 or more. And we feel we can monitor the effect on the supply and demand by starting at a $30 per month and then and take it from there, evaluate it from there. In terms of prices for other zones, I think it's clear to anybody that's traveled or visited the West End or lives in the West End, parking in the West End is unlike any other zone in the city. And so we're looking at using tools to more effectively manage what is currently quite a broken system. As we said in the data, the fact that we have ample parking in the neighborhood in total, but the fact that there's many unused parking stalls off street and almost three times as many permits circulating for on-street parking.
So is there a plan to have paid parking permits in other areas of our city? Is that something that transportation and engineering has considered implementing? Is that a strategy that you're going to be bringing in? Is this just the first sort of increase and then there'll be many more in the future?
Right. So we have a resident permit parking program that is citywide in existence now. New areas are adopted based on requests from the neighborhood. So we have a process on our city webpage where residents can request permit parking for their neighborhood, and we do it based upon request because there are many neighborhoods in the city that are having very fierce competition for curbside space. And so there's a process that's outlined on our webpage, and new permit zones are created based on requests from the neighborhood. There's a polling system that's done. to ensure that there's support, general support within the neighborhood for the new permit system.
And do we know that these people live in the neighborhood? They have to have a West End address, and that needs to be proven?
Well, sorry, you asked me about
Yeah, you just mentioned that you do polling within the neighborhood. I want to make
for
sure
new
that...
zones. For new you asked me about, is this available outside of the West End in other parts of the city?
Is it planned for other areas?
Well, I'm saying it's not planned. It
Okay.
is in place.
Okay.
It has been in place for many years. We have, do you know how many zones we have in the city roughly? Or
Oh, I meant for areas that currently do not have it.
okay.
So there are
any-
areas that currently don't have it.
Right,
I'm
so-
wondering if we're moving towards that for all
So-
areas of the city.
Any area in the city, any neighborhood in the city may request permit parking be created for their neighborhood based on a block-by-block approach. The way they request it is to go to our webpage and make a submission and follow that process, or they can call us and
No,
start that process.
I understand that. Maybe my question wasn't understood. I was wondering if this was a citywide approach. My time is running short, so I'll ask my other questions. The Seniors Advisory Committee, I used to be their liaison, and the Persons with Disabilities Committee, I currently am a liaison to that committee. Have they been consulted, and were they favorable to this?
We have been consulting. I can maybe ask Eric to speak specifically. You can do it from that mic there if you bring it down. One of the key issues with persons with disabilities was a lack of understanding of the rights that currently exist with the Spark card, with the handicap parking card. There was a lack of understanding that parking allows to be used in any zone in the city, any permit zone in the city. And so some of the issues that were raised as concerns with the West End recommendations are resolved by the fact that using a placard, a Spark placard, will allow you to park in any of the zones, not only in the downtown.
Thank you. I just wanted to know
That is your time,
specifically.
Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Stevenson, thank you. No, you're 10 seconds over your... Okay, I'll allow us a response to that question. Thank you.
So we haven't visited those advisory councils directly, but we've consulted with our Transportation 2040 stakeholder group that has representation from those groups on the larger stakeholder group. We've also received a formal letter of support from the West End Seniors Network for all of the recommendations.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. Well, as a West Ender, I know that this change is going to be a bit of a shock for some West Enders, although the process has been ongoing now for a couple of years, and all of the feedback has come from West Enders. So the idea that there will be change isn't a shock, but how it's coming out is. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to miss.
Can you use your microphone, Councillor Stevenson?
Sure. Is that better? I'm going to pass on, I wanted to talk about the consulting process and where you're seeing the greatest concerns, but if I can get to that at the end, if I have time, just more specific questions. First of all, the low income factor is really key for us, and I have an amendment in to the clerk that I'll raise up later on low income people. But I know that there's been concern about moving from one zone to 3 zones. And it's my understanding that the 1 zone, though, was the largest zone in Vancouver, and that the 3 zones that it's being brought down to also are very large zones in comparison with other ones in Vancouver. But so there's going to be some concern about that. Why have we gone 1 to 3? But then also I've heard from people as to how did you decide on those, the boundaries of those zones? Some folks would have liked it extended a little further here or there or wherever. So maybe you could just talk about those zones and how you ended there.
We have just to the clerk, Lorraine. We have a graph just showing the comparison of the various areas. So yes, the West End zone is by far the largest. If we approve the division into 3 zones, the 3 new zones will still be among the largest in the city. The largest of the 3 is absolutely the largest. I think the second largest would be about 3 or 4, and then the smallest of the 3 is still in the top half. So even dividing it into 3, they're among the largest in the city. The reason for this is that through our data collection, we saw that there are a lot of trips within that very large West End zone where people are using their resident parking pass, which is intended to allow residents to park near where they live, but they're able to use that to park at destinations near the beach, near St. Paul's Hospital, near Denman, and go back. And so that creates other parking pressures now for neighbors that live near those destinations. So that's not the intent of the program. The intent of the program is to provide parking near where people live, and so that's why we're recommending. I should just mention that in terms of the fine-tuning of the boundaries, creating and changing zone boundaries is something that the city engineer can do. I have authority to do that. We've brought this one to council because it's such a significant change, but how we implement it, you'll notice there's no time frame in the report, and our intent is to roll that out over the next year or 2, and we'll continue to work with residents to see where we want to fine-tune those boundaries. We move boundaries whenever we need to, and if we get it slightly wrong, we'll adjust it based on where the boundaries should be. But that's something that city engineer can adjust the boundaries. We just thought this significant change was worthy of bringing to council.
So there is some flexibility on the actual boundary after you begin to roll them out.
Yeah, both the timing of the implementation and the actual line. We'll have that.
Now, I'm a 71 going on 2-year-old West End senior. Yes, it's true, I am a senior citizen. And I know, hard to believe. What?
No typecasting.
And I don't have mobility problems, but there are some seniors who have mobility problems, and they're saying that it's very difficult with this because they need to go to a doctor's office, which is at two blocks outside of the boundaries. So what you're saying that I hear now is that the solution to that is this Spark card, and all they have to do is have a Spark card, and they can go and park in any area that's restricted. So they're not. So probably there will be a fair number more people applying for these cards, given that now they could just drive and park, but they'll have to make other arrangements if that was the case. Am I correct in that? So
that's exactly right. Is that we certainly want to provide access for people that have mobility challenges. The mechanism for doing that is through this Spark card, which then allows a number of advantages, not just in the West End, but all throughout the city.
Okay.
That's your time. Thank you very much. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few data questions. One, I'm just trying to get my head around the numbers. So we have 6,000 cars, 2,700 spots. 20% of the people own cars, 1.5 spots per potential spots in the buildings that we have. I guess that's the number I want to focus on. So the numbers that we have for all the buildings that have parking, first of all, is that including all strata buildings, or is that just rental buildings, or is that?
No, that was all buildings. We went through all of the building plan. We had a summer student that had the unenviable job of going through all the plans.
And what
it was horrible.
What's the percentage? What percentage is strata and what percentage is?
It's about 25, 75. So I think 75% of the dwellings in the West End are rental, whether market or non-market.
Or 25 is rental? Or
25 is strata, 75 is rental.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to jump around here. This on the strata buildings, are there restrictions for them on renting out? If they're not renting out spots in their buildings, are they allowed to rent out spots to non-owners? Or is that a permitted?
Those are the rules that we would look at changing.
Isn't that a provincial regulation, though?
So today, zoning doesn't permit sort of operation of a parking lot as an approved use, and so parking for residents of a building is permitted, but parking for non-residents is strictly speaking not permitted.
For all buildings.
For all buildings, it probably varies a little bit on zoning, but for zonings in the West End, yes.
And I just want to stress on that point is that we're not requiring or forcing buildings to do that. We're just enabling it so it's possible, but it's entirely up to strata councils whether they want to go there or not.
But also, is the Strata Property Act, does it allow you to, those 25, I'm just trying to get to the real numbers. Does the Strata Property Act allow stratas to operate private rental garages? I don't think so.
I'm not aware of obstacles from the Strata Property Act, but from the city zoning bylaw.
I don't think stratas are allowed to run businesses. Yeah, I don't think they're allowed. But anyways, because I'm trying to figure out, so if we take that 25% out, we end up with now less spots realistically that are available to all these cars that are in the West End. Sorry, I'm just kind of trying to figure out this, because the other question I have is regarding all the changes that we've made in the West End. So the data we have, and a lot of those is in these rental buildings, which is 75% of the parking spots. We are seeing massive changes in the West End with people tearing down the parking lots and putting in the townhouses in the alleys. So once that's fully built out, how many parking spots will we have then in those buildings, in those 75% of that stock of parking spots?
We've developed projections out to 2040, taking into account the likely development patterns, the losses to on-street parking. And I think there's a reference in the report, though maybe it's not entirely clear. We're saying that today there's about 1.5 spaces for every car in the West End, and projecting out to 2040, we expect that number to be 1.4 spaces for every car in the West End. So a considerable amount of inventory, even moving into the future, even with laneway housing, even with removal of some on-street parking.
And including the Rental 100 program, which of course reduces parking, but we don't know have you included that potential as a lot of redevelopment being Rental 100, which is less parking, which is?
Yes, we took into account the tenure of the likely development patterns.
And then obviously the strata thing, we'll have to see how that plays out, but that could represent 25% of the spots that may not be available. I mean, I lived in the West End. In my building, there was probably, I think there was about 80 units, but there was only 25 spots in that rental building. So
the strata question, obviously, we will look at that. That is we'll look at enabling it. That may prevent it. But I think what you're referring to is the ability of the strata to rent it out to a stranger.
Because the majority of West Enders don't own cars.
Right. But there is still expected to be some take-up from residents that currently are not paying for or using parking in the building because they're using the street as well. And so that will shift we expect that this will shift some of the vehicles from the street into those empty spaces. Separate from that, there may be some that could be rented to others in the neighborhood.
If they create a system and we provide them the ability to rent out spots in their buildings as basically a business operation, don't you think they might then offer those spots to businesses who are operating the downtown core, and so they can make more money than they would off the residents?
With any change, there's opportunities and unintended consequences for areas near a commercial area, possibly. Many of the buildings are quite a distance from the commercial area. I think, Eric, did you?
I'd like to add that we've spoken with building managers in the area, and we've thought about that specific concern. And there's reference in the report, I think, to ensuring that the opening up of this space is to the benefit of residents. And so ideas that we have include, validating, residency in a similar way that we do for the street. And so there are options, I think, to ensure that this doesn't become commuter parking, for example.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Affleck. Councillor DiGenova, you've already used your 5 minutes.
Oh,
Councillor Carr. I just checked with the clerk, and it is section 6.6C. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question, thank you. These are arising out of a lot of input we've had as councillors, is regarding the 3 zones. And I've had some input that there's a disproportionate effect on some of the zones. For example, the zone nearest the beach areas, residents there have a great deal of difficulty during special event time, so they do park in what would be now an other zone. And have you thought that through and a response to that?
Yeah, we have given some consideration there in reviewing some of the feedback from residents. The city engineer referred to the timing, the implementation of the zones. And so one possible approach would be to implement a number of the other strategies to reduce demand in those zones, and only to draw those zone boundaries when demand has been reduced, and when we're confident that there's sufficient parking inventory for the vehicles that are in those zones.
So you are talking about a delay of that section of the report until parking demand overall has been reduced?
Yeah, we haven't outlined the specific timing for delivery of these individual actions. And so we could potentially delay the drawing of the zone boundaries, allowing, say, the market-based pricing to help reduce the overall demand for permits before we draw the boundaries.
And then we can also make adjustments as we go as well.
Okay, so that could we provide that direction to you today in terms of the consideration of these recommendations?
You could. What I would recommend, though, is we were silent on the timing in the report.
Right.
Currently, the city engineer has the ability to create zones and move zones. The reason, so the many zones that are all around the city, we don't bring to council. We just implement them based on the support from the community. So we've brought this one because it's a significant change. We wanted you to be aware. But the way the wording, the motion currently exists is it doesn't have a deadline. And our intent is to work with the residents and apply it when timing is right.
Okay.
And make changes and adjustments to it if necessary.
Good to know. Now, coupled with that, of course, is one of the reasons for this, which is the non-residential use of areas. And so the second set of concerns I've heard the most about is about the seniors and the fact that they do use their West End Pass to enable them to park in areas close to commercial districts for shopping in particular, but also in areas, for example, visiting the seniors center, so on Barclay. So, so my concern there is around the safer card, which you've said is a solution. I remember applying for one for my mother. It's about disabilities. You have to get a doctor's order around that. So what about if you don't technically have a disability, but you're just a senior who finds it hard to walk carrying groceries for a long distance? I mean, is a safer card approach going to work for those people?
Yeah, I mean, I think if the individual has mobility challenges that are preventing them from, going about their day based on the existing environment where we have parking, then, that should be a legitimate reason to get the pass. And I acknowledge it's an extra step. They need to go to the doctor and explain. But I would suggest the solution to that challenge isn't to have a skewed parking management system for a very, very large area that's creating a number of problems.
Have we talked to people in the medical profession about the ease by which seniors who have some mobility issues getting the disability form filled in?
We have a lot of experience with parking permit zones throughout the city, and so we regularly deal with residents with mobility challenges and frequently refer them to the Spark program and to this resource. And we typically that's typically the resolution of the issue. Right. In the years that we've been managing this program, I've actually never heard of a situation where someone feels that they have a mobility issue and they weren't able to obtain a Spark.
We make enough referrals that if it wasn't working, they're not coming back to us.
Okay.
Even temporary ones, if somebody breaks an ankle or something, the temporary passes and a permanent pass.
One more question. Thank you for that answer. Metered parking, the third thing I've heard the most about is about metered parking near business areas. So the fact that there is difficulty getting spots in your commercial areas. And if there were more metered parking, would that take spots away from the residential parking spots in those areas?
Well, the goal is to adjust the demand so we can more accurately balance the demand and the supply, reduce some of the demand in the residential areas, and that would allow us to add more parking for visitors. One of the ways to manage that is through meters, but the goal is to be able to better meet the demand for visitors in the neighborhood, but also service providers, as Mr. McTell mentioned. During the day, we have lots of service providers coming in, either to provide medical services or tradespeople that are having great difficulty finding parking. So that is one of the benefits of the recommendations. It will provide a better mix of visitor access into the neighborhood than what we have today.
Thank you.
Councilor DeGenova, I see you've put yourself back on the queue, even though you've had your 5 minutes. Why are you back on the queue?
I understood. I mean, when Councilor Reimers chaired the meeting, she said in committee we can have more than one round of questions. I happen to have another round of questions.
So to the clerk, could you clarify, please?
The section applicable is section 6.6C, and that council member must not spend more than 5 minutes in total asking any question or questions.
So I am going to say that after we hear from the speakers who've been waiting a very long time to speak, we might entertain another round of questions based on the issues raised by the speakers. So I'll move to the speakers at this time, and we'll look for a desire to have a second round of questions after speakers at the discretion of the chair and the council, the committee. Okay. Thank you. So we're going to go with our speakers now. There's one speaker who did register yesterday and was not on here, and that is Tanya Paz in her capacity as chair of the Active Transportation Policy Council. And as a committee, there she is, as a committee policy council representative, she does get to come up first. Sorry to those of you who are waiting, but we do have an official representative from our Active Transportation Policy Council here. And again, for any who were wondering, she did in fact
in time?
register yesterday at 1:17 p.m. if that's of concern to you.
Shalom, Mayor and City Councilors and passionate people. I'm here today on behalf of the Active Transportation Policy Council as its chair, and here to say that we support this West End parking review and this proposal. The two things I'd like to focus on today are how it fosters the economy and the social connections that it will enable. So, I mean, if we want to start with large questions, is this the best, currently, is this the best use of space, especially on-street public space? So 3 vehicle parking spots can be replaced by bike corrals or even bike share docking stations and serve not many more people. But when it comes to the trades, so that's painters, tilers, floor layers, retrofitters, cleaners, landscapers, caregivers, and the people we don't like to talk about who deal with the mold, the rodents, the asbestos, the water restoration. They need a place to park, and so this will make a big difference during the day, during the week, specifically when they're going to need to be there. That'll be very helpful. As somebody who lives downtown, I know how difficult it is to get someone in trades to do a job on a small apartment, and their first question is, where am I going to park? Besides, oh, your bathroom's only that big, and where am I going to park? So it's not really worth it to them. You really have to beg them. It's a real problem. Cost for a space to park a vehicle that sits, as all the studies show, 90 to 95%, depending on the study, they're all basically the same, unused for the day. Is this, to park a piece of metal that no one's in, is that really the best use of this space? So, and then the other larger question about residential parking permits is who should be able to park on the street in front of your place? And I think the old-fashioned thinking is me. It's my place. I own that house, or I live in that apartment building, or maybe one day we'll have townhouses and other mid-level housing in this city. But hopefully the housing comes with parking for enough of the residents that are going to use it, and that the space in front of my house is there for visitors, caregivers possibly. So that's the human connection piece that we don't want to lose here. Not just in the West End, in the rest of the city I'm talking about as well, what this is going to look like for today and for the future. But when we have space for everyone to come and visit us, including seniors and people with disabilities of all ages, visiting each other, whether they drive themselves or are driven by someone else, to be able to connect with their friends and not feel that kind of social isolation is very important. I guess the last thing I would say about that is that as long as when we look at affordable housing programs, we're still, current market value for land is still part of the equation, then it had better be part of the equation when we're looking at where we're going to put empty metal boxes. And I know, don't call you Shirley. I get that. I guess. So thank you very much. I said, I guess my last point would be, even Mayor Nenshi's dolls can understand the math on this. So there you go.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Paz, you do have questions, and thank you for referencing one of my favorite movies. Councilor DeGenova.
Thank you. I understand how hard it is working before in private development and with a nonprofit to get trades to job sites and do renovations, especially on uh, accessible living quarters as well. But I'm wondering sort of in trading off that, and we talked a lot today about priorities and trade-offs. And I'm just wondering, for that senior citizen that was described earlier that's carrying those groceries, that has no spot near their home, that now is going to be paying more than they paid before if they have to move because they're rent evicted. So they'll have to sign up under the program again. There may be a hardship there. Does that at all come up in the consultation with the Active Transportation Policy Committee?
So is that, so is the person evicted and are they living in the West End or they're not living
Well,
in the West End?
I'm asking the question of, I mean, you had mentioned how difficult it is for tradespeople. What I'm hearing is how difficult it is for persons with disabilities.
Definitely.
And senior citizens, especially considering the many spaces that have now been taken that used to be pay parking, that have gone to the Moby Bike Share. I mean, obviously our parking real estate is, as you said, precious and very expensive, but to some, they have no other way of transportation, no other way to get around. One of those pieces
This was
of
a big
metal,
discussion at
handy dart.
ATPC. Yes, it was a big discussion at ATPC, and one of the things that came up was the affordability of living in Vancouver and of living in the West End, and how this may, how would this affect people? And so the word affordable, I don't have the wording in front of me of our motion on this. I don't know if it's part of your report or not, but was added to our. We had three. They weren't specifically necessarily, I think, on West End parking review, because I'm not sure they came to see us, but we had three motions in 2015 on parking related, or at least two in general, and we did have a discussion about that and thought about that, yeah. And so the other thing is if you live in an apartment building in the West End, how many units are there and how many seniors are in the building, how many spots are out front? Not everyone's going to get to use them. So one of the things Canadians hate is waste. And when people talk about how much driving around has to happen to look for parking that's, close enough, obviously the current system isn't working well.
Okay, another question I have for you is, do you have regular meetings with the seniors? I understand that there are seniors, there are council of council meetings, there are representatives from each committee, but the Seniors Advisory Committee and the persons with disabilities, whether or not you have a handicap placard, if you need to get to GF Strong to an appointment, I mean, our transit, as Councillor Affleck brought up earlier today, especially in the West End, isn't some of the best in the city. So if you need a vehicle, and you rely on that vehicle to get places, and this, in a sense, is excluding some vehicles. Do you have conversations and consultation with other committees about this?
Certainly, I would, yes, quite a bit. So both at the Transportation 2040 Stakeholders Advisory Group meetings, as well as, for example, last year there were three and a half hour, plus a couple other workshops that were a day long, specifically about 10th Avenue accessibility workshops, where we interacted with especially Seniors Advisory Committee and People with Disabilities Advisory Committee a lot, and learned quite a bit from doing that. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, always keeping that in mind. So because Active Transportation Policy Council represents pedestrians, the definition of pedestrian in the City of Vancouver includes people who walk and anyone who's in a wheelchair, scooter, etc. So we're always keeping that in mind, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all of your questions. Thank you very much, and thank you for your service to the city. Next up, we have Murray Belida. Welcome and thank you for waiting. I hope you've learned a lot about other topics.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. My name is Murray. My partner John and I own a strata at Burrard and Burnaby in the West End. You'll please forgive my nervousness and lack of eloquence, as I've never spoken publicly before, and hopefully will never have to again. If it pleases the council, I'd like to thank the chair and the esteemed councillors and staff for the opportunity to attend and share my concerns about these proposed West End changes to parking within my community. I know that several members of council live within the West End, so I won't bore you describing what a wonderful community that it is. I work on Denman Street as assistant to Spencer, the MLA. But my comments here today are mine and mine alone, and I certainly don't speak for him. My partner John and I own a car, and we park it under our building as well. We both live within a block or two of work, so we don't have to face the commute challenges that many do. I would note that hundreds of resident parking spaces have been lost in the West End for the installation of new bike lanes, Mobi bike share installations, and for new construction. My building alone has had 7 resident parking spaces right in front of our building removed for Mobi parking installations. And although I personally don't use Mobi as we have our own bicycles, I love the addition of the Mobi spaces in front of our building and throughout the West End. The east side of my building on Burrard has been ripped up for several months and had all the parking removed for the Burrard Street improvements. I'm not sure if you've seen what they've done on Burrard Street, but it's absolutely incredible. And I welcome these changes and these developments in making that corridor and the West End even better. I welcome the addition of the bike lanes to the West End, and I fully support the exciting new residential construction that's happening all over our neighborhood. I live right across the street from that spectacular new Pattison development, and I don't think that I'm a NIMBY as I embrace the changes within my community, with the one exception, and that be the proposal to reduce available parking to residents of the West End by 66%. What I'd like to specifically raise with you here today is that Council amend, I believe it's section recommendation 4, as it pertains to subdividing the West End from 1 into 3 smaller subdivisions. After such the subdivision, the existing zones, if it has to happen, what I would suggest is that those pass holders be permitted to utilize the West End in its existing zones during the day. West End parking issues are primarily evening problems. In other words, it happens when we put our cars to bed at night. During the day, resident passes or resident spaces are freed up extremely, and there's a lot of empty spaces. People generally get in their cars in the morning, go to work, return to the West End after their work day. So what I suggest is that folks in the West End be allowed to park in the existing larger block, say from the hours of 9 to 5 p.m. And then after such a time, then the smaller zones exist. Perhaps my work on a day-to-day basis in the community office gives me a little bit of a perspective as to what the community said on this. I recently met with a group of 3 older West End residents, not seniors. They live west of Denman. They attend St. Paul's Hospital 3 times a week for their dialysis treatments. They get in a car, they carpool together up the hill. They're there for 3 hours in the afternoon or morning, and then they return home to their zone. If they didn't have that ability for free movement within the existing zone and were confined to West End of Denman, it's going to put additional cost pressures on them, in addition to the Handy Dart system, which is already stressed. I heard from a group of parents who take their kids up to Joe Forte's library. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but we have a librarian there that does the Mummy and Me storytelling that gets over 1 million hits every time she streams. They go as a group from down by the Aquatic Center. They bring their toddlers up to the community center for an hour and a half. They park in the empty spaces. As I said before, there's lots of empty spaces during the day, and then they return to their home. More importantly, for all of it, the very smaller percentage of us who live next door to services, these proposed new subdivisions diminishes our ability to readily access and support the small businesses within our community outside our small zone. It puts an additional burden on parents taking their kids to a swim lesson, dropping them off, taking them to get changed, coming and picking them up, accessing the community center, ultimately forcing folks further afield than they previously were able to do. I certainly will. We've had great community consultation on the West End plan, and more recently the Jim Diva Plaza is led by Councillor Stevenson, and it met with great outcomes. I ask you to consider amendments to the zone parking pass. Lastly, I want to just say I've seen firsthand how much time you've taken away from your loved ones to serve the public. From the bottom of my heart, I want you to know that we're in your debt. And thank you for your leadership and time today for considering my amendments to this proposal.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming and staying with us for the morning and the afternoon. I did have a question for you, and given your experience in the community, you must come across a lot of people. I, as the former liaison to the Seniors Advisory Committee and a liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Committee, understand that the West End is some of the most affordable housing that we have in the entire city of Vancouver. So I see why that's an area that's quite beloved to those groups that often can have lower incomes. My question for you is regarding whether or not these smaller parking zones that you said may actually have unintended consequences. Do you think that this would impede the ability of residents to be able to park? It would cause seniors or persons with disabilities to have to carry their groceries that extra block or two? Can you elaborate on that? And again, you don't have to answer my question.
Yeah. No, I don't think the West End is affordable. I think that it's growing housing pressure, so it's becoming more and more unaffordable. But what your point is exactly right. People on fixed and low incomes often want to access services that they can afford. If you have a senior up by Burrard Street, they're going to shop where they can most afford to buy groceries. In our community, as many of you know, that's your independent grocer on Denman Street. They take their car down in the afternoon, they go in for 40 minutes, they buy their groceries, they go home. They're not taking up capacity that's needed during the day because it's sitting empty, but they move and they support local businesses because it gives them good value, they know their neighbors, and they feel safe within their community. So the subdivision does limit our ability to support our community and our businesses in a meaningful way, especially those on low and fixed incomes.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
Next, we have Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Thanks, Murray, for coming in.
Thank you.
Well, to begin with, you know that the West End parking area is the largest by far, huge in comparison with any other one in Vancouver. So how would we argue for any other neighborhood? I mean, if we bring this in and then have kind of exemptions that you're suggesting, and aren't we going to have to do that for someone who lives down on Southeast Marine Drive, but the cheapest store is down on Fraser Street? So that basically what you're saying is people can go into whatever zone in order to shop or do whatever, go to the doctor or so on.
Yeah.
Is that not, from our point of view, going to cause a lot of headaches?
Yes, absolutely. And as you well know, as a former elected member of the legislature for the West End is a cohesive neighborhood that generally goes from Burrard Street to the park and from Robson Street to Falls Creek. What you're proposing through this one recommendation is to make it into smaller communities. And I don't think that you necessarily need to separate the parking issue. What you can do is still utilize the parking that's there during the day, allowing free movement of goods and citizens to access the services that they depend upon without impeding the evening parking that's so much in demand. You know, at first blush, when I heard this, it seemed that the West End was being unfairly targeted at the expense of other communities in our city that face other parking pressures. Try and get a parking spot on Main on Saturday, or Kitsilano, right? Same thing, resident only, but these new rules are not being applied, so it seemed unfairly. But I think we have capacity in our existing system, Councillor Stevenson, to utilize to address these problems. We have hundreds and hundreds of commercial parking spaces available that aren't mentioned anywhere in the report. We have hundreds in the community center, in the Denman Mall. The schools all rent out their spaces now. We have private parking lots that are greatly underutilized. This isn't a part of this plan, and I think it could be a part of the plan to give us greater access. The other thing I'd suggest is we have commercial parking spaces that sometimes are available to park in after 6, sometimes they're not. Maybe we could look at uniformity. We could meter those spots across the board. I don't think residents should be allowed to park in 2-hour spots.
If I can just interrupt you because we only have 5 minutes total. Most of what you've said and staff can nod to me because it's all been part of the consultation. We had a 2-year consultation that came to this point. So I think the points that you're raising, I'll ask again when we get back to questions, are ones that have been looked at, dealt with, and the conclusions that from the feedback from the West End are in this report. But I'm wondering, overall, are you opposed to changing this to 3 zones? Is that at the root, or do you think, sure, this is good? Because remember, passes aren't for people to go all over their area. Passes are for their home, so they can park near their home. It's not, the passes aren't intended so that everybody can travel in their area or go all over Vancouver or whatever, you know? Right. So would you rather just keep to this one big zone? Is that the basic issue?
I say if you must subdivide the West End, which I think is a cohesive community as is and doesn't require further subdivision.
But you don't agree with that?
Then the compromise I suggest is during the day when the space avails, allow residents free movement within their community.
Uh-huh. Within the whole area only?
Within the existing West End zone.
Uh-huh.
And then at 5 o'clock, then the smaller divisions come into play.
Okay.
It solves both problems.
I'm out of time.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks very much. Appreciate you coming and raising your points. And I live west of Denman, so I'm aware of the parking issues, particularly regarding visitors who really, as they pointed out, there's 2 spots for every 100 households. So have you had any thoughts about the visitor parking and the solutions to that? Are you happy with what the report says in that regard?
So the first thing I would say is residents should not be able to park in 2-hour spots as they are now. I didn't know until recently we could, but I think that the 2-hour spot should be left open for visitors and residents should park in resident parking. You spoke of west of Denman. The west of Denman area is the one that's going to face the hardest brunt of this because they are going to be closed off from the vast majority of commercial and community organizations because their area is so confined. So that is a very real issue. But I believe if we increase meters, if we prohibit residents from parking in 2-hour zones and limit residents to the resident-only parking, that will free up 2-hour parking for those visiting west of Denman and throughout the community.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And regarding the the metering, where would you suggest that metering take place?
Yeah. These are really, for example, right on Burrard Street, right on Denman Street, the whole block in front of the high school, no meters.
Mm-hmm.
Available after 6. We have the commercial loading zones that, as I spoke before, it's ad hoc, but you could put meters in the commercial zones for evening utilization. You could open up more of those commercial zones that aren't being used for loading and unloading in the evenings and weekends, put meters there and expand the availability of those. And one other thing I'd suggest is to be able to point to available parking within the community with standardized signs. Parking 1 block here at the school, in the community center, in the Denman Mall. Make it easy for visitors to access those available spots. I live next to a parking lot, and people don't know it's there, even though it's a half a block off Davie and Burrard.
That's great. Yeah, you're right. People don't know. I have one final question. You talked about the potential for, if not eliminating the zones, then changing it so that 3 zones would come into effect in the evening. I've heard from some other people that they're concerned about the evening in particular because of special events. Mm-hmm. And that's when they find they have to end up parking further away from their residence in order to find parking. Have you had any of those kinds of concerns raised?
Yeah, I'm a great believer in welcoming the city and into the West End, and the number of times where these are special event considerations are a problem are few. We adapt, we welcome them to support our businesses and to come and enjoy our community. I don't think it's a significant enough problem to take a sledgehammer to it. And often I see the city is very diligent about enforcing resident-only parking during special events. So I won't be critical of that because I think that they're working hard to make it work.
Great, great. And one final question. One of the staff responses to the issue of particularly seniors' ability to get around the West End, not using their residential permit for a commercial reason, as has sort of been criticized in part, not by staff, but sort of generally, but is the pursuit of a safer card through. So, I mean, even through your office, have you found that people have raised that issue, that they help in getting a safer card, or do you find that people know, is anybody complaining about not being able to get a safer permit? And would you support the city if that was a move that we took to help seniors get those?
I think it's an unnecessary level of bureaucracy that the city could avoid by implementing a time zone for the 3. So as I mentioned before, in the evenings, it would come into effect. I don't think you have to create a whole set of barriers to citizens in order to park within their community when this seems a reasonable compromise where you could allow that access for folks to go get their blood test up at the top of the hill, or to stop and get their medication at Shoppers Drug Mart or what have you. So I think the simplest ideas are sometimes the best with this.
Great. Thank you so much.
It's an honor.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And so just a final question for myself to clarify. In other neighborhoods, the neighborhood parking, does it allow parking at the meters? I know you don't have questions. Can I see a nod? It does not. So you're asking that in this area alone in the city that residential parking apply to meter parking in the commercial areas as well?
I'm sorry.
You're asking that residential parking be allowed to be used in the metered parking?
No.
Okay.
No, I call for an increased number of meters in available spaces in the West End.
I just was a little bit unclear on what you were saying there. Okay, thank you very much. Third speaker is Brent Granby. Mr. Granby. Again, thank you for being here for a lovely long morning and into the afternoon.
Madam Chair, thanks for the opportunity to be here today. I haven't been up to council for a while. I've forgotten how much fun it is to be up here. I'm here to speak in support of the 9 actions. I think we do need better management of parking in the West End. I've been a long-time resident of the West End, not to privilege my point of view over people who are just moving into the neighborhood, but I've had a number of vehicles in the West End, and I'm aware of the parking situation there from a number of different points of view. I'm glad in the report that there is mention of this Spark Pass, because I didn't know anything about that. And I think it's a great program for people that have disability to increase their access to parking throughout the city. The one question I do have, and maybe Councillor can ask staff later, is if it's valid at meters as well as the residential parking spots. I was really excited about this this report. I guess that kind of makes me a nerd. But a lot of projects that I've worked on in the West End have always been, one of the barriers that have been to these projects has been just parking, and this sense that there is there's a lack of parking in the West End, and I'm glad to see that finally we have this whole point of view that it's been validated, that there's 22,000 residential parking spots. So I'm glad to see that. I'm also, I was also surprised to see that 80% of people in the West End don't own a car, and they don't own and they don't have a permit, which I think is just remarkable to think of a section of the city where you have 80% of the people who are not using that resident permit, and 46% of those people are not using a car as well. So there's a lot of people who are making great decisions to be active in their life. They're not using cars. They're walking a lot in the West End. So I think the other great thing about this report is just in terms of the short-term parking, which I think is a big issue, that there's only 500 parking spots in the West End. And I think this is a real problem for caregivers and for service providers and contractors. And I know that's always a big problem on my street, on Harrow Street, is just when you have people coming to your place and where they're going to park. I'd also just like to mention that, this whole idea of trying to manage parking and put a better price on it is, I think it's a very common sense measure in terms of that people don't really like to use underground parking, and I think we kind of got to force them in there. And I count myself, doing that too as well. I've been a minivan dad for a little while, and it's always a lot easier to park on the street than it is to bring your van into the small parking spot into the apartment. And I think it needs to be, in some ways, there needs to be a price barrier there. So I know it's a difficult situation, and people do that. And even now when I have car share, and this is something that hasn't come up in this discussion at all, is car sharing and how we're going to need less parking and how we could be using more car sharing parking spots in existing condo buildings too. And as the West End parking permit was a pretty good deal. I used to have one, and you could drive all over the West End and park. I think also car sharing is a pretty good deal too, because you can go anywhere in the whole city and you can use the residential parking too as well. So, and I think, in terms of affordability, car sharing really makes a big difference there. I'm glad to hear that Councillor Stevenson is going to bring forward motions for the actions for consideration around trying to create more affordability for residents who are moving into the neighborhood and for existing residents. I think that's great, and I think that's something that we should be doing as well. And just the final point I'd like to make is just around the process. I thought the process was really great. I mean, I saw, signs in the West End, LED signs on every street that were asking people to, go take the survey online. Use of social media, I thought was fantastic too as well. So I can hardly imagine anybody in the West End who didn't know that this was coming forward. So I support all the 9 action items. I think this is, an important thing for the West End. And this, as Tanya said, there's a lot of great things that we could be doing with that space, and rather than parking cars. And I would remind people in Mole Hill, we had a great project there where we took away parking spots and we made a community garden. So I think there's room to do a lot more creative and fun things that can create more inclusive communities in the West End with the parking. So thank you for...
Excellent timing. I turned my mic off while we changed my chair out. Councillor DiGenova has questions. Mr. Granby. Hang on. There you go. Okay.
Start asking. One of my questions pertains to, you had mentioned that many people make good decisions in choosing not to have a car, but what about those people who can't make those decisions? We heard from an earlier speaker regarding the example of the grocer and these three zones and how they actually will limit you based on your address. So can you elaborate on that? Do you see that as problematic, having the 3 zones instead of 1 zone? And for persons with disabilities, you had made a comment about Ms. Paz's comments before, in agreeing with her that, it frees up space for other types of transportation and for community gardens. But I mean, one of those hunks of metal, as it was referred to, is a handy dart, or, might be a vehicle that's, not a car share. I haven't seen any car share vehicles are accessible for people with disabilities and wheelchairs. So just hoping you could elaborate a little on those
I can only
points.
speak about my experience and the family and my family's experience. So my in-laws live in the West End, and they're 77. And, I think what's so great about the West End is no matter where you live, you're in a close proximity to a commercial area. So, my experience is when I get home, when I used to have a car, I just want to park that car and get out, and I want to start walking. And it's much easier to do my shopping. I mean, I go shopping a lot more, probably every day. That's the way I like to live. And I know a lot of people in the West End, that's they're sort of hand to mouth on that. And I know that's the way my in-laws are too. And, I think a pretty frequent sight in the West End is these carts with the wheels on it. I know my in-laws have one. I know my wife has one. I know my kids have one. So, that's my experience of the West End. It's very walkable, and it has great commercial areas. And I think, I've lived on Thurlow Street. I've lived right in the middle at Nicola and Comox. I've lived, on Harold Street now, and it's just, there's so much there. I'm surprised when I go to other neighborhoods how far everything is away to go shopping. I can't speak to the disability issue.
Thank you very much.
And Councillor Reimer.
I had a procedural issue, Chairperson.
Yes.
Procedural issue relates to the agenda. We still have 4 significant items left, the last of which, item 8, has 10 speakers. The weather is deteriorating quite significantly outside. And I don't want to be in a position where we get to 10 o'clock and we haven't gotten to them and we're sending them home in the middle of a blizzard when we could have right now taken the action to refer the item to a committee. So I am hoping that council will support a motion to refer item 8, which is the last item on the agenda, judicial review, etc., to the committee on February 22nd, the Policy and Strategic Priorities Committee.
I think that motion is in order. I'm just looking through the procedure. This looks like it's in order and is not debatable, and I see Councillor Carr is smiling, so she's fine with it. So I'm going to move us to a voter's queue on amending the agenda to take item number 8 and move it to the meeting, and you gave the date there, Councillor. I'm write it down. 22nd. So let's get the queue up. Those in favor, please vote yes. Please vote yes if you're in favor. This is sticky. Mayor, okay, we have 8 in favor and none opposed. That passes unanimously. Apologies to those of you who came out to speak to the fabulous motion, and we will see you later. Safe travels home. Back to where we were, which was speaker number 3, Elaine Langston. Thanks, everyone. Sorry about that. Thank you, Councillor Reimer.
Thank you. I'm here representing myself. I'm a West End resident. I've had a parking permit for 4 years. I'm in the 1500 block of Davie, which is at Cardero. This area has as diverse a sampling of businesses, parking facilities, and regulations as anywhere in the West End. And I'm very pleased that the staff has recommended to a new price that is very reasonable. I think that the $50 a month reflected a very much better amenity than the street parking, which is, in my neighborhood, mostly lane parking in any event. So for item A1, I would definitely give that an approval. A2, I'm hardly going to argue against it. I'm not clear as to what the August date is for, because our parking permits renew on the 31st of May, or the 1st of June, yeah. But maybe you can speak to that later. I don't think it would be, with respect to A3, I don't think it would be unreasonable to divert some of these funds to much needed road repair and general maintenance in lanes that are designated as permit use, and for snow clearing for permit areas, which we're practically snowbound when the snow comes along. There doesn't seem to be a lot happening there. With respect to B4, I inquired of staff. I had spoken to them, very useful conversation. I hope they felt the same. Spoke to Eric. I inquired of staff as to what kind of research had been done to ensure that these zones did not inadvertently create an imbalance between the number of permit holders within each zone and the number of available spaces. The boundaries seem to be quite arbitrary and inconsistent in both size and composition of sharing space with non-resident uses such as business, schools, library, community center. That all seems to be within what is now being referred to as the Nelson area. I think that far from being simplifying, the 3 zones as they are proposed are complicated and expensive and difficult to regulate and enforce. I understand from staff that they're looking at getting license plate recognition. I think when we talked about the first resident speaker who was up here, Murray, had mentioned about restricting a resident to near their parking space close to their residence in the evening hours. I'm suggesting something like from 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. Using a license recognition system, we could go around and check and make sure that people are not, for example, more than 2 blocks from their residence during that time. I think the 3 zones is really, really complicated. I'm not sure that it's necessary. I would like to see that looked at more once the market forces have done their wonderful invisible magic of bringing more balance into people who really want these permits instead of the destination parkers, the people who just use them as a convenience, as they were identified on page 4 in your report. That was I think that definitely is a problem. With respect to B5, I applaud the intention to persuade building managers to open up these spaces, but I see a number of legal and strategic challenges as well. And it occurs to me that these buildings were awarded development permits on the condition of providing residential parking spaces. And I understand that you can't necessarily force them to now rent them out, but perhaps we could bring about a certain amount of social incentive somehow to be, the good people and encourage a perhaps lower price for their own residents, to encourage their own residents to use the internal parking instead of the street parking. With respect to B6, I thought that parking enforcement, when I was a newbie resident, West End resident, I can assure you that parking enforcement was very active, having gotten towed and ticketed and et cetera. As for C7, I think that this isn't a problem in my immediate area, but I am told by the staff that it is in others. But I think that it should be clarified about these visitors looking for parking. Number one, 2 hours is probably not enough for a lot of purposes in any event, so I think that's a little bit of not a purposeful red herring, but I don't know about looking any further at that. But when visitors are spending 10 minutes driving around looking for parking, there's lots of parking. They're spending 10 minutes looking for free parking. And there are meters and there are lots that are close by, empty all the time. And so I would recommend that look at not taking up, removing the visitors parking there. I use it as overflow when we can't get permit parking. So,
well timed. Thank you very much. And you do not have any questions. Thank you so much. Next speaker is Kirk Carrison.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Never really done something like this before, so bear with me if I'm nervous. I've lived in the West End for more than 15 years. I first moved here as a young man, starting out as a production assistant, and now my wife and kids and I still make this place our home. I've lived there for the last 15 years. I just want to speak out against this proposal. When I first moved to the West End, I lived in one of the many older apartments that didn't have a private parking or an off-street parking, as everyone's saying. And I needed my car for work at Judicial City. I was paying $18,000 a year and was relieved to find out that a parking pass was only $40 for the year at that time. And at the time it was explained to me that this was mainly an administrative fee and that the purpose was to prevent people commuting from the suburbs and parking in the West End and using it as parking for downtown work. So this all seemed right to me. And over the years, my family and I have lived in many other apartments, up to including the one we own today, and most of these didn't have off-street parking. Largely because the bigger apartments that are really suitable for families are often in these older low-rise buildings. Today we're lucky enough to have private parking, and we only use our neighborhood pass when we have visitors that come up. We park on the street and allow them to use our spot underneath. So I think that's the way a lot of people are using these. We also bike and walk to work, and my children walk to school. 2 years ago I noticed the ads posted around the city. They were talking about how there's ads all over the place. It was great. But they were said, is West End parking driving you crazy? And since it wasn't, I didn't pay it no mind. And the following year, I heard about the proposed market price parking, and that's when I became concerned. At the consultations, and I believe I spoke with you, I was not given an explanation of why the parking permit was no longer an administrative fee to protect parking for locals, but would now be a moneymaker. And I wasn't probably explained to me where they're getting these market prices from. And many of these statistics I see ring false to me. I've certainly never needed to drive around for 10 minutes to find a parking spot, even at the worst times, which I grant you are at night. So I've lived here for 15 years, and it's how do I go from here? So now the next story I want to talk about is current residents being grandfathered in. I'm wondering exactly how this is possible if you're saying within 5 years there'll be turnover. So as the resident, is the permit tied to the person? Is it tied to the car? Is it tied to the license plate? I'm not sure, and it hasn't really been answered to my understanding. If I need to replace my 15-year-old car next year, am I paying this full price for everything? So I guess what I'm saying is I find the consultation was a bit slanted to achieve the city's desired result. And I think this fee will disproportionately affect those living in those old apartments that don't have private parking. And these apartments tend to be rented by people, most of my friends that are there, that have the least disposable income, including children, families with children. I'm heartened by the idea that there will be a new a reduced rate or whatever for new low-income people. I would hope that would also apply to current residents that have a lower income. So I also feel the notion of parking as a premium is due partially to city initiatives such as the bike share program and car share programs that take away spots. Well, I applaud these programs. I think it's unfair to pin the shortage of spaces on residents when the city is busy taking them away. Finally, I do think that the notion of the grandfathering is a bit of a red herring to placate current residents. The lack of clarity on this and how this is implemented leads me to believe is tied to the vehicle, not the resident. And I was going to speak a little bit about how I think this places a burden on new neighbors. When I first came here 15 years ago, I certainly couldn't have afforded to pay this fee. So I am heartened to hear that you're making it. I do find it strange that this is just being brought up now, this late in the game, when there's been a 2-year consultation process. I also think that the West End residents are already facing sky-high rents and low vacancy rates, and this would be one more barrier to housing security for many of our residents. Again, 15 years ago, I couldn't afford this parking price, and I would have missed out on this opportunity to make this neighborhood my home, which is the place I love. So I urge you to reconsider the purpose of this change. Is about face on the purpose of these parking permits, as I think it's a bit of an unfair tax on my neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much. You have no questions. Thanks for coming out today. Our next speaker is Bill King. Is Bill King here? Bill King? No. Next speaker after that is Sonia Bucker. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Sonia Baker. I'm a longtime resident of the West End. 25 years ago, I stood right here before another council, then the mayor was Mike Harcourt, and council really listened. Hearing that my neighborhood could be divided in 3 sections for parking decals is very upsetting to everyone I spoke with, especially seniors. With the new zones proposed, parking will be impossible. Every day I see seniors with serious challenges. They need canes, they need walkers to get to doctor appointments, the hospital, shopping, and visiting friends. To do this, they need their cars. And the use of the decal they now have makes it all work. Volunteer drivers from Barclay Manor, where I spend a lot of time with seniors, they take seniors to medical appointments. Now they will not be able to park using their decal near hospitals, doctors, etc. Seniors will have to pay, and many in the West End can't afford it. Before the bike racks were installed, my friends could find parking in about 5 minutes. So it was bearable. The bike racks take up 3 parking spots, some even more, and there are many of them on our streets. Many residents of the West End are looking for you today to make a caring decision. We all need to be able to get around our West End. We love it there, but we need to get around with ease. Please do not divide us in 3 parking zones. Don't let thousands of seniors down. And if I may add, there's talk about, we have this huge area that belongs to us. Well, we also have the 2nd largest population in North America. And right now, I live on Comox. I've seen 5 new towers are coming, which means a whole bunch of more people and cars, etc. So please, please reconsider this 3 zone. I think it's going to be really a detriment. Now, if you'll allow me, I'll read this quickly. It's a letter that was put in my mail slot last night. This is just an example of what the seniors are thinking. I'm 78 years old. 2 months ago, I broke my hip and depend on my car to get around. I'm active in the Gordon House neighborhood and go there 4 times a week, sometimes more. I need to drive there, and I need to drive to these places. Now I will not be able to if the zones are changed because I won't be able to afford the parking fines. Parking only west of Denman will be useless for me. My life will be over. Signed, Eva Krezek. I really want to thank you for your time. And I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning, so I'm so glad that I got to say my bit. I truly care about the West End. I love living there. And I really think this dividing is not going to make us a happier community. And there's other ways to increase, like the decals that you talk about for new tenants, the $350. Do you have any questions of me?
Yes, I think you do, from Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks for coming in. And
My neighbor.
Yes, yeah, indeed. I hope you go back to Eva and tell Eva that she will absolutely qualify to get one of these. So her life is not over. In fact, it'll be even better because she can go anywhere in the city, not just in the West End with this. So, and as you heard, staff, that will apply to anyone in this kind of situation, and they haven't got turned down, and many have applied in other areas. So it really won't affect people in this kind of situation. In fact, they'll benefit greatly, because I was going to ask the staff at the end whether, as someone else raised, this is good in meters as well, but I'll come to that. Oh, it's not good in meters, it's good for residence parking and so on.
I just want to mention, when I told the management of my condo that they're considering opening up parking spots, we finally got gated, so we feel more safe. We've got fobs, and he said, "Over my dead body."
Well,
we let strangers now come in. We're looking for parking spots, correct? Right. And a lot of them are empty. So you're going to have to talk to all the other buildings, because it's a safety thing. We don't want theft. We don't want strangers in our building. And we've worked hard to own our condo and have a safe parking spot.
I think staff can react to that after, but we don't want any dead bodies standing up.
We definitely don't. Okay.
So you've heard most of the discussion here today, and you and I have talked as well. So you have a far better, I think, idea of what this is about and the rationale and some of the solutions. The one piece that's missing for us right now is the low income, people on low income, and I'm going to add that at the end as well. So
there will be a stampede all of a sudden at doctors' offices, and that means they're going to be taking spaces too. So whether that evens everything out, I don't know. I do know of people who have decals and shouldn't. So that's going to be a whole new challenge. Mm-hmm. But for the seniors, I hope it works.
I don't know if we can do anything about the fraud here, but that's not.
New challenge.
That's up to a doctor.
But for the seniors, I'm happy. If they can get a decal and they can get to their hospital and doctor, that's going to be...
And again, not just for the zones in the West End, it's citywide.
And if we can't get rid of the 3 zones, then maybe because of community centers, because of Gordon House, because of Barclay Manor, maybe that could be taken into consideration, because that's their lifeline. We have people at Barclay Manor come and sit there and sleep because they're so lonely, and it gets them out and about. And the same with the community.
What, you mean they drive from somewhere to Barclay Manor to sit?
Well, from the neighborhood. They're lonely and they have a place to go. They can have a cup of coffee.
These are the people you're talking about, like Eva?
Yeah, they can't get there.
Well, they'll have a pass.
If he can qualify. Absolutely. I take that to heart. Okay.
Councillor Carr, you've got a lineup of interested people here.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Oh, no. I have questions for you. Yes, you're
just trying to move it along here.
Oh, well, we appreciate that, but you've added some interesting points. So I understand about the the issue that you've raised around the zones. One of the points raised by staff to me in response to my question on this is that they don't intend to do this right away. They intend to delay it until there have been some impacts, positive impacts from the other measures implemented in this report. So we're seeing a reduce in demand for parking. At that point, they'll look at implementing this.
Right.
Is that satisfactory to you? If there was a delay?
If we can do something to make it more livable, like when they say west of Denman, where I happen to live, there's a lot of people who are with canes and things. That's a very small area. We're going to pay the same price, but we're only going to be able to use that area. So that'll give me parking if I have company, if I have a decal, that's all fine. But of course, you can't use it anywhere else. So the areas are all different sizes, right?
Right.
So it would depend if they can make it so people can access community centers and different things. There's got to be a way that Barclay Street is where the seniors all come.
Yes.
And they've only got 5 parking spots there, right? And so they can get there with their walkers or whatever. So if there's some way to incorporate that or do something with permits, then I say, okay, now we're taking care of our seniors. I'm a senior, but I can walk and I can bike, and I have nothing against bikes, by the way, nothing at all, just that we lost our parking spots.
Right. Okay, I get the issue. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll look forward to
Councillor
what happens.
Genova.
Thank you very much. One more question for you. Sorry. So I understand that you had some concerns regarding seniors and seniors parking. It had been brought up by a few others that actually this could be too prescriptive, this 3-zone area. Do you think that it actually could, or from some of your comments, force seniors who perhaps all of the parking spots are taken up in their zone, they're just going to have to drive around aimlessly, putting out more emissions until a spot comes up, because now they're allowed to park in a smaller portion or a lesser portion instead of all of the West End, and it will also force other people to park on the edges of their communities, ultimately a domino effect.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing from you. I just want clarification on that, if you could elaborate a little on that.
Well, if they get the permit we talked about because you're disabled, then of course they're fine. And now I hear they can park everywhere, which is really interesting.
Only
I
if you
didn't
have a
know that.
handicap placard.
Yeah.
If you have mobility issues and you're a senior and you don't have a handicap placard.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot of challenges. And if some of them go to the aquatic center for therapy, which some of my neighbors, I've got a lot of neighbors that are older than I am, this permit is not going to allow them to go there. So I don't see where all of a sudden we think because we're so dense, that we suddenly are so greedy because we have this 3 areas all to ourselves. It's so that we can enjoy all the wonderful things that are good for us and that get us out. And I'm talking about seniors in particular, because I want them to be able to go to all their activities. Does that explain it?
It certainly fits with the healthy city strategy, everything you've been saying. Thank you.
Good to be green, but it's even better to be happy.
I guess staff can clarify how it functions in all the other zones that are smaller than the West End is today. Thank you very much. Sonia Baker. Oh, she spoke. You're right. I'm sorry, Sonia. Thank you. Aviva Lachterman.
Good afternoon. First of all, some of the members of the council might think that what I'm about to say has nothing to do with the topic, but I feel I need to bring this up because I think there's an undeniable connection that has to be addressed. As the proposal to increase parking permits and shrink the zones in the West End, it is impossible for me to ignore the fact that this has come at the same time as the installations of the Mobi bikes, which have taken away much needed residential and visitor parking. I just wonder if this is a coincidence that now the city wants to raise the permit fees. It just seems suspicious to me. And I find it really upsetting that so much of the parking was taken away and used for the Mobi bike stations instead of installing them at the edge of sidewalks, breaking them up, putting them in little bits on parks, for example. And why have so many of the West End residents' complaints and concerns been vastly ignored? More and more bike share stalls keep devouring parking spaces like viruses. One of the most ridiculous areas where the Moby bikes have been installed is the corner of Chilco and Robson, which lies right next to the large open area bordering Lost Lagoon, where a station could easily have been installed instead of taking away more and more residential parking. So now to the main points. I am really against the raising of the parking permits, even though I would be grandfathered. It just seems unfair to new residents moving to the West End to have to put out the money when it is so high compared to the rest of the city's other residential permits. Many residents that come to the West End are low income, have families to support, rents and mortgages to pay. It seems very punitive just to slap this on them. At least a gradual increase would not feel so harsh. And I realize the city wants to encourage residents to use their underground parking, but if the buildings charge such a high fee, it's not always possible. And besides, some of the residents choose to pay for underground parking in their building and also have a street permit so that if a guest comes, they can use the underground parking and not be limited to the 2-hour street parking. I'm against dividing up the zones into smaller areas, as Sonia said, because of the elderly and disabled people who need access to all the different zones. But even someone without a disability could have a sick day, or they could be ill, and they might not be in a condition to have to pay for the parking if they have to move to a different zone to go see a doctor. So maybe I would propose having a few available parking zones to all the residents during the non-peak hours. I don't support having some of the free spots metered. We already have a good system in place with the 2-hour free parking spots. All we need to do is step up the enforcement. And of course, a better solution would be to free up all those 2-hour parking spots that were taken away, again, with the bike installations. And I have nothing against the bikes. I think it's a great idea, but in other cities, in the States, I've seen these bike share programs, and they have them on the sidewalk. I have never seen them in any other cities where they put them on the street where there's cars. It doesn't make any sense to me, and a lot of people that I talk to in the West End are very upset about this. Finally, I'm in favor of buildings freeing up unused parking space if it doesn't pose a security issue. Many residents should have free use of their parking spots in the buildings in which they live. This would solve the problem, but how to enforce this with building managers is another issue. Overall, I am not in support of most of the new proposals. I have lived in the West End since 2005. I've never had a problem finding street parking until the Moby bikes came. Thank you.
You have a question from Councilor DeGenova.
I was just wondering, so your issue, or one of the issues that you have with the recommendations, are that you actually feel the parking is more limited, and one of the reasons that we're coming to meet today to discuss these recommendations are because of the parking revenues that may be gone and the spaces that have been taken up by the Moby bike share. Can you just comment, and again, you don't have to, on your own personal experience and seeing people trying to park sort of pre-Moby bike and after Moby bike now that the Moby bike stations are installed in the West End?
Well, there was also the issue of this van. That was another off topic that was parked on Harrow and Nicola that was there for 2 years. and that van is actually moved to another area, and it's been parked there for over a month. I don't know why they don't enforce that. That's another issue. But I've seen.
I see them writing it down right now. That van that was parked for months.
It's moved to another area, but I see it. I still see it.
There we go. I'm sure staff will want that information.
Okay. Well, I just it just takes longer to find parking around my building, and visitors. That's a tragedy now, because they either have to go Robson Street and pay, or they have to use some of the guest spots that they didn't have to use before.
Now we're being told that this in fact will increase guest parking. Do you believe that to be true?
I don't think so.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks for having me.
One more now. Excuse me. Councillor Stevenson has a question.
Yeah, thanks. You do know that I'm over here.
Okay.
That's Councillor Ball over there.
Hi.
Very different. Yeah, we're always getting confused, aren't we? I don't have red hair. You do know that the monies that come in from this, though, and it's gone down from $50 to $30. $50 was the first recommendation after all of the feedback from the West End. Now it's 30. That those monies will go and stay within the West End. And the West End will have a process of deciding where that money goes. So the people that, as you say, might want to move into the West End, first of all, of course, we'll already know that ahead of time, and that'll be part of their decision as to whether they want to move or not to move. But when they do move, those monies will be really, really useful for the West End and the West End residents, because we'll get to decide what to do with it and how to improve the West End. Is that helpful for you when you know that, even though
Well,
you're...
I think the money could have been used. Well, this is off topic, but I think the money that they used to put the suicide barriers on the Burrard Street Bridge, for example, could have also been used for other things. But that's not the West End. But
well, but the suicide barrier.
I just think that
just a
there's
sec.
other
Hold it.
things that were
That's not true. We couldn't do that. And the suicide barriers were barriers that the Coastal Health insisted that we put up.
Seriously?
Oh, seriously?
It's a valid question that he's putting. Please don't interrupt any further, Councillor DiGenova.
Why, Councillor DiGenova, do you
No, Councillor Stevenson.
interfere with so many people all of the time?
Councillor Stevenson, direct your comments to the chair and put
Thank you, through the chair. So, I mean, okay, that's as you say, that's off the topic because that couldn't be used anyway. But don't you think that this is really helpful for us in the West End?
No, I don't think so. I think it's way too. If they're going to do it, they should do it gradually. So you know, maybe an extra $20 a year, but 300%. I don't know the exact figures, but it's like a slap. It just feels punitive. I just disagree.
But is it a slap to anybody in the West End? No, because we're being grandfathered in. It's a slap maybe to.
But I see. If I look at myself, if I was moving in, you know, like I was in 2005, yeah. I wouldn't like that. So I have sympathy for other people that are going to be moving in, and.
Okay, but by that time it might already be in place, and you wouldn't know. It would just be a $30.
Yeah, well.
Over time, I guess.
Maybe.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Ms. Lachterman. That's all your questions. Jim Anderson. Jim Anderson here? I see that. It's fine. Thanks, Mr. Anderson. Welcome.
Microphone is on, thank you. That answers that question. My name is Jim Anderson. I live in the West End. I have, actually can say a little more than some people who've lived there for 20 years. I was born in the West End, went to Dawson Annex, Sir William Dawson, King George, and believe it or not, I'm still here in the West End. That might say something, but what it says, I'm not actually sure.
You can stand back a little bit from the mic because you're popping your peas a little bit right now. Up here. There you go. Perfect.
You can still hear me? Thank you. To the acting mayor, council, and the mayor, I'd like to say good afternoon. Listening to some of the comments on the proposal, I can't say I'm wholeheartedly in favor of it. Some parts, yes. Other parts, major parts, no. And as I was reading their strategy report, this definitely brings feelings of deja vu. When the city first implemented street parking, What happened was, and I believe the gentleman's name was Bob McDonald, who has long since retired. The initial report concluded that the problem in the West End with the street parking, and there was a problem there at that time, that it was the owners that caused the problem. They rented parking spaces, probably in the neighborhood of $25 a month, and then promptly parked in the street. In fact, the engineering department did send staff around to do a sampling of the of various apartments, certainly not all of them, and their conclusion was that the parking space was empty. Obviously, people are parking on the street. Never once did they occur to them that the parking space was empty because the resident had already left for work. Today, if you believe the current report and proposal, it looks like it's the same nasty group of residents, or possibly their descendants, who are doing the same. The only difference is they're paying $50 a month, $600 a year, and buying a city parking decal for an additional $75 so they can park on the street. Believable? Well, for me, not really. But on the other hand, it does serve to target an identifiable group. Reading the report, and I will skip around, there are some comments that I would like to make. On page 8, the statement, and I quote, "There are thousands of unused off-street parking spaces in the West End, with dozens of buildings having at least 50 open spaces." I'm rather disappointed that, considering there's so many open spaces and so many buildings with open spaces, that we did not have a schedule attached which identified those buildings with the addresses and with the number of spaces that were available. In our building, we have 5 people on the wait list, and I'm sure they would certainly appreciate it. At the 2 displays that the engineering department put on, there was one map that was shown today on the screen that identified what they called surplus parking spaces by various colors. In this case, it was mostly in shades of blue. But let's look at these various parking spaces. With addresses: 1600 Block Beach, also known as Beach Towers. There are 3 of them, plus there's the 4th tower, which is at 1649 Harwood Street. I phoned them to ask how much they would charge to rent a parking space. Their answer was quite to the point. If you don't rent here, we do not rent you a parking space. Even though they do have parking spaces, they also have suites that match up to them. So they're out. They, for your information, were identified as having a surplus of 78 and 25 to 50 parking spaces as a surplus on their map. Going towards Burrard Street, at Burrard and Harwood, 1020 Harwood to be precise, the Chrysalis, 104 suites, 25 floors, it's strata, and it's coded to have shown 76 surplus parking spaces. Spaces sold in that development are sold with the unit. In other words, the parking spaces are part of the registered title on the Land Titles Office. 1146 Harwood Street, the Lamplighter, 115 units, 16 floors. Also, guess what? Strata, but coded as having between 25 and 50 surplus spaces. But it is also strata, as I said.
Mr. Anderson, you're coming up to your time. Can you wrap up your comments?
Okay. Hope I have a couple of minutes extra. With regards to the problem in the West End, has the engineering department and probably the planning department looked inward and seeing what the causes are? This is addresses I've pulled off the council minutes on the topic of infill, sorry. 1071 Car.
No, you'll need to wrap up. Can you just give us what you would like to see changed? We don't need more lists of things because your time is out.
If you compare the number of infill spaces and plus the existing, you'll find there's a great discrepancy between the proposed parking and the total number of units available. For example, 27 units, 7 parking proposed.
Sir?
11 units, 1.
Sir, I'm really sorry, but you are out of time. You need to wrap up with a final statement expressing what you like or don't like, and then we have to move on.
Okay, as far as the rate of $30 a month proposed, I don't have anything against that, other than it is the highest rate, or will be the highest rate in the city. What I would like to see is the report, or parts of the report, referred back to the engineering department for further information. Specifically identifying the thousands of empty parking spaces, identifying the buildings that have those thousands of empty parking spaces, and if they can't, possibly refrain from having grandiose statements implying that they do.
Thank you for that, and we will, thanks for that, and you have questions from Councillor Affleck.
Hi, thanks, Madam Chair. Just on that point, and I think you were here when I was asking questions earlier about stratas, and staff said 25% of the spots that they've identified are strata developments. And you're talking, is that what you're talking about in the last part? You're talking about you're talking about strata buildings not counted, or?
Well, from what I understand at the Nelson Park demonstration that I attended, is they referred to the development permit application to identify the number of suites, but that doesn't tell the whole story. You can have a strata with the suites registered, various parking spaces registered against a suite in land titles, and every one of them could be empty. You don't have the right to, the Strata Council, and most of them do have a concern of giving an outsider, that is a non-strata owner, a swipe card or a password that gives them unfettered access to the underground parking and possibly to the building itself. A couple of friends of mine who live in strata developments, they said there's not a hope that they will ever allow rentals for that reason. It's called security. You know, so, you know, there's one thing to say we want to work to free up stratas, but there's another thing to convince the residents. And that's a future, shall we say, project that may or may not occur. They may simply find that there is no way that they are going to do that, because the strata owners ultimately decide who is on the strata council and what their authority is, and at what I would expect would be an AGM, if there is not a motion prohibiting rentals to non-strata owners, there probably will be, and that is how they operate, and City Council does not have the authority to override the Strata Properties Act.
Thank you for clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You now have some questions from Councillor Meigs.
Just on that point, Mr. Anderson, my strata council does allow third-party rentals, but that's not my question. My question is, don't you think the intention is to reduce the gap between the virtually free street parking and the price of the parking in the strata council, so more owners will actually move into the spaces of the strata council and free up street space? I thought that was the rationale, but you don't feel that's the case, eh? I thought it was to try to get residents to use their own parking.
You know, call me skeptical, but maybe I just don't believe it. This was what the rationale was back in, was it the early 1980s when they brought in street parking? That the local residents would see that it's much more convenient and they would move off the street. Well, they didn't. In addition, over the years, the engineering department and the planning department, I believe through the Board of Variance, had developer after developer whining about how expensive it was to provide parking. Would you please relax the requirement under the parking bylaw? And invariably they did. Over a long period of time, this is exactly what happens, is you get more cars that are simply on the street because there is no other place to park.
I'm not
you know,
sure.
or if you want to
sure
reference the report, they have 2,700 street parking spaces, and they sell 6,000 decals. Be interesting if they had a performance at the Queen Elizabeth Theatre, which has about 2,700 seats, and they sold 6,000 tickets. So no, I don't believe it.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions. Okay, I believe.
Thank you very much. A number of issues were raised by several of the speakers. Maybe just starting with the final point that was made, and Councillor Meigs, you're quite correct. The major goal of the initiative is to have people that currently have parking and access to parking, but are using the street parking on a regular basis, for them to move into their their provided parking. In some cases, there may be the opportunity for others to rent parking that's available. We recognize that that wouldn't work in all cases. Some buildings have surface parking where that might be easier to do. For newer buildings, car share parking is provided in an area that is accessible. And in some buildings that might not be desired, it might not be possible, and that's fine. That's not the primary thrust. There are questions about impacts for some seniors with mobility challenges, and one of the comments that was made is a person that uses a device to get around, whether it's a cane or a walker. That's one of the criteria for getting a Spark Pass, is that if you use a device, and so that would allow people to get a pass, as I said. The handicap spots, the Spark Pass doesn't allow them free parking at a meter. However, we do install handicap parking spots based on requests. If people call us all the time at 311 to say there's not enough handicap parking near their doctor's office, near their pharmacy, near a specific store, and we're in a regular process of adding those spots around the city based on requests. The comment was made around around residents not being able to travel throughout the larger zone if we make it the 3 smaller zone. And a question was raised whether they could have access to the other zones during the day. And that is our intent with recommendation 4, where we say that visitors would be able to use the spots in all the zones during the day, maybe from 4 to 11 or some period of the day when they're not fully used. Our intent was that that would include residents from one zone now moving over to another zone during the day to do shopping or to visit the senior center. And there's been a lot of discussion about bikes and Mobi bike share stations and loss of parking, and I thought it might be helpful just to give council the numbers. So once again, we have 6,000 permit passes in the neighborhood. There's 3,200 parking stalls on the curb, 27 that are resident-only parking, plus 500 parking that are two-hour only. So 3,200 curbside parking spaces in the neighborhood, and 27 unmetered spots have been lost and reallocated to Mobi. So that's less than 1%, far less than 1%. And so just to put that in context in terms of the Mobi stations. Thank you.
Now we have questions to staff from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll let you can take a drink. Go ahead. So I'm just going to start by talking again about the 3 zones that's come up by a number of speakers. There was one speaker that suggested doing 3 zones during an evening or overnight period, but leaving it open during the day. Did you consider that?
That is included essentially in action number 4, where we're saying during the day, where the zones, all the zones, the area has space available, allowing visitors, and that would include residents from now an adjacent zone, because we've divided it into 3, they would be a visitor, allowing them to use it during the day. So that's exactly what is intended. They're now a visitor.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what's intended.
That was not clear. That's a great clarification.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
It's not just somebody from the west side. Yeah.
Just because you have a parking sticker for the west of Denman doesn't mean you're not a visitor. I got it. All right. Secondly, I'm just verifying because it was again raised. You do not intend to subdivide the bigger zone now into 3 subzones until after there have been some impacts, positive impacts seen in terms of reduced demand by other measures.
Yes, when we create the 3 smaller zones, we still need to make sure that we are close in terms of supply and demand. And we know that those numbers will change with the increased permit price. So the intent is to do it in a stepped approach. And as we see that the supply and demand start to change based on that, then institute the smaller zones. And those zones would might be adjusted based on the data that we receive at the time. So again, the city engineer sets those all across the city all the time, and we don't see problems. Our intent is to phase that in when it's appropriate to do so.
Will that come back to council?
It doesn't need to. My recommendation would be not to do that. We currently that authority rests with the city engineer. We set those zones all throughout the city on an ongoing basis. We have dozens of new zones that we create regularly. We just highlighted this to council now because it's a significant change.
Okay. There were a number of speakers who raised the issue of certain, the availability of parking in areas adjacent to well-used facilities, like Barclay Manor, for example. Are you undergoing a review of whether or not there need to be any changes adjacent to those kinds of public services or public amenities?
Yeah, it's not so much a specific review. What I would say that our curbside parking regulation and usage is constantly changing. Every week, Lon and Eric are changing use curbside. A new restaurant opens up, passenger zones are created, a restaurant closes, passenger zones are removed, parking meters are added, commercial zone is added. 311 request comes in, handicap parking is added. So it is a continuous process, and certainly as we're made aware of challenges in areas, then we will work both with the business as well as looking at the curbside to, as I said, either add handicap parking if required, adding passenger zones if required, commercial loading. And in this case, we are looking at adding some additional meters as well, which would allow turnover parking for customers or users.
So if members of the public are concerned, they would do as the members of the public in other areas, basically.
Call 311.
Call 311, or sometimes call the counselor, as you
or go
know
through a
from-
counselor to get to us.
As you know from emails from me, that say, gee, would you consider this? It's a problem. So that is an avenue open to me. And I noticed that you also said that you've actually helped through or provided some advice to seniors to support them or to encourage them or to, I don't know what, but anyway, help them get a safer parking permit. Does that they still call 311 and say, look, I would like to park in those zones during the day?
Yes. Yeah, parking obviously is a very active issue. We receive over 100,000 calls a year. And so often the solution to some of the challenges that a caller might have would be a Spark Pass. And as I said, as Eric said, the many, many people that we refer to that program, we're not hearing back from them. So we've heard many hypothetical concerns, and I understand it's a very important issue. What I can say is we're not hearing from the people that are calling us that process didn't work for them. We refer them and then we don't hear back. Yeah.
Great. Okay. I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I had a question regarding, let's say there was senior citizen, has mobility issues, but doesn't qualify for a handicap permit under the Spark program, and they parked outside of their zone. So they had a permit to park in one of the 3 zones, but they parked outside of it because they couldn't find parking. Would they be ticketed?
I don't know that hypothetical situation.
That's not really a hypothetical situation. It would happen if this passed today.
No, what I mean by that is the calls that we are receiving from senior citizens that have mobility challenges, that are explaining to us their situation, that we refer to the Spark program, presumably get them because they don't call us back to say that's not working for us. So I understand your question is, if that program isn't available to them, what would we do? And what I can say is that the people that we're referring to, the program seems to work for them because they're not coming back to us to say that didn't work. And we have many, many of those calls. In general, anybody that parks in our zoned parking is required to follow the rules, period. So the answer is that anybody that parks as a meter is expected to pay. Anybody that parks in a time-limited zone is expected to pay. But
sorry, I have a limited amount of time. So under Mr., and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it, Mr. Bolita's comments regarding the independent grocer, let's say that's in one of the 3 zones, and there is someone who goes to park down in that area to buy groceries, they would get a ticket if they weren't specified, their address wasn't in that zone.
So our approach for an area like that was that during the day, when there is not the high demand for the areas, to allow visitors to do just that, park in those adjacent areas, whether they're coming from one of the other West End areas or whether they're coming from a different part of the city or they're a service provider. And if it is during the peak periods of time when there's high competition, then we would expect them to follow the parking rules as we would expect anyone.
So I'm going to ask one more question regarding this. And working with a nonprofit specifically in housing that deals with people who need 24/7 round-the-clock care, some of them,
yes.
Care isn't like a 9 to 5 thing. There's certain individuals who need care round the clock, and the West End is one of the most affordable places for them. So I'm wondering, is there any special exemption for caregivers where they can come and apply to the city for outside of the hours of this program?
So we have done that in certain areas of the city where we have challenges for care providers to gain access, and we have provided special passes that allow parking for those nurses or those care providers in those specific areas, yes.
Thank you.
Receive regular care, and they can share those permits with caregivers, and that's a citywide program.
Okay, thank you. Another question I had, and it was just because it was at the end of my questions, is there a reason? I understand, and kudos to engineering and to transportation. I know you've spent a lot of time with the Persons with Disabilities Committee and the Seniors Advisory Committee. I'm wondering, because I know I will be asked this question at my liaison meeting, or when I go to my meeting as a liaison, why were they not included in this conversation surrounding consultation that is now coming to us in the way of a recommendation?
Right. So we did include members of the committee that are part of the Transportation 2040 working group. And in terms of the committee itself, I don't know if there's any further information, but we did. Eric, I don't know if there's any further information on that, but we did meet with representatives of those committees, seniors and persons with disabilities, in the context of the 2040.
Can I just ask, would they have had enough time to go back to their committee, present that, as they often do, and then come back to you with feedback, or was the timeline too tight for that?
No, we met with the 2040 stakeholders group, I think the middle of last year. So we presented the work, we presented the recommendations. And in addition to that, we've met directly with the West End Seniors Network, and as I'd mentioned earlier, they've provided a letter of support for the recommendations.
Specific
Thank you.
recommendation.
Yeah, that's right. Specific
Teacher
recommendation.
recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks, Mr. Dilboni. Could you just, people were talking about the other parts of the city and what they pay. Can you just give us comparative costs and what you're thinking of as in regards to other parts of the city?
Yeah, so the rates of the other parts of the city are?
They vary between about, I think, $35 and $80 per year currently.
Okay. And again, some of the speakers were correct. The original launch of these programs, the pricing was set to cover our administration costs. As competition grew for those programs, it's starting to become more of we're looking at pricing as being one of the ways to balance supply and demand. And so the West End now, where we have by far the biggest challenge, by far the biggest imbalance, is the first one for us to use.
Great. Chair, when I get a chance, I'd like to move motion.
And get yourself back on the queue at the right time, and that will happen. Councillor Ball.
Yes, sorry. My question is, we've heard a number of times from people in the West End that they are concerned they won't be able, I've heard you sort of correct it, but they won't be able to get from their place to the doctor's appointment and then go and do something else with its dentist, that won't be possible. Are you saying that that is possible?
Well, we're saying that during the daytime, when we don't have the high demand for the curbside parking, we are looking at opening it up to make it more flexible for people to use. That would include residents moving within the neighborhood. I do want to stress, though, that the intent of these programs is not to provide sort of limited access only for a certain group of people in a certain neighborhood. The fundamental intent of these programs is to provide parking near where somebody lives, and so that's why while it is a benefit in the West End that there's a smaller group that have access to a number of curbside spaces, that isn't what the program is for. So another way of dealing with that is more appropriate is to let us know that this is where my doctor is and I have trouble getting to it because there's not enough parking, and we can look at whether if there's mobility issues, adding handicap spots right in front of the door, whether it's a drop-off situation where we could have a passenger zone right in front of the door. So, if rather than a sort of a broad brush approach for the entire West End, which is partly in what I'm saying, during the day when demand is low, people can have that movement. But if there's specific challenges they'd have, let us know those challenges and we can work with them and also the businesses to see how we can find specific solutions. And we get that all the time, as I said, is if somebody has challenges parking at the doctor's office, we can look at adding handicap parking. If we find it doesn't get used, then sometimes we take them out as well. But certainly let us know what those challenges are and we work with them. We do that for the disabled community. We do that in all sorts of areas. Crosswalks, beepers, if we have to, add some of those, or vibratory controls. We're adding all kinds of specialty items on request based on people's needs. And so I just encourage the public, if they have those specific issues, make sure you call us through 311 so we can work with them to solve specific problems.
Thank you. That's very helpful to know. So those changes are possible if something just isn't working for a group of people. That was one of my questions. My next one is the one we hear more than anything, of course, is affordability and how this affects someone on a very low income. And I'm just wondering where you go with that.
Sure. No, thank you.
Yeah.
So for people that are currently living in the neighborhood, there's no change. Our recommendation is they're grandfathered. It's the individuals. It's not simply the car. If you change vehicles, that's not the issue. It's the person that is living in the West End is grandfathered. For new individuals coming, the intent was that would be the higher rate, so they would know as they're moving into the community that they know that is the cost of the parking and of the rent and the housing and transportation. Do layer and do become significant. We understand there's an impact. We included in the report a consideration for a means test for those new people moving in, and Councillor Stevenson has alluded to that already, that's available, so no change for those that are already in the grandfathered, and for new people entering the neighborhood, there's an option for council to put in a means test using similar method that the Parks Board uses that would allow them to take advantage of the lower rate and stay at the lower rate as well. So again, there would be no impact for low-income people moving into the neighborhood either, if council chooses that consideration item.
Thank you. And one really quick question. Are we building apartment buildings or residential buildings without parking in the West End, knowing that we have this issue?
Yeah, as a rule, our parking strategy is to build the right amount of parking in all new developments, whether it's a commercial or a residential building, so that we require the same amount of parking that's needed for the new tenants that are moving in. So our goal is to provide the parking that's required on site for all new buildings. Now, that number is the magic number, and that's the process we go through, looking at trends. We look at all the new buildings that have been built. Did we get it right? What was the requirement, and what is the actual demand? And what we found over the last 20 years is we slowly have been reducing our requirements, and we more dramatically have been reducing the number of vehicles that are being parked. And so we're seeing in many locations around the city that the number of parking stalls required continues to go down because we see vehicle ownership going down. It's not zero, but always our goal is to provide the parking on site, and in a few occasions we have the ability to provide it in an adjacent site. So I've stopped short of just saying, are there buildings that have no parking? There may be specific examples where we look to vary, but as a rule, our goal is always to provide the parking that's required by a new development on the site, so that we're not burdening the neighborhood or the neighbors with a new development that creates parking problems for them, because we know that's the number one concern with new development. Number two concern is traffic that comes with the new development as well.
So that's your time, Councillor Ball. Thank you. Councillor Reimer.
Hi, thanks. A couple questions, and I apologize if I missed the answers at the beginning. I was trying to manage the agenda challenges that we were facing. Low income access, or the leisure access pass, the LAC, what, if any, control do we have over the process by which that is administered? I guess my point is, if Park Board put in some new and onerous requirement for accessing such a thing, would we have any recourse in relation to that?
Yeah, certainly the process is one that we determine, you determine, we determine.
Okay.
We have provided the option or thought that because the leisure pass is working quite well, we could use either that or something similar. It doesn't have to be that. We have checked with Park Board to see, does that create difficulties in terms of volumes? We're having those discussions, but we're just using, it could be a parallel process, or we could use that process, something similar as a means test.
So if we're happy with the process they're using, it would be the most efficient way of doing it. Should
Yes.
they, for whatever reason, and there's no indication they have any intention of doing so, but some potential future action, we would have the ability to go it alone if needed.
Yeah, we control that decision clearly.
Okay, great. Second question was around participatory budgeting and that process process. The recommendation in B. It sounds quite nascent that if we were to approve B, you would come back with and significantly more flesh on the bones of this.
Yeah, we're quite excited that we know this has been a priority and a desire, and we're quite excited that this provides us an opportunity to get started with that. And oh, come on up, you come.
Hi, through the chair. It's Amanda Gibbs. I'm the Manager of Public Engagement. We have had participatory budgeting in our plan for 5 years, and this opportunity provides an excellent case study. It's a focused area, and there's a real opportunity to sort of think through this with the community.
Okay, so there's not, it's pretty lightly referenced in here, but as I read it, the intention then is to go and talk to the community, since this would be the first ever, figure out the framework, you would bring that back, and then you would engage in the actual budgeting exercise.
Yeah, the first place to start is to really look at the sort of framework for how we would go forward. We've been in talks for a number of years with the Participatory Budgeting Project based in the U.S., and they've helped Canadian cities, American cities, dozens of municipal governments work on this process. So they're great technical expertise, but the citizens are the best sort of experts in terms of the process going forward. So we would work very closely and maybe create a governance committee of community members and folks within government to help run that process. But it's a very open process, and it allows the community to decide what's important to them, and then there's a balloting process that allows the citizens to choose what their priorities are.
Okay, that's helpful. I won't then provide commentary other than to say thank you. I appreciate seeing the intention to do participatory budgeting kind of move forward a bit in this report, assuming we pass it. Last question was about technology. I know the report does reference technology as a tool that could help in a rather limited way relative to the possibilities. So my question was, there's some pretty innovative stuff happening around the world with, I'm not quite sure how it works, but essentially you're going to be going downtown or into the West End or Denman or wherever you might be going, and it will tell you where the parking spots that are like open meters are, or what this meter at these times is most likely, because it can aggregate the data over time and give you some, it's like when you go onto Google store and it'll tell you the busiest times of the store. You can apparently do that for meters in New York City now, so that you know which meters are most likely to be available. I'm sure the algorithm then changes immediately, but it's an interesting idea. So the broad question is, I was surprised to see not more tech proposed. So did you evaluate and decide no, or is it a sort of to be done piece moving forward?
Yeah, we're certainly very interested in technology. I'll start, and maybe Eric can add. The most obvious one is the license plate recognition, because in our permit parking areas, it is very labor intensive for our parking officers to manually type in all those plates to find out is it registered, et cetera. And so this allows them to do it in a very fast way. We are looking at a number of different technology items. We're looking at updating our pay-by-phone application, and there's a number of new opportunities that come with that. Eric, I don't know if you want to speak with other ideas.
Sure, yeah. I think pay-by-phone is an interesting tool where we're working with our vendor to explore, different feature sets where, different eligibilities for residents, for example, could be available in the app. Through the engagement process, we also heard from a number of interested technology companies that wanted to, explore opportunities with us. And so the recommendation, especially around the unlocking of parking, making the off-street parking available, we see that as an opportunity to explore different technologies, and sort of pending, approval of our recommendations, we would be moving forward with, that exploration.
Also with our Easy Park, who manages our city parking, also is looking at technology options, and there's different options on some of the parkades as well, whether you can reserve parking for specific events and things like that.
Great, that's awesome. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much. And now we have Councillor Louis.
Thank you. Let's go with the technology piece first. A couple of years ago, I asked engineering to look at the possibility over the holiday season. There were some issues with perhaps some drivers that were intoxicated and that their cars were parked, and rather than have them move it somewhere, if there was a possibility for them to prepay for parking for the following day. And at the time, the technology provider that we had, there were some issues with that. Whatever happened to that?
We continue to pursue it, and we expect that feature will be delivered this year.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. In time for the next big season, which is pretty much all the time now. In regards to residential parking permits, and not specific to the West End though, but there are shoulder areas where suddenly you're out of the zone, and those become problem areas as well. I know, Jerry, I've sent you one closer to Broadway, but I expect the phenomenon to repeat itself around the city, that suddenly residential parking permits only, and suddenly outside, that area gets populated by other folks that aren't perhaps living in the households on that block. And so what relief can we provide to those? Because otherwise it's an ever expanding zone of permits only. But what relief do we provide, and when's the trigger mechanism? Because that may apply to West End, depending on whether they're in or out. When do we do a review to determine where the boundary is and how to make the adjustments? What adjustments to be made?
Yeah. So certainly we are seeing competition for parking growing throughout the entire city, gradually growing area by area, and it is centered around generators, whether it's a commercial strip, or whether it's a new rapid transit station, or whether it's a community facility, or just a restaurant now that's become really, really popular and starts to. So we're definitely seeing competition grow, and we think that's a good thing. When we see a healthy economy, when we see lots of vibrant activity happening, there's also very strong demand for parking in that area. Our approach to that is, as I had said earlier, is we've tried to streamline and make it as easy as possible for residents to request and for us to process and then create new zones, because the parking permit zone is our approach to deal with that competition. Once we see that there's tremendous pressure on the neighborhood street and that residents aren't able to park near their home, then that's our remedy, is the creation of a permit zone. And our threshold right now is we're allowing residents to be the determining factor. When they feel that they're having too much problem finding parking on their street, by contacting us, we point them to the web page. They can follow that initiate that process, and we can follow it through and create a new zone. We can create zones as small as necessary to deal with specific problems. So we are seeing, and that's why I said that that authority rests with the city engineer or with staff so that we can just quickly react to that. And we have dozens of new zones coming in regularly as people are saying, you know what, since the Canada Line station opened, I can't park anymore, and we create those zones. Now that commercial strip is getting busier and busier, it's getting harder and harder, and we add and create new permit zones for that reason, to deal with that growing pressure. The permit zones are continuing to increase both in size and in number as competition grows.
So just on the size, though, I would encourage, like I really like the breaking up of the zone in the West End. I think that'll help tremendously from people migrating from one location to another within a large zone. And not sure that's applicable to other areas, perhaps though, because I think the finer grain opportunities that exist so that people aren't driving close to, in an area, but driving closer to a transit stop or something and then leaving their car, despite the fact that they're in the zone, that becomes a bit of a problem. And so then it goes to the enforcement question of how responsive are we? Because it is quite challenging. 3 hours that you need, and the resident needs to be there viewing the vehicle, that it hasn't moved, and it's quite arduous for a resident to be watching that car, that spot in front of their house for 3 hours nonstop. Car hasn't moved, and it's there. And so is it realistic, our current framework, to go to ask them to report in when it's very challenging for them to absolutely keep an eye on that car for that period of time?
Yeah, and that's where we're planning to use the license plate recognition, not just in the West End, but to allow us to provide more enforcement more efficiently in all those areas that are very labor intensive to enforce and require, in some cases, a lot of resident participation or resident action in order to do it. Just in terms of the zones themselves, the arterial roadways form natural boundaries between those. Is that often, as we're looking at an area, the area naturally falls on one side of the arterial road. On the other side is generally another zone that people don't often, park a block away on one side of the arterial to then cross and go to their house, which is a block away on the other. So the arterial roads are forming natural barriers or zone boundaries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Louis. And Councillor Stevenson.
Well, if there's no more questions, I'm prepared to make a motion.
All right. And are you moving the recommendations in the report?
Yes, I move recommendations A to E, and I've added an F, please.
Can you scroll down? There we go.
You can see that F is that staff charge the same permit rates for low-income households as the exempt permit holders, and that to be eligible, households would need to be registered in the Vancouver Parks Leisure Access Program. So to begin with, just let me profoundly thank the staff for this report. This has been a long time coming, a couple of years, an enormous amount of work and consultation. The problem, as everyone knows, has been how difficult it is and has been for a very long time to find parking in the West End. And all of us who live there have friends and visitors that come and have a very, very long time trying to get parking. And obviously, this zone is a very large zone that had been created some time ago. And so it necessitated changes that staff have brought forward. The staff have been out in the community for that whole period of time, and there's been a great deal of advertising, big signs in the West End on the main streets and so on to fill out the surveys. And as one of the speakers said, it's pretty hard to have lived in the West End in the past while and not knowing this was going on. And it has been driven by the West End. It was West End residents who wanted to see a change because of how difficult the parking has been. So in come the recommendations. and we've, I think, thoroughly canvassed them. I think the staff have answered all of the pertinent questions. Obviously, those seniors who have difficulty with mobility will be pleased to know that they can get these Spark decals and they'll be able to park anywhere they wish. So that alleviates the big concern. The amount of money is came down from $50 after we had a lot of feedback about it to $30, and that seems to be a place that most people find quite reasonable. And all of that money will go into the West End to improve the lives of people in the West End. And everyone who's there who has a parking permit now is being grandfathered in, which is pretty fair. And so for those people who are wanting to move into the West End now, they will know that if you want to get a parking permit, if you want to live in the West End, and maybe that's part of your decision, that it will be $30. So I think this has been really a very, very fair report, and one that has taken into consideration just about every single aspect possible. And I was very pleased to know that not only the Active Transportation Committee is in favor, but also the West End Seniors Network. There's been a lot of talk about seniors and seniors in the West End. And by the way, in the Globe and Mail today, there's a long editorial asking seniors to stay on in their jobs. I thought, okay, we're endorsed. Keep going.
You already have.
Oh, sorry, I'm off the point. So the seniors in the West End have been network have been consulted, and they are in favor of this report. So it's my pleasure, though, to also add F, which I think deals with the low-income residents and the issues that have been brought to light as a result of a lot of conversation after the report has come out and amongst ourselves, and I think that deals with it. So, Chair, I'm pleased to move A to F and look forward to the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I do see the city engineer at the podium. Did you have a comment on the amendment, Mr. Dobrevoni? Can the clerk get his mic? Yep.
Oh, just raise if Councillor Stevenson wanted to consider perhaps adding the words or a similar program at the end. I was asked whether it had to be the Vancouver Parks Leisure Access Program. It's up to council, but I just said if you added the words or a similar program, that would leave it open to be either the Parks program or.
That's a friendly amendment from staff.
Thank you. It's not the usual methodology here, but it's good for efficiencies. Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
I do. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Stevenson, for moving that and for adding in the F. If you hadn't included it, I was intending to put forward that as an amendment too. I caught that in the report and really thought that was a good solution to one of the major concerns, or one of them. There were many, but the major concerns brought up by the public in terms of the unfairness for low-income residents within the neighborhood. I just want to start by thanking the people who participated, who came out and spoke, who waited a long time to speak, and who, by thoughtful comments, actually, I think, got responses from staff that have opened up ideas I didn't even realize were in the report myself, such as the fact that a change in opening up residential parking areas during the day, which is suggested in this report, makes it open to everybody who's a permit holder, no matter where you live within the West End. So that, I think, was a welcome bit of information. I secondly want to thank everybody who responded. We had a lot of responses to the surveys that staff took out to the public. 4,000 responses in the first phase of it, 4,300 in phase 2, and the vast majority of those from people in the West End. There was a lot of information, and I really like the fact that staff in this report put down the concerns raised to the original set of ideas put up there and how they were addressed and changed. For example, the dropping of the monthly permit charge from $50 a month to $30 a month in response to the concerns raised by the public. There are a number of things in the report that I think most people that have come forward have agreed with. Of course, the reduction to $30, the exemption for households with low income, enforcing parking regulations. A number of people have mentioned that, and I think that it's a good addition within this report. The release of off-peak residential parking spots is a very popular move, so I'm assuming that that's going to happen at a time because it's related to as demand reduces. So I'm assuming that that will happen commensurate with the implementation of sub-area zones. They seem to go together. So that also addresses a big concern that I felt from the public. And I really do like the idea of investing the dollars back in the West End through participatory budgeting. I think that's a great and new innovative approach in these programs. Thank you to the West End Seniors also Network and to the West End Business Improvement Association for providing their feedback on an ongoing way and their comments, both of them in support of this. The concerns that I had come into this meeting with, particularly around seniors and their access, have been addressed by the further explanations that I wasn't aware of in terms of future use of other zones, if the zones or when the zones get implemented. And also the importance of pursuing the safer paths, which will allow them the use not only in those zones, but as we pointed out in other places around the city. I also just really want to finally comment on the fact that, you know, the West End, it's not just like any other neighborhood in the city in terms of parking, primarily because we are one of the densest residential neighborhoods in all of North America. We are also a destination neighborhood, not only in terms of visitors, and believe me, I feel it all the time when I have my family over for dinner on Sunday night, and they come from other parts of the city, and it's a big challenge. But we have also visitors from all around the world coming into our neighborhood. So this is a big challenge, and I think that there's been a lot of sort of landing on very innovative solutions that will get worked out. I can tell from staff's language and the language in the report that it's going to be an iterative process, seeing what works and putting easier things in place and adjusting as time goes on. With those comments, I am lending my support to this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Reimer.
Thanks, Chairperson. A few comments. I wanted to offer thanks to staff. I know that in a city where we are functionally out of land, there are a number of extraordinary pressure points, and I think parking is a very close second to housing. And I think when I look at cities like New York, Manhattan, for example, that suffers, has the same problem. I don't know that one suffers from running out of land. It just creates challenges that may not exist in a Regina or a Calgary or a place that has a little bit more breathing room or open canvas in it, I guess, unprogrammed land as of yet. So I did want to offer thanks to staff, because when I look at New York, a lot of cities don't even try to have this discussion. They just let it get more and more constrained, and people just learn to, I guess, kind of complain about it, and that's that. So I appreciate it was a tough piece to bite off, and a really, I think both Councillor Carr and Councillor Stevenson, and I thank them as liaison councillors, because I know you both live there, but you also have eyes on the street, and you've been a source of a lot of conduit of information to help people through this process, participate in it, and to make sure council and staff understood the texture of a community that is quite different than other communities in the city. I did want to speak to a couple of specific things. I'm very pleased to see the staff consideration brought forward by Councillor Stevenson, and it sounds like supported by Councillor Carr and others, related to low-income residents who aren't currently living there but may in the future. There's a lot of low-income rental stock in the West End, and it would be a shame to have it there but not allow them any access to mobility while they're there if they need a car. I'm very excited about participatory budgeting. It was the Engaged City Task Force report that brought forward a recommendation to consider that, and this seems like a very good opportunity to build a good framework. It does bring me to the last point that I wanted to note. Notwithstanding, I really do think it was an extraordinary, I think it was extraordinary to take it on and an extraordinarily well done job by staff. I have keenly felt both during last summer and today less so, but I think it still sticks with me. When engineering and traffic is sent off to conduct an activity with objectives that are specific to parking and traffic management, and the city as a whole has goals around people's sense of agency, their sense of mobility, their sense of independent living, we make it hard for our staff to reconcile what people have a reasonable expectation of being included in the process, but the engineering department doesn't have specific objectives around that. So I think if I were to do this in the future, I would want to know that the objectives that council outlines are clearer around making sure that social planning and social policy are in there from the beginning, so that you don't have to bring forward considerations. A report can just come forward that looks holistically at impacts around that mitigate the challenges that might be caused socially from the results of this. And I'm hoping that in the participatory budgeting process, there is a recognition in the framework that perhaps we should be prioritizing areas that do work on helping rebalance some of the social impacts that might incur as a result of the parking strategy. So, but it doesn't diminish in any way I'm quite happy to support what's before us.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very concerned about the price increase, that this is going up hundreds of percent, 5 times per month. Whether it be a new resident or not, it's still a significant tax increase. So I've submitted an amendment, or a G, would it be, I think, to the clerk, where stating that in the report, Action 1, initial cap of $12 per month be placed on new parking permits.
Can we get that on the screen, please?
Sorry, I just sent it to her. So.
Oh, she's on it, sorry.
There we go. Thank you for tidying that up for me. It looks very professional. So the intention of this is, I think we heard from many residents, not only today, but also in general, that the increase is significant, and it has made them feel very uncomfortable with what is intended. While we may have heard that this perception may be overly it's concerning to a lot of residents, and I think they're worried about us and how we're taxing them. So I think it's important that we take a step that's not quite as aggressive. I think that I understand the goals of the report, but I think a $30 to go from $6 to $30 per month is very, very significant, and I don't think a good approach for us in how we tax the residents of the city. So I'm suggesting we cap it at 12.
I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. Pardon me? I have an amendment. Councillor Carr and Meggs, were you there from before? You're new. All right. Councillor Carr, are you new? You will speak? Okay. Oh. Okay, you put yourself back on. Councillor Meggs, to the amendment.
Well, I'm surprised by Councillor Affleck's approach here, because often what we hear it a lot in provincial policy when it comes to camping, for example, that provincial government campsites should not be made available to the public at a rate below what the private sector would charge. It's considered unfair competition. So now we have a situation where we're making what is an important increase in the price of parking, still well below what the private sector is charging, in the hopes of creating some equity and opening up parking space for people in the West End who are visiting and using it for those reasons. I think that it's contradictory, based on what I understand Councillor Affleck's philosophy is, to now suggest that we basically give away street parking when we know that the private sector is prepared to deliver the parking at a certain price. Now, normally, I'd be fine with trying to make the price lower if we could, but there's a cost of service and there's an increasing debate in the city. I certainly hear about it from people who are interested in urban transportation, that the cost of parking is too low generally and that we're providing a free good to car owners. And that's another poll of opinion there, that we should be pricing that kind of parking space more aggressively, because the home owners and the landlords are supposed to be providing that parking, albeit at a charge. Then we have people who are trying to support the objectives of the city, who may be pedestrians or using transit or cycling, who are seeing what's in effect, a misallocation of city resources in this regard. It becomes a disadvantage for them because their visitors can never find a parking spot because the space is taken up by people who could be using the spots in their own building, but have decided to take advantage of this low rate. So I don't think this is advisable at all. I think the consultation done by the staff was very comprehensive, and the public support for this grandfathering approach was very, very wide. And I've watched my mailbox quite closely, and I checked with Councillor Stevenson in case I wasn't receiving West End mail that he would be getting. And although there has been some concern about the price, my feeling is there's a general agreement that the $30 is a reasonable price to pay given all the circumstances there, and is still well below what the private sector is charging. So I think we've hit the right balance.
Thank you, Councillor Meigs. Councillor DiGenova to the...
I appreciate the amendment. I think that we've heard from many residents, and there are challenges. We've heard from someone who works with an MLA, who sees constituents on a daily basis, who have issues with the parking already in the West End and the prescriptive changes to that parking, especially the increased cost for one of the neighborhoods that is one of the most affordable, is someone who works with people who have $375 a month to live on. I can tell you, as Councillor Jang has talked about his experience in working with people who are low income before, I can say that, a cup of coffee, a slice of pizza, we all might be able to have that luxury. Some people don't. And I would say $30 a month is certainly a huge jump. I think that Councillor Affleck's amendment here is saying that we understand that prices may increase, that parking is precious, and that the rate of parking spots, I know for a fact, over the past 10 years has risen in Vancouver. That being said, I think that this is certainly a middle-of-the-road approach, a good compromise, and $12 per month to be placed on new parking permits is something that I certainly could get behind. So I will be supporting Councillor Affleck's amendment G to the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson to the amendment.
Thanks very much. I'll be voting against the amendment. I don't even know where this $12 came from. Was it researched? Why not 13? Why not 19? Why not 23? I mean, we've got staff that have spent an enormous amount of time trying to weigh up and balance and have come to $30. I put my faith in staff's judgment, and they have had criterias to get there. This is just like pull out of the hat a rabbit, or $12 or $9 or whatever feels good at the moment as I'm sitting here. Secondly, this isn't a tax. This is pay for service. This is no tax. Not everybody gets taxed. If you want to have a parking pass, you go and pay for it. I used to have one. I have underground parking, but I used to have one for visitors. And now I don't. I chose not to, but this is a choice. And Many people do and many people don't. I mean, I think that we're lucky even to have this option to start with. If there wasn't such a thing, it would just be everybody driving around. There'd be no residence parking. Whoever could find a spot would find a spot. But we've got a way of trying to give residents an opportunity to find parking. But we have a big parking problem, huge parking problem. Everybody in the West End knows that. Everybody's talking about that. That's why we started this off. And the staff initially came in at $50 for reasons that you've heard. Now they've come back after doing consultation again with the West End, not with Yaletown folks where Councillor Affleck lives, but with West Enders. And that consultation landed at $30 to sit here and decide. It's like looking at the budget and saying, well, I don't think snow removal should cost $5 million. We'll only pay $2.7 million this year, whatever. I mean, you don't just pop up with figures out of nowhere. So I just find this maybe a way to vote against the whole thing. I can see the next move, oh no, because it's not $12, I'm going to vote against the whole motion. So fair be it. I'm voting against this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Carr to the amendment. Oops, I accidentally put you too far. There's your mic.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I too will be not supporting this. And, you know, it's here I am, a resident of the West End and a liaison to the West End, and you think, oh, this sounds like a popular kind of move. But it's not about popularity. It's about trying to fix a problem. And there's not a person in the West End that I don't know who isn't concerned about the lack of available parking for visitors, for themselves, and we're trying to get at a problem that needs to be solved. You know, not only is there a lack of parking on the streets, but there's a surfeit of parking in buildings that aren't being used. And I have many people who've given me stories about how 30% of the stalls aren't used in their building or whatever. And many of those people have taken out a very cheap street parking permit instead of paying for the parking within their building. So I want to remind Council that one of the reasons we're doing this increase is to try and be more, to move our fees closer to what people would have to pay anyway for parking in the West End if it was within their buildings, which is an average in the report. It says the $50. And that's why the first $50 was tested. Came back when people went, whoa, that's way too big a leap. So staff put it down to 30. But if we drop it way down, we're not going to achieve the goal of this, which is to move people sort of back into buildings where they do have spaces available. And the people who live in the buildings, renting spaces in the buildings, I think also addresses one of the concerns where people have said, I don't want people who don't live in my building living in my building. Why not get the people who live in there parking in the buildings? I also want to point out that there is an exemption, thanks to staff first putting it as a suggestion in the report and Councillor Stevenson including it in the motion, which is an exemption for low-income residents. So that means that the parking at $30 a month will be for people who are not low income, who can't afford it. And I think that many of those people also recognize that we do want to solve the problem around visitors and being able to free up more spaces, which in the end that will do by reducing the demand on the spaces that are there on the street.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ball.
I will be supporting the amendment because every single person that's come in to speak with this has been very confused by the amount of the increase and baffled by it. And I think that one of the people who came to speak to us suggested that it be raised in a slower fashion, and that would be more acceptable, and that she and her neighbors were baffled why it wasn't a smaller raise over a longer period of time. And I think that this might be more acceptable to the neighbors moving forward. I do, and I have talked to several people in the West End who are seniors who said it would be a choice for them between food and paying their parking, which was necessary for them to be able to get to the doctor. And you don't want people feeling they have to go and report the intimate details of their financial lives just to be able to survive. And I think that we're putting people in that position.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks. Well, I just want to address particularly what Councillor Ball just said, that this is a choice between food and parking. This is nonsense with seniors. The West End Seniors Network, Councillor Ball has endorsed it. And they have written on it. Read Metro. They're very, very clear. They have endorsed this. And they are responsible for seniors in the West End. So I don't know who you're speaking to that either will starve or park. I mean, this seems incredible to me. And you have two liaisons for the West End, and both of us live in the West End, and we have three councillors who live nowhere near the West End telling us that this is no good. I mean, really, that's enough.
I was waiting for a closing statement. Okay, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I will move us to the voting queue for Councillor Affleck's amendment. Councillor Louis, Mayor Robertson. I'm not seeing it. There you are, Mayor Robertson. Okay. Shall I vote opposed for you? Okay. Clerk vote for him. Okay, there we are. It's 8 in opposition, 3 in favor, opposed by Councillors Steele, Louis, Stevenson, Mayor Robertson, Councillors Chang, Reimer, Meggs, and Carr. So this is defeated. We will now go back to the main. Yes, Councillor Stevenson.
Had to leave probably for a food break because of, so
we are actually
maybe
managing
we should
that.
wait till she comes back for the vote.
Councillor Stevenson, we're going to proceed. We have quorum in the room. I'm going back to the main queue, and the main queue does not have you on it. Oh, you know what? That's the amendment queue. I apologize. The main queue has nobody on it right now, so there you go. I've now got Councillor DiGenova on it, and then Councillor Louis. All right, Councillor Affleck, I will put you first. Yeah, you know what? I think we were still in the question queue, and we should have been on the main queue. So I will put you on first, Councillor Affleck. You have the floor, and I will time you on my phone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I think that's disappointing. Councillor Stevenson, you asked earlier and challenged me, as did some other councillors, to come to the table with some action items. Bring some action. Show us action. Make a change. Do something different. Come and bring ideas. And here now you're telling me that I shouldn't be doing that because I'm intruding on staff's abilities. I find your hypocrisy on this issue significant. You're saying on one hand in one report I should do it.
Point of order, Councillor
on another report I shouldn't.
Councillor Stevenson, what is your point of order?
5.2.
Subsection, whatever hypocrisy falls under.
Section R.
I was just called a hypocrite.
Avoid using terms like that.
Hypocrisy, it's a statement of fact, Councillor Stevenson.
No, that's an opinion, and it's a personal on somebody else's character. So back to the issue at hand.
Well, I would say that anybody who says one thing in general in one side of their face, and on the other hand says, and then says it on the other side. I mean, I don't know what the definition of hypocrisy is, but I don't. Yes, I don't. If that wasn't it.
Let's go to the issue on the floor.
I think that I stated in my attempt to bring some action to this item that a five-fold increase in taxes, and whether you like, whether you believe parking is a tax or whether you believe property is a tax, this is tax. There's only one taxpayer, and this is a significant increase. And Councillor Ball's comments are accurate, that a person who is now going to pay $20 or $30, $4 more per month to park in the West End, That's a lot of money for a lot of people. And I'm not sure exactly how we're going to rate income levels and how that whole process is going to work. I'm skeptical that process will work. I'm skeptical of several things in this report. I don't believe that it actually will lead to solving the problem. We're creating another stick approach to solving a problem that exists, in this case, in the West End. So I think to increase taxes, in this case on parking, by 5 billion%, 5 times, that's statistically correct. I did the math, Councillor Louis. 5 times, 5-fold, I don't think is fair on the neighborhood. It's the highest rate for any residential parking in the city. I think my attempt at the amendment was to provide a more even approach to our way to solve the problem, which of course is a problem. But I don't think increasing it to $30 a month is going to solve the problem, and it's going to hinder and hurt a lot of people, especially renters in the West End. So I won't support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louis.
Let me start with the 5 billion%. The 5 billion%, yes. It is not correct,
Thank you, Dr. Sagan.
But even what I will say, though, is that even what Councillor Affleck presents is a 100% increase, which he typically has said is far too high. When there's a tax increase or a fee increase of some type, whether it's 2% or 1.5%, 3%, 5%, it's too high. In this case, it's a 100% increase that he's proposing, and apparently it's not too high in this case. That is hypocrisy. But
let's stop using the.
Which I'll just read the definition for Councillor Affleck, because he said he didn't quite know what it was.
Councillor Louis. Councillor DiGenova called a point of order first. What?
It's section 5.2, and I believe it's F, but I can bring it up. And I believe that Councillor Louis just called Councillor Affleck a hypocrite.
And I was just telling him to stop doing that. Thank you. Back to Councillor Louis.
Well, let me just take the opportunity to say this, Madam Chair. The practice of claiming to have moral standards or beliefs to which one's behavior does not conform. So the nonconformity that I point to is the inconsistency of Councillor Affleck consistently saying the small percentage tax increases that we approve of annually at the city are too high, and yet.
Councillor Affleck. Yes, I was just going to get there.
Oh, you're.
Please, let's get to this topic at hand.
Certainly wasn't the one that introduced the word.
We have a lot of people waiting.
What I would say is compelling for me is that there's a problem. And it's been a problem that's been, I think, festering for some time. Over the terms of office that I've been in place now, the West End has had a number of problems. I can understand why some of that off-street parking has come off the availability, because back over a decade, there was a lot of break-ins at the time, and entries into some of these garages and stuff became a problem. And slowly but surely, some of these buildings started closing up and restricting use of these off-street parking spots and trying to protect the tenants and their cars and property from what was happening at the time. I think it's diminished significantly, but I would say that as a result of that, we find ourselves with a lack of parking, on-street parking, and it continues to become more and more of a problem. I would encourage staff to think about that as we try to encourage that use of the off-street parking again that we know exists, that perhaps there's ways we can help harden those sites and give the property owners some current data on what can happen, so that it's not just a market fix, a market pricing fix where we're raising the price of these permits, and then they're left to their own devices. What I'll also say, though, is what's interesting, and Councillor Stevens is a very good point, that we have 2 councillors living in the West End saying, yes, it's a problem. And whenever I visit Councillor Stevenson, I know it's a problem myself as well, because it's impossible to find a spot. Luckily enough, I can travel a few blocks or more in proximity to Councillor Stevenson's place and find a spot. But doesn't always happen without some significant effort. And it's interesting that others that don't live in the area seem to know better than the 2 that live exactly in the area. And so I'll cut it short and leave it at that, that I support the initiatives. I will note that there's only one thing that's interesting for me is that, at the last election, there was one party that talked about free parking, and that was part of their platform. I guess that's just part and parcel of what they're still trying to accomplish.
Thank you. Councillor Louis. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you. I'm going to try and keep this high level. I think that that blood sugar breaks would be a good thing. That's why people have them, but apparently we don't here at council.
Councillor DiGenova, you've already been informed that we will be taking a dinner break by the clerks, so let's not go there.
So, well, often we don't. So I'm very concerned that these speakers have stayed with us all day and they came to voice their concerns regarding how this is going to impact not only them, but their neighbors, their friends, and other residents in the West End. I see people come from the downtown and even park in the West End. We see that sort of as they come from out of Vancouver to visit Robson Street. We see that when they think that parking is going to be cheaper than metered parking, and that is taking up spaces. Is penalizing West End residents the right way to go about resolving that situation? I don't think so. I understand Moby bikes take up less than 1%. That's what I'm hearing of parking spaces. But those parking spaces, because I've seen the meters covered up, were mostly revenue generating parking spaces, I understand. So in looking at this and the revenue that will be generated from this, I have to consider affordability. And it seems that Vision Vancouver will raise fees and taxes. We've seen it time and time again. And Councillor Affleck, I was really hoping that this amendment would pass for him. We've heard from several councillors today that
Word from Councillor Reimer.
I'm just noting the point that Councillor Affleck noted earlier that the amendment isn't on the floor, and I know how concerned he was about that. So I wanted to make sure we focused on the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. To the main motion.
I'm speaking to the main motion, just so we know she took up 5 seconds of my time.
Oh,
But
don't worry. I'm counseling how many minutes you're taking.
So I'm very concerned. I'm concerned that earlier I put forward a referral motion to consider affordability when it came to building bylaws and codes. And I was told that would be welcomed. It would be welcome to have an amendment or a referral. And that was shot down. Again, during the opioid crisis, some really nasty words were exchanged. I felt that I was called some horrible names.
Just keep going.
I felt something is not impugning anything.
Councillor Stevenson, you have a point of order. Councillor Stevenson has a point of order.
We're way off the subject talking about the opioid crisis. Could we just stay to this motion?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor DiGenova to the motion.
It all comes down to affordability in Vancouver. Actually, it's all linked together, Councillor Stevenson. And this, again, will make things less affordable for people. The building bylaw, I mean, we've just seen fees increase 3 times, like cha-ching here today. And I don't see it getting easier for people to live in the city of Vancouver. I'll just wait for the peanut gallery over here to be quiet.
Please continue.
I don't want to see the Vancouver that I know and love become a resort town where only the rich can live in it. I want to see it be a place where seniors, persons with disabilities can be welcomed and can feel that they can live an independent life. And that means visiting the independent grocer. That means being able to park not just in one zone, but in all zones of the West End. The West End's a very unique community. I think that we need to celebrate that. There's a reason there's community center associations. There's a reason that we have different unique neighborhoods, and we can't just cookie cutter this as we do others. I'm also concerned with this, it opens the floodgates for other neighborhoods to be charged, every neighborhood in Vancouver to be charged. So I think Councillor Affleck certainly offered a middle-of-the-road approach, and had that have passed, I would have been able to support this. But because his amendment did not pass, I will not be able to support this today. And I hope that third time's a charm, and the other councillors who really did say if we came together and met in the middle, that they too would compromise, and I hope that they will do that, and we'll go back to the drawing board. I would like to thank our staff. I know they do the most they can with a little, especially in times of snow removal, and yes, that does have to do with the West End too. So thank you very much to Mr. Joe Bravoni and his staff who are here today, and for your recommendations. I wish I could support them, and I hope I will be able to in the future if something were to change.
Okay, Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. It has come up again and again in this conversation about why people don't park in their garage and park on the street. And I think, I know that a number of surveys have been done asking women where they want to park or prefer to park. And I know that I certainly, when I lived in the West End, I did not want to go into the parking lot that was attached to the building because I was afraid of it. There was always people in there that didn't belong there, and I know that I was not alone, and I know that is why many women choose to park right in front of their building because they feel safe there. They are seen, there are eyes on the street, and they're not worried about going into a dark parking garage where there is no one there to help them. And I think that that is something, if we're expecting women to move from the street into parking spaces, I think you've mentioned that there is some conversation about perhaps talking about security, but I think this is a real issue. Whereas we keep talking about it like people are doing it for no reason. They're just going out there and parking there. I believe that there are many issues why people choose to not park in their parking garage. And that is why I am really seriously worried here that we think that this is going to happen by just saying that it will be available. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. I'll make a few brief comments before we go back to Councillor Stevenson for close. I will be supporting this. Our staff has spent an enormous amount of time and energy on this, as have advisory groups, our Transportation Advisory Circle, our Active Transportation Policy Council, the West End Seniors Network. And I can tell you, not everybody works as closely with transportation engineers and planners as some of us do in our portfolios, but I work very closely with the transportation staff, and they know an amazing level of detail of the fabric of every neighborhood they work on, including the West End. They know every parking space. They know exactly where every entrance to every building is. They know exactly where every parking lot entrance is. And so when they bring forward their recommendations to us, I think those are the best professional recommendations we can expect. They are coming from our professional staff, and they've taken an enormous amount of time and concern and effort to make sure they're the best recommendations they can make. In terms of a couple of the comments here, there's been some comments that seem to be saying that the people who live in the West End won't be able to live there anymore because of this. It's very clearly outlined in the report, clearly outlined in the comments from staff. The people who are there now are grandfathered, and the people who will be moving there will have access to the Leisure Access Card or another program so that they can prove that they have a lower income and are exempt from the increase. And to Councillor Affleck's point of whether or not there's a good process for vetting people for the Leisure Access Card, that's a park board process. It's been in place for years. And Councillor Affleck, if you have questions about that, please feel free to ask your compatriots over there at the park board whether it works for them. It's a very good program. It's been there for a very long time. And I think we should trust in those processes. So I will be supporting this. It is a change, and change is always difficult, but I think that the level of detail to which every space has been examined supports supporting this, and I'm also very encouraged by the fact that both councillors who live in the West End are supporting this. Councillor Stevenson. You're very, I don't actually have how much time you have left, but it's not a lot of time.
Oh, 5 minutes then.
No. The timers are kind of wonky, but I think it's about a minute.
Thanks, Chair. And yes, I too am very pleased that both the councillors who live in the West End, both of us liaisons to the West End, are in support of this, because if either one of us was not, that would give a real pause to the other. Obviously, we'd be quite concerned. But both of us know this report in detail. Both of us have had briefings with staff. Both of us have had lots of consultation with many people in the West End. Both of us have taken into consideration all of the issues that have come forward. Both of us are very aware. I am the council liaison to the Seniors Committee. Both of us are very aware of the seniors' issues in the West End. But we have a big problem, and the staff have come out with a report to solve that problem. I think it will probably go a very long way to solving the problem, and I think that West Enders will be grateful for that. Obviously, those who already have passes benefit by the fact that they already have them, and I think that's right. Those who are going to move into the West End, that will be an expense they'll have to think about. I do not think it's an onerous expense. I do think that we've covered the bases as far as those with disabilities or those seniors who have any issues at all getting about with the pass. And we also are dealing with low-income families. I think we've gone a very long way to cover everything off. 3 councillors are going to vote in opposition together, and that's...
Councillor Stevenson, I will warn him. Councillor Stevenson, we can't assume things.
3 councillors could, by what they've said, probably or possibly.
So that's the 14th point of order today from you, Councillor DeGenova. I've already warned him not to say that you're going to do something. He said you might. That's it. Enough.
You are so silly. So, we'll move on with that vote now. But I am certainly willing to stand up and make my voice known, along with Councillor Carr in the West End, as to why we really believe this is the best thing for the West End and for West Enders, and that we've covered off as best as we possibly can the kind of tough spots, particularly those I've already gone into in some detail. So I again want to both thank folks for coming out and let their opinion be known, some who are in opposition, some who would like to have seen some changes, and others who felt that it's an excellent report. And also the staff again, because I do know how much time and how much consultation. We don't really have any idea the amount of work that goes into a report like this with the consultation that's been necessary to get there. So once again to the staff, thank you. And with that, I think we should vote.
I think that's a very good idea, Councillor Stevenson. Let's move to the voting queue. Okay, we have the votes in. There are 8 in favor and 3 in opposition. Councillors Ball, Affleck, and DeGenova were in opposition to this. Okay, now I'm going to tell you what's happening next. Thank you, everybody. We have another item on our agenda with a significant number of speakers. We do need to take a quick break, so what we're going to do is we're going to have the presentation for the co-op item, which is about 10 minutes long, and then we're going to take a 20-minute short break, just 20 minutes, so that we can just grab a quick break because blood sugars are clearly flagging, and then come back and start to hear from speakers. With apologies to the speakers, I know you've had a very long day waiting for this, and to staff as well, who've had a very long day. So presentation for co-ops, and then after that, a 20-minute break. Mr. Drobot is in the house. Councilor Max.
Just want to advise, I'm going to withdraw for this item because I live in the affected area, although I'm not on co-op land, so I'm going to treat it as a conflict.
So we will take you out of this voting queue. Thank you very much. And enjoy your longer break. In fact, you're done for the evening.
Should have excused ourselves in the West End.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't going
Oh,
to
the
call
snow
you.
report. So Councilor Meigs, you're done until the snow report. we're waiting for a PowerPoint? Oh, there it is. All right, showtime. Ms. Llewellyn-Thomas. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. We've shortened up the presentation in view of the long day. Really just want to tell you the purpose of this presentation and the report before you is to bring forward a way that we want to address co-op housing, which is on city-owned land. We have 55 co-ops in the city of Vancouver with over 3,500 families, households living in them, and 3/4 of those homes are family-friendly homes. So co-op housing is an incredibly important, affordable form of housing that the city's benefited from on our land for over 40 years. So the approach that we're going to be taking, I should move to the next.
Ooh, ding.
The city leases are expiring very soon, with some of the co-ops expiring very quickly. And what we want to do is present to you the key terms that we're going to be using for renegotiating the leases to extend them. And we've identified 7 priority sites that we would like to pilot these terms on. And as we negotiate with each of these co-ops whose leases are expiring very quickly, so there's a high sense of urgency around doing them, we're going to be bringing individual agreements back to you for your approval. And then when we're finished with the 7, we're going to summarize it all and find out what it is that we learned. We've tried to find the balance between identifying important city objectives for this housing on city land, while at the same time recognizing that in the model of co-op housing, because it's basically a cost recovery model only, we don't really know exactly what those terms need to be before we start meeting with individual co-ops. So we expect we'll learn a lot from the 7 that we pilot. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Drobot, who has been leading this project for us, and he's going to just quickly run through a few slides for you.
Thank you, Councillor Deal, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Dwayne Drobot, Housing Policy and Projects. When we started on this process, we identified that as we were going through the consultation that there were 4 main goals we wanted to do for lease extensions. First of all, protect the affordable housing stock. This is some of the most affordable housing in the city, and we want to ensure this affordable housing goes to those who need it the most. Secondly of all, provide security of tenure for co-op residents, recognizing there's a community here in many of the co-ops across the city. Thirdly, address the physical building challenges and the upcoming expirations of ground lease and operating agreements in a financially and environmentally sustainability manner. And also ensure that there is a stable government structure through all the co-ops and that they are financially stable through the terms of the lease extension. We consulted on this through the Co-op Housing Federation of BC, the BC Nonprofit Housing Association, our federal and provincial levels of government, and 16 individual co-ops as well. What they stressed to us is that co-ops are a unique and important form of housing in Vancouver. That was throughout all the co-ops, throughout all the discussions, that was very important. There were 2 key things they also brought up, is that the financial terms are very important. The length of the lease, the valuation of any prepaid ground rent are important parts of the negotiations. And also we talked about coordinated membership, which I'll get to shortly, and that there were some merits about it, but that further work was required. So what we did is we developed options for sustaining affordable co-op housing in some key terms. Really, at lease expiry, there are 2 options. Most people will fall into the first option, which is to extend and modify lease terms. That's where the site has low redevelopment potential, the site's in good or fair condition, and the co-op will be financially sustainable. In certain key sites, we will work with the co-ops to explore opportunities to redevelop the site as co-op or non-market housing. That's where there is a high redevelopment potential, so density has been granted through a community plan process. The building is reaching the end of its economic life. The new building will be financially sustainable, and existing co-op members who are on the site right now can be appropriately rehoused. We've also got a set of key terms which we want to pilot with the co-ops that we have identified in the report. Those key terms are regarding income, to only admit new households where monthly income is no more than 5 times the prevailing market rent for similar units in the surrounding area. So basically, really quickly, if the average rent for a 1-bedroom is $1,000, 5 times that means your monthly income is more than $5,000, $60,000 a year. Secondly, a minimum of 15% of the units should be allocated to low-income households. This is something that was in the agreements that originally created the co-op housing, and we want to maintain that through to make sure that low-income people can access co-op housing. This would be where co-op finances allow. Thirdly, co-ops would work towards a coordinated access system for new applicants. Right now, if you want to access co-op housing, you have to make an application to every individual co-op. There are ways that we would like to work with the Co-op Housing Federation of BC to pilot a system where we can potentially work with a coordinated access system. Fourthly, adopting and implementing unit occupancy guidelines that align with the national occupancy standards. So if you're in a 3-bedroom, you're now empty nesters, downsizing into a 2-bedroom unit or even a 1-bedroom unit. The key would be within the co-op. So if there is no 2-bedroom to downsize into, you would remain in your unit until one becomes available. Fifthly is the ability to perform audits or inspections of financial statements and other requirements. That's already in the existing leases. We just want to provide some clarity around it. Sixthly would be regarding breach of lease and providing some clarity around that we would want to work with the co-op to rectify rather than just go to immediate breach. Seventh is regarding directing disposition of reserves. What we want to do is we want to make sure the co-op is financially sustainable. So we want to make sure that there is adequate money in a replacement reserve. We want to provide for an operating reserve and then take a look at increased affordability within the co-op. And then finally, the renovation and repair activities would support our goals of being a renewable city by 2050. We want to pilot these. Both the community sector and the city see an opportunity to reposition and optimize these assets and invest what we already have. If we pilot these key terms, we have 7 what we've identified as urgent lease renewals that will allow us to take a look at the key terms, go into the negotiation process, take a look at what's happening on the ground with those co-ops, and then come back and report to council not only on the individual lease terms, but also lessons learned. The 7 identified are based on the following characteristics. So where you require significant repairs is identified through a building condition assessment, and that's Four Sisters Co-op in the downtown east side. Vera Housing, Northern Way, and Rising Star Co-ops are where they have completed the repairs and are now waiting for a lease extension in order to obtain a mortgage. La Petite Maison is where they're doing a ground rent review that's required, and we want to transition them to the prepaid lease model. And then finally, where your lease is expiring in the next 5 years, and that's Marina Co-op and 8 Oaks as well. So our next steps in our 2017 work plan would be to complete those 7 priority lease extensions, develop a methodology for how we calculate prepaid ground rent, how we do the length of lease term, and do those as we report to the individual co-ops. Once we've done those 7 leases, do a report back to council on the 7 priority leases and lessons learned. And then also with that, we want to do a similar framework for our nonprofit and social housing partners. I would just like to say that just because we're starting with these 7 as a pilot program, once we start to complete ones, other ones will go on the list. We recognize there are other people that lead lease extensions, other people whose operating agreements are expiring. We want to start with these first 7. So that really quickly concludes my presentation to council.
Thank you very much for your rapid fire presentation. It's much appreciated. We will now take a 20-minute recess until 6. Actually, I'm going to actually call for, we don't have to extend again, do we, at 6 p.m.? We already did it at noon. Okay. A 20-minute recess until 6 p.m. And again, I apologize to everybody. We need, oh, turns out that food has not arrived yet. So we may as well start our, no use taking a break without food. So we may as well start with our questions to staff. Reminding everyone you have 5 minutes maximum. Count. Would that be the preference? I'm seeing speakers. I'm seeing nodding heads. That's just fine. All right, we will start speakers list. And which list am I on here? Sorry, I've got a lot of speakers lists here. Where's the one for this one? Tom Armstrong. There we are. I knew it was Tom. I was trying to find the right list in front of me. All right, Mr. Armstrong, you made the cut. The pizza's just arriving, so that's perfect.
Is that good news or bad news?
For you, I suspect it's very good news.
Right.
So, welcome. Good to see you.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Deal, Mayor Robertson, and councillors. My notes say good morning, which perhaps
I thought you'd been here often enough by now.
Perhaps betrays an optimism that was reckless in the circumstances. But thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you've heard me say before, the Co-op Housing Federation represents 264 nonprofit housing co-ops. Almost 15,000 co-op homes in BC. And this is an important day for housing co-ops in Vancouver. And we have more than 100 housing co-ops, almost 6,000 co-op homes, 50 of them on land leased from the city. So that means that almost 3,500 households. There are 3,500 whose security of tenure depends on the outcome of the negotiations that we're anticipating to follow today's report. So our members have made crystal clear to me that this issue is a priority, and the overwhelming majority will be pleased with the progress that we're making today. Today's report is the outcome of, it seems like almost 2 years of discussions with the city and among affected housing co-ops. And you'll hear from some of those housing co-ops today. CHFBC has engaged our members in a process that included 3 well-publicized opportunities to meet with each other, share their concerns, develop common positions, common bottom lines, and prepare for the next stage in this process. So the position paper that you find appended to the report was issued by CHFBC among its members last September, only after every affected housing co-op was asked for input. So we believe that it represents a broad consensus among co-ops that are directly affected by these recommendations. So I want to suggest that the question in front of us today really boils down to, does the framework that's proposed in this report offer a solid enough foundation for us to move ahead and negotiate lease extensions with up to 50 housing co-ops in the city of Vancouver? And I believe that it does, and I believe that a solid majority of our members share that view. As staff reported, we had priority concerns coming into these discussions. We wanted to protect the affordable housing stock. We wanted to provide for security of tenure among existing members so that whatever terms were negotiated for leases did not disadvantage members who may have been in their communities for 10, 20, in some cases 30 or more years. And we wanted to address our common concerns around asset management challenges and ensure the financial sustainability of co-ops. Yes, co-ops want to invest in their assets. They want to be as affordable as possible, and they understand that the cost of lease extensions has a direct impact on their ability to do that. But I'm particularly encouraged that the framework we're talking about today recognizes the unique mixed income identity of nonprofit housing co-ops. It really does propose an aggressive timeline that will see progress made, and I think this is appropriate in the circumstances. And it identifies those 7 priority co-ops that, taken together, will address the most urgent situations, but also show us what we need to know when we tackle the rest of the co-op leases in the city. I like the fact that the report acknowledges that some co-ops are facing unique situations. For example, their building envelopes were repaired with CMHC funding that depends on affordable lease extensions, and now it's time to close that deal. Or they're locked into ground leases where we all know that the pricing models are broken and demand a different approach. And lastly, the report supports the sector's efforts to bring senior levels of government to the table in support of low-income households. It's, coincidentally, 2017 is the peak year for the expiry of federal operating agreements and the disappearance of subsidy that supports low-income members in those co-ops and makes their housing charges affordable relative to market. So having that taken into account in the report and having your support in calling senior levels of government to the table is very important to us. So I would say that moving forward, there are 2 major considerations to bear in mind. First, as staff has already said, it can't be 7 and done. The 7 co-ops identified as priority sites are very much in need of timely lease extensions, but so are the other 43. So it is a good idea to learn what we can from the first 7, but only if that creates the momentum we need to move on to the bigger task of getting every co-op secure in its site. The second important thing is the name of the game has to be flexibility. It's one thing to develop a template or a key set of terms and conditions. It's another to apply those conditions to the reality of individual co-ops and create, set out in the report, you'll see a determination to realize the outcomes that respect the unique characteristics of each co-op community. We think that's very important. Now, it's not going to come as a surprise to you that not every last person or every last co-op supports the recommendations in this report. Unanimity in the co-op housing sector is perhaps as rare as, dare I say, unanimity at council.
And I do need you to wrap up pretty soon because I know you've been waiting forever, but you're...
So you'll think that some will think we're moving too quickly, others think we're moving too slowly, some will think the report goes too far, some not far enough, some will want us to tie down more details. And that's not a bad thing. I want to say that. We are a large, diverse, very engaged movement. Our members speak their minds as they should, and they do whatever they think they need to do to protect their communities. But we have done our homework on this issue.
I need you to wind up. You're about a minute over now.
We have consulted our members extensively. I got an email this morning from a co-op that held a meeting last night. Their members are on the seven co-op list. And they last night adopted by unanimous consent a long-term asset management plan and a long-term financial forecast in the expectation that these lease extensions would be moving forward. So in a way, we've done all this work essentially to get to the start line. And now the real work begins. And that's where we will have some of those tough and energetic discussions around the terms of this or that lease renewal. We look forward to that next stage of the process. I want to thank the city staff for their flexibility, their sensitivity, for listening to us and to our member co-ops. I want to thank you for your engagement in this process. But most of all, I want to thank our members, members of housing co-ops who've put so much time and effort into this discussion while doing all of the other things they do, governing and managing their mixed income affordable communities for the benefit of their members and also the city. So on behalf of CHFEC and its members, I urge you to adopt this report without any further delay, and we pledge our cooperation in working toward the goals we all share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have questions from Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for sitting through, I think, morning and afternoon, and now we're into early evening at least.
At least we were indoors.
Couple questions. I'll probably pick up where you left off around without delay. This has been a long process, and you've been involved, relative to some other processes, it's been quite a lengthy process. Can you remind me the length of time you've been engaged in these discussions?
Our members adopted a resolution at our semi-annual meeting in May of 2015 to make this a priority. And in the ensuing months, we held 3 major consultation meetings with all of the affected co-ops and began really serious conversations with the city over the course of the last 9 months. So it's been a very, that position paper that's appended to your report was issued last September after an initial draft in June was circulated among all of the housing co-ops who had an interest in the issue.
So I would imagine delay could carry, I mean, there's 2 issues. You have leases that are ending imminently, so delay obviously would be an issue there. But then the other question for every consultation that I have to weigh is, would more time lead to a different outcome, right? Because that would be the purpose of more consultation, would be to see if you could come to greater agreement. So could you speak on both sides, or sorry, sort of bookends of what delay might offer or not?
It's a fair question. The delays, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that some of our member co-ops would see delays at this point as being catastrophic for them. Their buildings are deteriorating at a rapid rate. They're ready to invest in their asset, the assets they call home. They have building condition assessments. They have asset management plans. What they don't have is a lease that extends for a long enough amortization period for them to take on that additional debt service and repair their homes up to a reasonable standard. I don't think that there would be any, just my own view, any constructive outcome of a delay in the process at this stage, because what we really need to do together is sit down and negotiate the terms of a lease, and then a second one, and a third one. We have to take what's fairly broad and flexible language in the key terms and conditions in the report and turn it into the hard black and white language of an actual lease extension. And that's the work that has to be done right now. And I'm very anxious to get on with it. And I know, for example, the co-op who called me last night and sent me the email today after their asset management plan was adopted, and they're one of the ground rent co-ops who desperately need to be flipped into a prepaid lease model. They're very anxious to get along with it as well.
I think my last question was around, under the objectives, the 15% of units that should be allocated to low-income households, if you can speak to that a bit. I realize it's a minimum as opposed to it's a floor, not a ceiling, but it seemed a bit low as a floor to me, so I'd be interested in some of the perspective on what informs that.
I think the 15% is a reasonable number to put in as what I would call a placeholder. It's interesting to note that when the Section 95 program was adopted by CMHC, that's the program that produced the biggest chunk of housing co-ops, not just here in BC, but in Canada, between 1979 and 1985. And all those agreements had in them the same clause, a minimum 15% allocated to low-income households. But given the opportunity, co-ops across Canada and here in BC outperformed that minimum to the tune of an additional 30%. So the average for the longest time before subsidies started to be stripped out of the subsidy pools by the rolling over of the mortgages at lower interest rates was the co-ops were achieving averages of 35, 40, 45% of their units allocated to low-income households because that's what the program supported. So the problem then became, as subsidy pools diminished and subsidies got rolled over at lower interest rates, co-ops just couldn't sustain that kind of, that level in rent geared to income assistance. So a lot of them have shrunk back down to, say, 30%, 20%, 15%, never going below the minimum required in those agreements. So the 15% makes sense to me because we don't know what's going to come out of the next provincial and federal budgets or the next provincial election, and we don't know what kind of permanent provincial or federal support will be on the table. But I can say with quite a, say confidently that if senior levels of government give co-ops the tools they need to exceed that 15%, I don't know a co-op that won't be happy to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much for coming in and for your enthusiasm for what is planned here. You've used the word flexibility a few times, and I just wondered if you just wanted to explain a little bit what you mean by flexibility in terms of this report.
I think there, when we looked at the key terms and conditions, well, a great example of flexibility is the provision that Councillor Reimer just referred to, a minimum of 15% of affordable units where co-op finances allow. So that means that co-ops and the city can work on a pro forma that actually looks at the cost of any additional debt service, looks at the composition now of the co-op, projects forward on the capital and operating budget side, and figure out what works for the co-op. When it comes to the income cap question, I know that it doesn't show up specifically in the terms and conditions, but I know that it would show up in the lease. We all agree in our conversations that those income caps only apply if you can fill a vacant unit with someone who comes under the cap. Everyone agrees that vacancy loss is the greatest detractor from a co-op's viability. So I'm sure there'll be a provision that says in the event of a vacancy that can't be filled, the co-op can fill it no matter what. So those kinds of flexibilities are the key features of an actual lease agreement that we'll be looking for. And based on the conversations we've had with staff, I think that the letter and the spirit of the terms and conditions will carry forward into the actual negotiations.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I have one other question, which is, yes, we want to work with the federal government and try to get them involved again in co-op housing. But what about banks? What about the banks that hold the mortgages? Are you, as an organization, able to connect with banking and the banking industry to discuss how critical this is? Because if people can afford to live, they can create wealth. So what's happening there?
We've made attempts to do that over the years. The problem, or I guess the challenge, is that over the years, CMHC took back the direct lending function. So most of those mortgages are actually held by CMHC, except for the more recent federal program from 1986 on. But what I am seeing, and we're seeing it through the rollout of some of the new developments with our community land trust, is that platform is an opportunity to attract private equity into the development of new affordable housing. So creative and new market instruments like new market funds, which bulks up contributions from private foundations, charitable foundations, and delivers them in the form of equity to newly developed housing, is becoming more and more attractive, both to the investors and to the co-ops who are working through the community land trust. So I see a great future, not in returning to the old style capital and operating subsidy stream from either the federal or the provincial governments, but I see that community land trust platform as a way of attracting government and private equity. and to making housing more affordable over time.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is all of your questions. I truly appreciate you coming out and waiting for so long. And to the rest of you, we are now going to take a quick dinner break. And again, I apologize. We'll come back at 6:15.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, we have quorum. That was a little bit longer than we had hoped for, but I think we all understand it was a bit of a rush. So we finished with our first speaker, and thank you, Mr. Armstrong, and we are going to go on to our second speaker. Number 2 is withdrawn, number 1 is withdrawn, so on to our third speaker, Nancy Hannum, or Hunnam. You can correct my pronunciation. Hi. Well, Hannum, welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Deal and Mayor and Council. I live in Alder Bay Co-op in Falls Creek, and I'm speaking as the chair of Replan's co-op group in Falls Creek South. Each of the 7 co-ops, co-op boards in Falls Creek is represented on our joint co-op board committee. As you know, Replan is part of the Falls Creek South Neighborhood Association. We are pleased to see this report come before Council. We appreciate all the preparatory work done by staff, particularly Community Services Manager Kathleen Welland Thomas and her staff. We recognize the importance of the consultations with stakeholders, including the consultation with Replan, about the significant role of co-ops in Falls Creek South. Our joint co-op board representatives met last week on the very night that the report was released and reached agreement. We printed it off right away. We had 40 people in attendance at our meeting, and that's kind of one of our high points at our joint board committee meeting. And we agreed, although there were some things that we disagreed about, and people had big discussions about this point and that point, but basically we felt that the report does provide a useful framework to begin negotiations. And there was a general feeling in the room, okay, now we can get started, which basically echoes what Tom said, I think. We did note the nuanced language in the report, which shows a greater understanding of co-ops than the earlier draft, and recognizes that co-ops vary in their particular circumstances. We look forward to negotiations that will be based on those understandings. In addition, we look forward to the learnings and the dialogue from the pilot project of 7 co-ops, including Marina Co-op from Falls Creek, and for some really good analysis and reflection after that process, which we expect to learn from and carry on, and hope that the 7 co-ops would also benefit from anything we learn. And after that, we hope that the co-ops with longer term leases under 25 years will then proceed immediately, including most of the Falls Creek co-ops. We've learned over the years that the most important element of a co-op is the strength of our community. With that base, we can manage our buildings, and as well as good governance and the well-being of our communities. Good governance is priceless and far more difficult to assess than the condition of a building, but it is the key condition required to plan for our future and the future of co-ops. The strength of Falls Creek co-ops is that we are already working collaboratively with each other and with our whole community and with the city in the Falls Creek South planning process. And the beauty of Falls Creek community, I find, is that we're problem solvers, and we have a big vision of, maybe because we live in a place that started with a big vision. It's very exciting to work in this community. But anyway, the strength is that we're already working in collaboration with each other and with co-op stratas and so on, but particularly together with the co-ops at this point. And we have hopes of developing more co-op housing in Falls Creek in the future, and we look forward to the capacity of the lease renewal process and the planning process to go together and help us move forward towards those goals. And we thank again the city staff, the Co-op Housing Federation of BC, and our own Replan colleagues for all their work in the lead up to this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I don't see any questions. I appreciate you bringing back the feedback from your organization. We next have Wendy Bryan up.
Nancy did the tough stuff. I get to do the fun stuff. My name is Wendy Bryan. I'm a member of the Greater Vancouver Floating Home Community, better known as Spruce Harbor Marina. We're the creek part of Falls Creek. And our co-op neighbors from South Falls Creek that we work with on Replan count on us
to be the eyes and ears of the waterfront. They are passionate about the fact that we are a waterfront community. We're an inclusive community, and it's an important aspect of our demographic, if you will, our footprint. We are thrilled with the progress that the city staff has made up until this point. It's so obvious how hard they've worked, the hours, the thought, and they've been making tremendous strides towards trying to understand what co-op living is all about and why it produces such incredibly vibrant communities. They're an amazing place to live. As I said, our neighbors to the north count on us for water-based concerns such as marine management, early spill recognition, water rescue and safety. We pulled a girl out of the creek last week. One of our liveaboards got in a dinghy and out he went and pulled her out of the water. And if there hadn't been liveaboard people living in that marina, she would have suffered and possibly not made it to shore. Considering last week's weather reflects this week's reality. One of the ways that we take our responsibility seriously around Council's 5 priorities is we do creative, fun stuff about that. About 3 weeks ago, our 12 children, the students that live in our community, got together in our lounge, and we built 21 herring spawn nets. And we took the herring spawn nets and they hung them all over the docks, and they're just waiting for the herring spawn. And so we're acting like expectant parents, just waiting for these hundreds of thousands of herring to come through, lay their eggs, and we'll host them for a couple of weeks, and then they'll head back out to sea where they will become part of the herring fishery and contribute to the economy. So we're pretty pleased with those kinds of efforts. Considering our lease, as I said, we measured our worth against Council's 5 priorities, and as you can see, just projects like that include environmental responsibility, they include inclusiveness, education, all the vibrancy and curiosity and creativity that comes with a community that works. That said, we are challenged by Council's need to increase the affordable housing stock, specifically in vibrant communities. So, infill, expand, redevelop. For Spruce, we held about 3 vision sessions, if you will, discussing this exact issue. And for us, it would mean expansion, the possibility that we could move into the bay next door, and we would be able to provide, we estimate, 55 affordable housing units. That's a considerable goal to achieve. It's challenging. These kinds of thoughts are an enormous responsibility, and I know all of the co-ops are thinking in these directions. It's a huge debt to take on unnecessarily if Council just says, okay, we're done, here's your lease. Why would we bother? It's all about honoring the people that came before us 40 years ago. It's about vision and passion. When I read the notes and the lease papers that describe how the Council of the time, with support and guidance from the staff, joined the co-op members in making that vision real, how they took risks so that all of us, 40 years later, could live in this wonderful place. Therein lies the motivation to carry on that legacy. Such vision is implicit in the greater community and reflected in the culture of every Falls Creek South co-op. We, that is Council, staff, and co-ops, are a complementary, comprehensive community. Together, we can replicate the successes of the past 40 years, and then some. So let's move on it, folks.
Okay. Thank you very much. You have some questions from Mayor Robertson.
Awesome.
Hi there, yeah, just a couple quick questions. Part of the, obviously, I think overall desire for all of us is to increase the potential for more people to live in co-ops in Vancouver and stabilize all the finances related to it. I'm curious with the floating home side of things, if there is obviously a different situation from land-based co-ops, but there are a lot of boats tied up that nobody lives on. You guys have a co-op of floating homes. Is there more capacity where you are for more people to be able to live there and be part of a co-op? Do you know about that?
Thank you for recognizing that. The answer is yes and no.
Okay.
The yes part is that 50% of our slips are filled with recreational boaters that help pay for our infrastructure needs.
Mm-hmm.
They make our community viable. The other 50% are, of course, members whose volunteer hours and time and talent and efforts is unparalleled. I mean, only paralleled by our co-op neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have the option of taking out all of the recreational boaters and moving in liveaboards. That's one option. We would prefer to increase the capacity for both because we can also host a whole bunch more recreational boaters. We also have kayaks. We host one of the dragon boat skiffs that helps their training sessions, and we do all sorts of creative things around that. We have a bike float where we keep all our bikes and things that our density is pretty darn filled right now, which is why we would look to expansion. Obviously, we're not going to build up. We're not going to build down, although they are doing some of that in the Netherlands, believe it or not. But,
Floating towers?
Pardon me?
Floating towers?
Floating towers, absolutely. Actually, they have some underground. It's quite interesting what's going on there. So maybe that's for the next council to work on. But staff are a little stretched right now in dealing with all of us.
Okay. But does
that answer part of your question?
There is, with your financial situation stabilized and clear going forward, there's the potential to grow and expand what you do there and more people being able to live there.
You bet. And are we ever excited about that part of it? I mean, no question, it would mean an enormous new mortgage for us. But we're just replicating what those people went through 40 years ago. Mm-hmm. And it's just striking when I read the guts and the glory that they went through to get provide us with what we have today. Mm. I'm very grateful to all the councils that have gone before and to the council currently. I'm overwhelmed by the homework that you guys have done. It's been an amazing day for me to sit and listen to you all.
Oh dear.
All right. Well,
that's one word for it.
Come by anytime.
I thought I did homework. Nothing compared to what you do. Yeah. It's astonishing.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for listening. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. And those were all of your questions. Thank you. So we're now going to move on to our next speaker, who is Bob Lewis, the Marina Housing Co-op. Mr. Lewis, welcome.
Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you for the opportunity to make a presentation to the council today. As you're aware, I'm a member of the Marina Housing Co-op, and we are one of the 7 pilot co-ops that have been named in the report. To add a little bit of context, context to my remarks, I'm also the immediate past president of the board for Marina Housing Co-op. I'm an active member of Replan and have been for the last 3.5 years. And I'm a recently elected director to the board of CHFBC. On behalf of Marina Housing Co-op, I want to thank the mayor and the council for their willingness to move forward with lease negotiations in a timely manner. I know you can and you do appreciate the level of anxiety that comes from uncertainty of tenure and from the inability to borrow funds for future building upgrades. We have at this point already started to see the movement of some of our members out of the co-op in the anticipation that there might be some issues with the lease negotiations. The particular case that I'm thinking about, the person had mobility issues and they just couldn't risk turning down another opportunity to secure a longer period of time for their residence in another co-op. And I'd also like to acknowledge the enthusiasm and the diligence of the city staff. I'm absolutely amazed at the amount of work that they've burned through in the last 2 or 3 months just to get the report to council at this point. And I'm grateful for their willingness to consult with co-ops and with Replan and with CHFBC. I'm happy to see that this report does offer a good framework for negotiations, and Marina looks forward to continuing to work closely with its community partners and with the city in the negotiation process as we move forward. I'm also pleased to note that the False Creek South planning process is running parallel to the co-op lease renewal process. We look forward to working together with the city for a renewed vision of our homes and our community. And we feel that should this report be adopted, it will allow us to begin the very real work of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. You do not have any questions. Thank you for coming out
thanks.
and waiting for so long. Next up, we have Andy Longhurst, from the president of the Rising Star Housing Co-op. He's not here? Okay. Pat Hogan from Rising Star. Hello, Ms. Hogan.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Pat Hogan, and I've been living at Rising Star for 22 plus years, and then another 8 years in another co-op several years ago. I also worked in the co-op housing movement, setting up the first education program, and myself and several other people actually were the interim board that developed the CHFBC, Co-op Housing Federation of BC. So I've got co-op housing in my blood and bones. And I want to say that in those days when I was working there, it was very exciting times because co-ops were developing all over the place. Other countries were coming and looking at what we had, this social housing. It wasn't social house, but the communities that we were developing and making it affordable for people. It was and we still have that. We still have those communities. So I'm really proud of what we've all done together, and I'm really happy that the city council is willing to move forward on the process that we need in order to renew our land leases. I did want to say that Rising Star was one of the leaky co-ops that received funding from CMHC on the premise that we would be receiving a lease extension with the city. Financing is not possible because we cannot lock in for a mortgage without the lease renewal. We are currently paying $24,490 a year and have been since 2002. So this has cost us $132,000, and we're not even paying the principal, we're just paying the interest to CMHC at this point. So for that reason, and the other thing that I wanted to bring out was that we have been contacting the city for several months to talk about the land lease. We only got the report a week ago. This does not give our co-op and its volunteer board and members time to go over the necessary wording and everything that the proposal implies in order to agree to it. And what we are hoping is that the council would agree to extend the process and provide us at least for 1 month to review the terms and evaluate the implications that they will have on our co-op and our members, financially and otherwise. And we believe this is a reasonable request, particularly considering the impact it may have on income and subsidy requirements for our co-op members. And I think that's all I'm going to say, as there's another Rising Star member here too, and I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, and you do have questions, so don't go far. Councillor Reimer has some questions for you.
Hi, thanks for sticking it out Ms. Hogan. Question for you. Sorry, I'm over here. Question. We didn't ask questions of staff beforehand, and I would have asked about this issue because Mr. Longhurst was good about sending us a letter in advance. I guess, without having heard the staff answer on it, as I read the report, we're authorizing staff to negotiate with Rising Star, but that would still allow you some time. This is not an end decision by council, let's put it that way. It's saying this is a next step, and in the negotiations, these issues that you've raised could come out. If that were the case, would you feel comfortable with us moving to that next step so you could negotiate with staff?
I can only speak for myself, but I would have to talk it over with the rest of the board.
Okay.
That might work.
Okay. It sounded like a lot of the issues that were raised in Mr. Longhurst's letter were of you were looking for more time, and that the process also allows for that time.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those are all your questions. Okay, our next speaker is Mia Edbrook. Welcome.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Mia Edbrook. I live in Rising Star. We're one of the co-ops that are affected in this report. I'll try not to repeat too much of what Pat said, but I am going to read from my notes. I moved into Rising Star only a year ago, so I certainly haven't lived there for as long as Pat, but I've been very involved. I don't have to explain to you the renting situation in the city to tell you why I jumped on the the opportunity to move to Rising Star. I'm a proud renter. I don't aspire to own, certainly not in this city. And co-op living has been a really good fit for me. Everything from just the way the building it's built, from the opportunities to get to know my neighbors, and it's family oriented. We all get to contribute in different ways by volunteering our time on board and committees. Living in a co-op is also a political choice. A nonprofit co-op is a democracy. We vote when it comes to how our co-op is run, and because we don't have a landlord profiting, we can charge lower rates than market rents in the city. Rising Star provides affordable housing for low and moderate income households, and about 20% of our units receive subsidies. I wish there was more of this type of housing in the city, which is far more affordable than the new developments than what new developments are currently providing. I want to thank the city for moving forward with this process. As Pat explained, we owe a lot of money because it has been stalled. It does affect our mortgage payments. And we also appreciate the time that city staff have put into this process. But we did only receive this report 6 days ago. We generally take these types of reports or information decisions and bring it back to our membership for discussion. We didn't have any time to evaluate any of the implications that are outlined in the terms. We're asking for an extension. I know everyone says that you can negotiate all these terms later on, but it seems like there's still some issues in this framework, especially around when it comes to the key terms and conditions that affect the financial and social sustainability of our community. So the part that we want to understand is, we want to go and collect more detailed information from our co-op and our existing membership and understand how these income caps in the report affect us. Right now, I think that we're in the boundary that's shared with the Downtown East Side, and our income caps are actually really quite low. And I think it would exclude a lot of our existing members who might be grandfathered in, but these are potentially members that would be screened out in the future. And also run financial scenarios on the key terms and conditions, mainly this income cap, and then also this 15% low income requirement, which isn't actually defined in the report, so we don't know what that means. We'd also be more supportive of the recommendation if the language was softened. I think that maybe Councillor Reimer was alluding to that with Pat, but I'm not sure. But it does say that in accordance with these terms and conditions, and from my discussion with Kathleen and city staff, from my understanding is these terms and conditions are included, but the negotiation may only change the amount of time that it takes for them to be implemented. And we have some concerns with how they are outlined currently. So we've been reaching out to staff since May. You saw in the attachments to the letter with that Andy Longhurst sent in. You can see that we've been continuously reaching out and we haven't received much of a response. I know that there are others. My understanding is CHFBC received some information in advance. We didn't know this was coming on February 2nd. So we're just asking for genuine consultation. This is about the future of our community and maybe more than 1 week's notice to evaluate the implications. Thanks for
Okay. Thank you very much. You have questions from Councillor Carr, who's over here.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming. I just have one question, and that is that my understanding from listening to this first speaker, Mr. Armstrong of the Cooperative Housing Federation of BC, that there were some opportunities for all of the affected co-ops to be involved in on three different occasions. And I'm just wondering if your co-op participated in any of those.
We met with CHFBC and then also we met with city staff in May. That was the last time, and we haven't met with them since. And we've been reaching out to city staff for information. I believe that we've also reached out to CHFBC, but until recently, we haven't heard back from them.
Okay. And did you know anything about the participation in their three different, I don't know if I want to call them workshops, I can't remember the word that was used. But anyway, there were three opportunities that were mentioned.
I don't know if they would consider that meeting in May the workshop that Tom's alluding to. So I'm sorry, I can't provide more information than that.
Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You also have questions from Councillor Ball, who's over here.
Hi, thank you for coming in today. Just so that I understand, I believe Ms. Hogan said that it was a real concern that you didn't have the lease signed. And I believe that what we're looking at here is a way to expedite that. So in terms of slowing it down at this point, is that what you really want, or do you just want a further opportunity to go over it with staff so that you understand it in a deeper way? I'm confused.
Yeah, so we're in a hurry like everyone else to sign our lease. We don't want to be paying these, I think she said $25,000 a year in interest. Like we're not actually even paying off our mortgage, right? So yes, we would like to move forward, but we didn't even have a chance to seek clarification on these terms and conditions. Like I just feel like we don't even fully understand them. We're getting mixed information from the association that represents us, from other co-ops, from staff, and it doesn't. My understanding is that we can negotiate within the terms that are outlined, but none of them can be removed. So I think we look at the terms and conditions, we see certain aspects that we either don't understand, that we're not sure if they fit our co-op, especially in the way that the income caps are defined. I think that we don't have enough information to support this recommendation. We would like more time. We would have liked a month to be able to review it, to take it to our membership, to run these numbers, like financial models. We have people in our co-op who are ready to do this work, but unfortunately this decision is happening today. So I think I look at the recommendation, it says, in accordance with the key terms and conditions, I say, if it was softened and it said with consideration to, or a different language that doesn't hold us to exactly what was saying, that encourages us for us to believe that there is room for negotiation in there. We hear that we will be able to negotiate, but we don't see it in writing. I think that's the problem.
I think the term flexible was used throughout the report in a number of places and also in the report that we heard. And so I think that that's something that you can be assured of, that there is a flexible conversation that can ensue in terms of the lease negotiation. Is that what you're looking to sort out?
Yes, and I think everyone's looking for that flexibility. And obviously we're going to have to, it's a negotiation. We'll have to give, and we have expectations as well.
Your main concern is being able to get it settled so you can move forward and make plans.
We we think that a month is a reasonable amount of time for us to review the report, for other co-ops who aren't even present today, who haven't been able to give their feedback. I would consider us a key stakeholder in part of this process, and I would say that we were not consulted on the report that sits before you today. We were consulted on a report that we saw in May that was drastically different. We gave feedback, but we have not seen the report until February 2nd.
Great, thank you for your answer. Thank you. Thanks again for coming in tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And those were all of your questions. Next up, we have Erin Gilchrist from Heritage Housing Co-op.
Thank you, Councillor Deal.
Welcome.
Mayor Robertson and council members. I would like to speak in support of this report and echo the sentiments expressed by some others here today. My name is Erin Gilchrist. I believe deeply in co-op housing as a form of affordable community living and am consequently involved in various co-op-based organizations. As such, I speak to you today in several capacities. As the president of Heritage Housing Co-op, I want to let council know how much my community has benefited from an agreement that we signed with the city about 5 years ago to include 5 units of co-op housing in a new development across the street from us. This arrangement effectively doubled our number of one-bedroom units and has enabled us to provide right-size housing and allowing new families to move in, as well as providing accessible units for senior members to age in place. I know these are important issues for the city and that many co-ops would welcome the opportunity to expand and develop additional housing to meet their members' needs. And I want to thank you for entrusting the stewardship of those 5 units to Heritage Housing Co-op. The land lease for our original property at Heritage expires in 2026. So although I understand that there are co-ops in more urgent need of lease renewal right now, I sincerely hope that renewal of leases for all co-ops will be a priority for the city going forward, and not just the 7 in this report. In addition to serving on my own co-op's board, I also sit on the board of the Cooperative Housing Federation of BC. And I do want to thank city staff for consulting with our federation, with co-op members, and with groups like Replan in the process of developing this report. I think we've come a really long way since consultations began last year, and the spirit of cooperation that has emerged is one that I hope will continue as you move into negotiating individual leases with our member co-ops. Finally, as the president of the Community Land Trust Foundation of BC, I want staff and council to be aware that the Land Trust is involved in discussions with some co-ops on leased land, as well as with Replan, to determine how we might protect affordable housing for co-op members and other residents of Vancouver in the long term. So ideally, any lease agreements that are negotiated today will provide immediate security for co-ops to successfully continue to operate as social enterprise businesses, but will also be far-sighted enough to allow them to take advantage of new models of collectively affordable housing that may be developed in the future. We, as housing co-ops, want to provide long-term affordable housing to Vancouver residents. To achieve this, we have to be able to operate our businesses successfully, as we have done for over 30 years. We need the support of the city to do this. And I hope that the vision outlined in this report indicates that we have that support and that we will be able to work together as partners to achieve these shared goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you do not have any questions. Thanks for coming out tonight. The next speaker that we have is Richard Timothy Old. Welcome. Glad
Thank you.
Make it.
My name's Tim Old. I am president of Four Sisters Co-op. Mr. Mayor, councillors, Madam Chair, I just want to say we met yesterday, our group, which is looking at the lease renewal in our retrofit grant, or retrofit project, which we have coming up. And in broad terms, I think we're very happy with that we're finally here today and that this recommendation has been put before you for voting on. We have some, just a little bit about our co-op first. Thank you. That's very nice. The Four Sisters was built back in 1987. We've offer mixed housing, mixed income housing have 153 units, a mixture of bachelors, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, families, singles, seniors in the downtown east side. Financially stable co-op, but now at this time, our envelope is going, we need to do some work. We're on the second on the list of the co-ops in your list. We do have some significant work that has to be done, and we are at that point where we need a lease agreement before we can get funding. We can secure a loan. So this is important to us that this gets signed, and I think there's some priority and some urgency to the matter, for us at least. We've had a good maintenance plan through the years, but it's just, at this time, we've had a lot of leaky buildings in Vancouver, and we just happen to fall into one of them at this point in time, and that's just how it works. What we're encouraged by, or what we were encouraged by when we were discussing the recommendations, or the progress that's been made over the last year in terms of how it's changed, and we're encouraged with the wording of the flexibility. Is it perfect in everyone's mind here? Perhaps not for all co-ops, but I think there's enough flexibility built in that it's going to work for us. I could echo some sentiments from Rising Star. Yeah, we have some issues, but I think we can work through them on income caps. But the flexibility is there, I think, that we can work with the city, negotiate something, and everyone is a win-win situation in that respect. We also had a few reservations about the occupancy guidelines using the national occupancy standards in terms of size of units. I don't think we want to start overcrowding our co-op, and that's possibly what could happen. But again, we are encouraged by the flexibility that's going to come with these negotiations. So I would urge council to pass this recommendation, and because we need to get our building fixed.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate your time.
You do have questions from Councillor Reimer.
Hi, thank you.
Hi.
Quick question, I think it may not be a quick answer, but it was
Hope so.
related to the consultation process.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that a bit? It sounds like Rising Star may have had I'm trying to triangulate the timelines here.
Don't pit me against Rising Star.
No, not at all. It does sound like there were different circumstances. So
I think so. I mean, we were pretty involved with the whole consultation process. Right. Me personally not. I just became president last month, but
okay.
So let me off easy here. I've been quite involved in the co-op, but no, we've been quite involved with the consultation project. And I want to thank everybody who's been working on this. Thanks, Tom, Canada Management, and all the volunteers in the co-op sector,
right,
who are the members. Lots of work.
So the board meeting you had?
It's a group of the board, or a subgroup of a committee struck by the board.
So the subgroup met as a reaction to the February 2nd report, or knew in advance that they would need to approve?
Oh no, we knew in advance something was coming.
Okay.
We're ready to act on it.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. So I'll follow up with staff, and I'm sorry, I should have probably asked Rising Star that, but it's too late now. So I appreciate your answers and your consultation.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, and that is all of your questions. Our next speaker is Fiona McLean from 8 Oaks Housing Co-op. Is Ms. McLean here? Fiona McLean? No? Okay. We'll go on to Jamie Ritchie from Canada Management Associates. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Deal, Mayor and Council. My name is Jamie Ritchie. I'm a consultant with Canada Management, and we provide administrative services to about 45 housing co-ops in Metro Vancouver. And of those 45, 16 are on land owned by the City of Vancouver. So we're intimately involved with all the different flavors of your various leases going back to 76 and earlier. And more specifically, we're engaged with a couple of co-ops who have engaged us to assist them in this process. And to that end, we've met with your city staff over the last year, actually, and with the team at Four Sisters, which is the group that I'm going to speak to mostly about tonight. We are encouraged by the report that came out in the second. It does address, I think, very successfully most of, I'll say, the social community concerns that co-ops have been expressing about how they work and how they operate. But of course, there's a but in that statement, and that is that it doesn't really speak yet to the financial elements of a lease renewal and or how that lease renewal gets paid for. And that may, in fact, provide some rather devilish details to sort through as we move ahead. The danger here is losing sight of the affordability that a housing co-op provides in housing what I'm going to call the middle income people in the city. They're not the people that are paying the market rents that you see published today out in the city, and they're not in assisted housing. They're in the middle. And we consistently in the co-op housing sector have been housing that group in the middle. And if in discussing and arriving at the financial arrangements around a lease renewal and extension, we price the product so that we no longer are able to serve that community, I think it creates a real problem for the city in that it removes that ability for that sector to serve. So I'm concerned about that. And I'm concerned about one other element, and that is the timing. You heard Tim speak about our need to do this. We've been working on this for now almost 2.5 years. We've been meeting with the city for over a year, various levels. We have the engineering in place. We have all our lending applications ready to drop. We have our application for the lease extension ready to drop. We're prepared. We've got the appraisals done. We've done everything we can do to move forward, except we haven't yet got a form within which to operate to get the city lease extension, which is prerequisite to doing anything else that we get done in the building. And it's about a $9 million retrofit. So it's a fairly major piece of work that the co-op is engaging in, and one that we can't wait much longer. For the last 2.5 years that I've been working with the group, I've been saying, keep everything going, just maintain it. And it's binder twine and chewing gum to solve the problems, to get us to the point where we can do the major piece of work necessary to give this building its sustainability for the next 25 and 40 years. So what we're asking for here is, one, for you to approve this process and move forward, and then second, to be the absolute first name on the list to negotiate with your staff and, if necessary, with council to sort through what are going to be some difficult issues around the financial impacts of how we're going to move forward. So that's what we're asking for from Four Sisters. I know I've got the support of the team we've been working with, and we are encouraged as we move, but we're trying to do this by June, to give you an idea of the time frame. And the last lease I understood got negotiated with a co-op took 7 years. So we have about 7 weeks to find a solution to move forward so our lenders have the capacity to lend us some money to fix the buildings. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ball has some questions for you.
Thank you. Are you concerned about starting as fast as possible because there's a short window for construction in Vancouver?
No, it's not the construction bit. It's going to take 2 years to do the work. That's not the issue. The issue is to get started. The buildings are failing. They're 35 years old or 30 years old. They are failing. They need to get the work done, and it also is timely in that the financing with CMHC has renewal in June, which is where the opportunity is for us to purchase that financing out and move forward. So we have some external deadlines that are pushing us as well.
So there's several issues that are critical to getting the funds to allow you to do this, as well as getting on with it.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
we are moving on all of it in parallel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and those were all of your questions. Thanks for coming out and waiting all day. And our last registered speaker, Mr. Adelson, please make your way to the podium. Welcome. You know the drill.
Thank you very much, Councillor Deal. I wanted to start by thanking staff, and that would be you, Dwayne, for your hard and persistent work that's been undertaken in drafting this report. However, when I saw earlier drafts, I was quite concerned, as were many in the False Creek South community, that they did not reflect some of the core values of the cooperative housing movement or respect the hard work and investment co-op members make in their buildings and in the neighbors facing financial and other challenges in their lives. I've seen over the last while Kathleen come from what can sometimes be seen as the cold, hard city of Toronto and actually had pretty impressive listening skills to a whole diversity of complex issues. You can imagine how it pains me to praise someone with an engineering background. So, having worked in False Creek for the last number of years, I've come to understand how co-ops are at the core of that vibrant community. Co-ops are not just a legacy of the past. They're affordable now, and the members have the expertise, and as you've heard from any number of them in False Creek and elsewhere, the drive and the expertise to become an important part of Vancouver's answer to creating not only low-income housing, but that important workforce housing that was been such a focus for this council and so important to the future of the city. After listening to staff and the speakers, I was going to speak about parking, but I'll stick to co-op. You may not know this, but I was actually the planner involved with the first West End parking plan, so thanks for... No, it was the start. But I want to emphasize 5 things, and then I'll sit down. First, as staff go out to negotiate the 7 leases, that they and their community partners are going to learn a great deal about the actual implications of some of the conditions. The word flexibility is crucial for the support that all the co-ops are giving to this report. And I hope that we can take that word and that word flexibility when it comes back here means something. And because that's what's going to make this successful. I'd also suggest that we're not necessarily, if there's something important that we find, that when some of the individual leases come back, that we can share some of those lessons so that all of us can learn together as we're learning new things, not to have to wait close to a year to find that out. Second, as you've heard from Aaron, who's also a part of Replan, Heritage wanted to join in that community. The Co-op Federation has a successful and growing land trust. Leases should be structured so that housing co-ops that are interested in joining this or other alternative forms of governance can do so. That may become the engine for real expansion and for really helping the city and the community meet its workforce and some of its low-income housing needs into the future. Third, this is address the challenge of time. Every co-op with less than 25 years remaining faces increasing uncertainty and financial challenges. You can go through the list. It's 25 years. It starts to become hard to borrow money and expensive to do so. So I said it before, I'll say it again, bring in more lawyers. But in addition to that, you need other staff from community services, possibly planning, to really make this work. But don't just view it as these are the leases of these co-ops that we kind of inherited from the past. It's like, can this become an integral part of your strategy for affordable housing and to be seen with that kind of priority? And then I'd also say to try to address the co-ops in False Creek South, if it doesn't delay too many other things, pretty much in the same time period. I think you'll find there's a lot of synergy there. Groups are already working together. They're beginning to think about common solutions that can really be applied certainly there, but there may be important lessons for elsewhere. And then finally, the amount of time it's taken to get to, I think what several people have called the starting line, which is where we are right now, has been hard on both residents and staff. And I would urge that we find ways to consider long-term leases, 99 years, possibly options to renew, to embed co-ops as an important part of the future of the city. There's ways of doing it, and there's all sorts of complications, but the long-term stability, it'll provide the stability, it'll allow us to move forward, it'll encourage the expansion of this kind of housing, and perhaps more important, or as important, maybe most important, those who follow you on council, rather than questioning expedient decisions, will praise your far-sighted policies as we praise many of the decisions of past councils, because we've looked to the future, built on the success of the past, and really made this an important part of our city programs. Thank you.
One does feel like applauding after Nathan speaks. Thank you very much, and of course, you've been part of that very important past. Shockingly, you have no questions.
No questions on parking. Okay, I'm out of here.
Thank you very much. We did not do a round of questions to staff at the beginning, so I would like to entertain questions to staff at this time. Councillor Reimer is on the queue. Does anyone want, you're going to sit down?
We can stand. We can stand.
Sure.
Yeah.
Whatever you choose. But it's kind of nice for the cameras to have someone at the podium. Yeah, I was just waiting for them to get in place and I'll get you going.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Drobot. So as you might guess, my questions are primarily about Rising Star, although I think broadly, I mean, to the points Mr. Edelson noted, what does flexibility mean in this? How much latitude is there for Rising Star and Four Sisters and all the Marina, all of them to get what they need out of this, recognizing they're all different costs with different circumstances?
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. We want to stress this is a pilot program, and so we're at a point now where we're kind of at the starting point. So we've advanced this as far as we can without starting to work with the individual co-ops to see how these translate on the ground. So what do these income caps mean for the individual co-ops citywide? What do they mean based on the different circumstances? Some people who are locking in for a mortgage, some people who have done their building envelope upgrades, some people who have significant upgrades, some people who don't. So we've kind of used these as this is our starting point for the negotiations, but we have to build in flexibility because we're at a point now where we need to see how these are going to translate on the ground.
Okay, so item 2, under recommendation B2, report back to council on each individual co-op for approval of new, extended, or modified leases. That would be a moment where if Rising Star, well, I don't want to single them out because I'd like it to be a successful process for them, but should a co-op feel that it's not going in the direction, that flexibility isn't there to allow them to go where they need to go, that would be the point at which it could trigger them coming back to council for a larger discussion about the issues related to that co-op.
That's correct.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to think of the right word there.
It would be an issues note to council to say, here's what we've encountered with Rising Star or another co-op, for example. I don't want to signal Rising Star.
I'm sorry, yes, I feel like I'm not intending to, it's because you raised the issue, so.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the other thing, and I don't need a forensic exercise, but to satisfy my curiosity as to why 2 co-ops had such different experiences with the consultative process, if you could help me understand that better.
What we did was we did an initial consultation with the co-ops, and then we started to rely more on our umbrella groups, Replan, as well as the Co-op Housing Federation of BC, to work with them to further some of the key terms. We kind of heard it's time for us to get on with this. Through a lot of the consultation, we've been waiting for a long time. The co-ops have been very patient, and I think recognizing that we're at that point where we've got flexibility here, this is the starting point for us to start the negotiations. We felt it was important to bring this to council at this time, knowing that there's going to be an iterative process as we go forward.
Okay, so that's good. And so what would be helpful for me, having been a member of the cooperative sector for a very long time, I'm not housing but on the credit union and member of different cooperative retail and buying clubs. I think Mr. Armstrong's comments sort of sum it up, that the whole point of cooperatives is a basis of affinity and unity that is self-selecting as opposed to imposed. So there will be co-ops who choose not to go through umbrella groups. So from my perspective, based on what you've said, as part of the learning coming back in B3, I would like to understand how a co-op like Rising Star can participate effectively in this without being forced into an umbrella group consultative process when this process does expand to more cooperatives. Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Drobot. My first question has also to do with the Rising Star Co-op and whether or not there is sufficient time for them to actually do before maybe a negotiation starts. If you've got timed negotiations, if others start first, if there's time for them to actually work through their questions and concerns and clarifications.
We've identified the first 7 as the priorities. that we want to move forward with first. How that process unfolds will be different for different co-ops. You know, with Rising Star, yes, let's go out, let's have a discussion, let's talk about these key terms, see how they fit, see how they work. Part of it is, it's difficult when you're working in a vacuum, you don't know more of the financials and the information of the co-op, so absolutely we can work with them. On the opposite end of the spectrum, you have Four Sisters, which is chomping at the bit, as you heard. So it will be different for each individual co-op based on their situation, where they are, you know, and it's working with them as well, and how they want to see the process unfold.
Okay, so it will be individualized. Yes. Mr. Ellison suggested we may need more staff or legal staff as we work through this. Is that in the works?
Once we start going through the process, we can start to identify where staff are needed, be it more lawyers, or be it other staff in community services, whatever. We want to go through the process, and then we can start to identify those and bring those to council in a timely manner as well.
Okay. It's interesting that he also mentioned that it would be helpful if the first lease is completed to actually learn from that. I noticed that part of the recommendations here are a report back to council on each lease as it is successfully completed. Is that the opportunity to share the kind of learnings and best practices, advice, etc.?
We'll start to report back on an individual basis, you know, the key terms, what flexibility is required, how it adapted to the co-ops and stuff, and then we can report individually as we bring the leases to council, and then do a collective, here's what we've learned from all 7. So I anticipate it'll happen through both parts of the process.
And is this process, and are the co-ops considered as an integral part of our affordable housing strategy in the city?
Absolutely.
Okay.
77% of the units, 77% of our co-op housing units on city land are family units.
Right. Have we thought about, are we open to the notion of a land trust model?
I defer that to Ms. Llewellyn-Thomas.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr, through you, Councillor Deal. Yeah, definitely we're thinking about land governance questions, and that's one of the tasks that Council has given to the CMT. Mr. Bill Ajla will be carrying forward that as we work on the False Creek South questions. So that'll begin to help us understand what we should be doing around that.
And do we have a sense in mind now of the term of leases? There was a suggestion for some longer term leases, even the suggestion of 99-year, given the work that goes into this. But have we thought through at all that, or is that going to be an open part of the negotiations?
I expect it to be an open part of the negotiations, and that's what we mean, that so many of these terms have flexibility built into them, that we'll be able to assess in each case how to make the trade-offs to get the affordability, the viability, and perhaps the growth potential against what's the value of the prepaid lease, what's the length of the lease.
Great, thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Mayor Robertson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm prepared to move the motion if there are no other questions.
I will move us to the main queue then. Go ahead and put yourself back on there. There you go.
Thank you. I am going to move the motion as recommendations that are in the report, with a big thanks to staff for all the work done to bring this forward, and all the co-ops that have been involved in doing this work. I know it's been a lengthy process, and these long hauls are never perfect, but I am impressed with the diligence that's gone into this work, and the opportunity to have a framework for these initial 7 lease renewals that is flexible. I think that was the key word that emerged as we heard from folks tonight. Obviously, the long-term security for existing tenants is absolutely crucial here. We want to make sure that people feel safe and sound in their homes, and can get on with reinvestment where necessary. Make sure that all that housing stays in good shape. And there's obviously a huge connection and tie-in with the city's affordable housing needs and our desires to see more of it happen. So I think we've got you know, a real opportunity here to address the current issue, and to start unlocking the opportunity that we have to have more affordable housing, and to have more flexibility within the co-ops to do more. Noting that I think what I hear over and over from folks who live in co-ops, the strength of community always seems to be first thing, and what has drawn a lot of people to co-ops. And I think a lot of the frustration around the city with the lack of affordable housing is also connected to people not having a community like a co-op to be part of. So I think this council has certainly seen, has expressed a real desire to see more co-ops. We would love to have the federal government and provincial government show leadership on this and enable us to do whatever we can do on the ground here, whether it's with more land. We managed to do a little bit on our own in these recent years, but we could really use help from those other levels of government to do more. I think this is a clear piece where we have an opportunity to work with public land, city land, and the existing co-ops, and give that long-term sense of direction and clarity and security, and create some more opportunity. So thanks to all the co-ops for the time, enormous amount of time and energy that you put into taking care of your homes and your community, and by extension the city. And to all the staff and Tom and the Co-op Housing Federation crew, thanks for all of your support as well. I think we're at a point where we can shift gears here, and I hope that this creates some real momentum with all the rest of the co-ops around the city, and we can roll through that and start growing the supply of great co-op housing in Vancouver. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. Councillor Ball, to the motion.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. I am thrilled with this report. It's a very, very clear report about something that's critically important in our city, and it's very easy to support because everything is laid out. I am so pleased that so many of the co-ops came in to speak with us tonight and to let us know what was important to them, because from my lived experience working in cultural facilities, so many of the people that are able to stay in Vancouver are only able to stay in Vancouver because they live in a co-op, and they feel like they won the lottery because they're part of a home, and a larger home that envelops so many different things in their lives. So it's a neighborhood, but it's also a family. And the fact that the city is moving forward in a very flexible process and a very encompassing process, I think, is so important. So I'd like to say a real big thank you to staff for being able to listen to what's important here and work with the community to develop what they need when they need it, which is now. So I'm just cheering this on, and I wish that we needed a seconder, because I'd be thrilled to do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone for staying through the whole day, morning, afternoon, and evening. And no, you didn't jinx it. It happens to many people who write good morning on their speaking notes. I'm very encouraged by this, and I hope that in one of our last votes of the evening with speakers here, perhaps, that it will be unanimous. I have to say that I think that we have to think outside of the box, and I'm not saying that co-op housing is outside of the box, but it's so rare in Vancouver that it technically is. I think that it's important to have many different varieties of housing, and we see that through even individuals who have come to us who choose to live in collective homes, and under a certain bylaw the city has and prescribes, that housing situation could be threatened for them. So for that reason, I certainly will be supporting this. I hope that we actually will see more co-ops moving forward. And I'd put forward a motion that was unanimously supported on affordable home ownership. I think that there is a lot of room for many different types of housing here in this city. And we just have to open our mind and not say no, instead say, how can we accommodate that? So I'd like to thank everyone who came out to share your unique experiences. I'd like to very much thank our staff for bringing forward this very thorough report. I certainly appreciate it, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to move forward with co-op housing in other areas as well, and make sure that other Vancouverites have the opportunity to be a part of, I think Councillor Ball said it very eloquently, of a larger family that works together. It certainly is a choice, but something that I have never heard from anyone who lives in co-op housing who doesn't love it. So thank you very much for coming out, and I will be in support of this.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I too will just echo the thanks to all the people who have come out and shared their viewpoints, and staff for the very diligent work that you've done on this file. I've never really understood why the federal government got out of really being a leader in social housing and in co-op housing in particular. It was a brilliant strategy. It saddens me, it angers me, it makes me frustrated to see that they've moved out of that responsibility and left such a gap when the need is so urgent. So here we are with a situation that is urgent, we know that we cannot delay because many of the buildings need repair. You can't get the money, I understand this, unless you have leases in place. So I just thank you all for being clear in expressing that to us. Regarding Rising Star, I really feel, and I understand the need for more information, and I think that staff have been clear that there is going to be time to get that information. Meanwhile, I don't believe it's prudent to hold back the negotiations proceeding with the co-ops that are absolutely ready to go and for whom movement faster rather than slower is really important. And I also want to just confirm, I think it's been clear in our staff responses and in other councillors' responses, but just be clear that co-op housing is seen by us in this city as a key part of the solution around affordable housing. And I believe that there is a great deal of thus trust that should be there with our staff to move forward with these negotiations in a way that will be successful and a win-win for us all.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Reimer.
Yeah, I kind of cheated a bit and said most of what I might have said in the questions to sort of expedite this section. But I feel like it would be, I would be remiss with Heritage sitting right here, especially not to note that for all the hard work and the thanks to staff, and it's not, in fact, I never thought I would see the day that Nathan would come and praise an engineer from Toronto for their excellent work on anything. So that's high praise. And all the co-ops. I mean, it takes a lot to be these kind of guinea pig, I mean, all the work you do, and then you're kind of guinea pigging a process, right? And I don't want to let that go unnoted. But to say that Heritage came to this council, 2004 and got a motion, and it took until last year, 2 years ago, to get that finally concluded. So, while we can feel excellent about today and should, I think it is a very important day for cooperatives. It won't mean much if we can't meet the kinds of timelines that are urgently sitting on cooperatives' minds. So I'm sort of holding that in my mind, even as we vote, that tomorrow is more important than today, and the day after and the day after, if we want to see the security of the sector and the tenure. So I will be very focused on that, and I'm very pleased to hear everybody's willingness to find that space moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer, and I'll just make a few brief comments. I'll wholeheartedly support this. I grew up around co-ops. I went to university in a school that specialized in co-ops, and my parents lived in co-ops when they were in university. And when I moved here 34 years ago, I tried to get into a co-op and found out that the waiting list was forever, so I gave up. So I'm thrilled to see this going forward. Thank you to all of you for your dedication to this amazing, wonderful form of living in the city, and to our staff for helping us continue it in the city despite not having the support that we've had in the past, but perhaps we'll get it again in the future. So with that, I will take us to the voting queue unless, Mayor Robertson, did you want to make any closing comments? Nope, good to go. All right, to the voting queue. Lots of buttons to push. All right, there's that one, there's that one. Councillor Stevenson. Unanimous in favor, 10 votes in favor. Thank you, everyone, and thanks for staying around so long. You can stick around a little bit longer if you want to talk about snow, or you can go out in the snow, whichever you choose. Either live it or talk it. All right, we are now on to item 8, and it's only 10 hours since we started the meeting. Sorry, item 7. Okay, we need all the cooperative people to cooperatively leave the room so we can get to the snow. Okay. Maybe Kathleen can help. All right.
Somewhere in the middle.
People are going to go cooperate in the lobby. Thanks, Tom. Okay, we are 10 hours into this meeting and on to item 7, actually. And thank you to staff for waiting around for so long. Do we have a staff presentation? We do not have a staff presentation.
But we are
The report's been before us all day, and we have questions from Councillor Louie.
Okay. Primarily financial, and we'll get to the logistics of a little bit of the snow fight a little bit later. But thank you for the report. I just want to make it absolutely clear that this report and this adjustment to the budget does not result in any tax increase.
That is correct. So we are proposing using our financial stabilization reserves, which are funds that have been put aside in previous years. And the purpose of those reserves are for exactly this situation where there are unknown and quite unique events that wouldn't be part of our regular operating budget. So those reserves are available for that purpose.
And just to be clear, the name's changed. General Revenue Stabilization Reserve. I didn't recognize it at first because it was the future, what was it called? It was called a Future Revenue Fund before. But we have $76 million in that reserve right now,
Yes,
according to the 2015 numbers, but we're almost to the end of 2016. Are we prepared to talk about our 2016 number?
We have not closed 2016 and our auditors haven't completed their work, but at this point in time, I expect that 2016 will close in fairly good shape, and so I would expect we'd be able to increase this reserve somewhat. In the past, it's ranged from sort of $2 to $10 million that we've increased each year, so I expect we'll increase it again this year in that range.
And so just to looking at the 2015 report, it's increased from 2011 from $34 million to 2015 to $76 million. And so the size of the reserve has been growing substantially in those 5 years. And do we expect that we'd have to replenish it at all with a specific increase for 2018, given the size?
Well, what we do is we look at the overall sort of reserves that we feel we need to have. We have a target for the stabilization reserve of between 8 to 15%, and that's based on best practice and in our Government Finance Officers Association best practice. So we're at the lower end of that range. We've been building it up over the last few years, but we have a number of other reserves. So we feel pretty comfortable with the range that it is in. And
of course,
we look at that at the end of every year.
Of course, we're also talking about a second reserve, the Solid Waste Capital Reserve, which, according to the end of 2015, we had $85 million in that reserve and a liability of $68 million. And so we're over, again, in that reserve as well. And that's where we're drawing the $1.2 million from.
Yeah, the majority of that reserve is for the landfill. And so that's the bulk of it. It also, though, serves a purpose as a stabilization reserve, which is really kind of to smooth out year-on-year changes.
Okay. Oh, I'll take the opportunity to say congratulations on the upgrade.
Thank you.
From Standard & Poor's to AAA. That's
Took us a
always
while
nice
to get there, but we're
nice
pretty
to
happy.
do. Good work. It's the trend of good financial planning and execution. That's what I'll say.
I'll just add that the setup of these reserves, and we changed this a couple of years ago. I don't know if you remember, it used to be sort of a list of reserves, and we put them into groupings as part of the financial statements. If you go back to look at that, and you'll see that again this year when we come forward, to group our reserves based on their purpose. And so there is a purpose that is around financial stabilization, and that's part of our financial planning.
Yeah, I noticed that in the reserve policy section of the report, it matches exactly the language that we have in our financial statements, and since we set up these funds, and so it's exactly for these reasons. If I might, Madam Chair, just a quick question to the General Manager of Engineering.
Absolutely. We wouldn't want him to stay this long and not get a question.
Yeah. So the expenditure, I'm assuming you did this in consultation with Patrice, but the amount that is being identified, the 9.4, this is what you expect to have to expend to the end of this snow fight season, and a bit more for the end of 2017, or how is this distributed?
Yeah, so this is our forecast for this winter event. And it's still a little bit early to be firm on that because we have snow tonight and we're out. But more importantly, what we're seeing is quite a bit of damage to the infrastructure. So in the short period of time that the residential streets, the neighborhood streets were bare, we started to see pretty severe damage to the pavement, a lot of potholes. Last year, for example, we repaired over 35,000 potholes. This year, we expect it to be many, many more. Also, our street lighting infrastructure, we're seeing a lot of lights that are out, but it's not simply the bulbs being replaced, it's the underground circuits that are being damaged from all the salt melt that's going into the circuitry. So this is our best estimate of what our total costs will be from storm-related events.
For this season?
For this season.
Okay.
About half of that has been spent so far. About half of that we're anticipating to be spent once the melt happens and we start clearing.
So this
and
includes...
that is your time, sorry, Councillor Louis. On to Councillor Affleck.
Thank you. I'll start with the Finance Department. MP. Councillor Louis addressed quite a few of the questions that I had. You mentioned that that our reserve is at the lower end of that range. Could you be more specific on where we are in the range and what would be a good healthy number in a reserve?
As a general
as a ratio,
practice,
I suppose,
is sort of 8 to 15% of our revenues, and we're just under 8%. We do have a number of other reserves that are set aside, and so together with those, we're well within the range.
Right. So how many dollars would that be?
Yeah, it's 76 million.
No, what would be the goal, though? You said we were in the range, but is there a better number to be at? I mean, obviously, there's always a better number to be at, but
it's really a judgment, because we know that with climate change and other things that there's going to be more and more of these types of events. And when we talk to our peers in Calgary, where they had the flood situation, that, I mean, all cities are looking to make sure that they're shoring up those stabilization reserves. At the same time, you don't want to be putting so much funding away that it's not prudent, which means that you're probably overcompensating.
Right. I think this is the first time we've tapped into this, I think, in my 6 years. But
No, a long time. We've
so, yeah.
generally been able to absorb it, and I think we mentioned in the report that the 2016 costs of just over $3 million, we were able to accommodate within this year's, the 2016 budget. So
that's why, and that's why I'm curious.
But it was much smaller, of course.
Yeah, because it's a shorter period of time. This seems to be never ending. That's why I was wondering why this, I know we asked for this, but at this moment, at this time, given that we don't know the costs, we don't know what surplus, if any, that we have for 2016 that potentially, or how to put, if there's departmental, value dollars that are accessible. Councilor Louis mentioned capital. Mr. Del Pavone talked about, equipment. I'm not sure if that can be taken into a different, instead of the operating, all those kind of questions. I'm wondering if we're premature at this point to do this.
No, we looked at all of those, that thought process as we came up with this recommendation. It's very early in the year for us to predict that we could be under budget in some other ways. So we should be authorized to spend to spend that is in our budget. And right now, it's too early for us to be able to say that we could come in under budget somewhere else. So that's why we've structured it in this way, that we say there's the authority to adjust the budget for that amount. But as we go through the year, we'll do our best to...
Why now? Why not just wait? Why not?
Why not
just wait? Why ask for us this now as opposed to waiting to see how things go?
A budget that included a number of different services and programs in the 2017 budget. This is above and beyond that.
Yeah.
So we need authority in order to go above and beyond our budget if in fact we have to.
literally to like write checks and get things done. You need the authority now to be able to pay for the things that we're doing because you can't take it out of other line items in the budget.
Because all of those are budgeted for specific purposes.
Okay, thank you. The other question regarding the B, just wonder if you could, the 1.2 million for costs and missing collections and solid waste and alleys that people couldn't get down and all those things. Could you, I mean, this is unusual, and I thought, I'm thinking, what is our role here? This, you're asking for funds for something that I thought was not our responsibility. You talked about, the solid waste reserve. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate. Have we done this kind of thing before where we've extracted more money for this category, especially with the change with our garbage and MMBC and all those things?
So we do use the this reserve for rate stabilization and also for the landfill, all the work on the landfill. So generally you see that reserve being used coming through our capital reports, but we do use that reserve quite regularly.
And the role that Sith Right plays now in our city hasn't changed that in how we collect and do everything in the city, that nothing's changed with regard to that?
Just to be clear, this is only for green bin and refuse. This is not for the recycling pieces I think that you're referring to.
Oh, I thought I saw the report referred to that in here.
No, in the report we referred to MMBC is just that we're coordinating with them, but this is exclusively for the services that we provide.
Okay, I thought I read that in the report. That's why I was wondering why it was coming out of there. Okay, I think that's it. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I think many of my questions are for Mr. Dobrovoni, but I may have some questions for Ms. Impey. First of all, I'm wondering regarding the salt that was given out to residents at the fire halls. Do you know what the volume of salt was and what that cost was on the salt that was given out? For free, but I don't really know if it's free because the taxpayers paid for us to buy the salt.
Yes, I can look that up and give that to you shortly. It was a very small amount in terms of the grand scheme of things. Okay. And it was a salt sand mixture.
Can I jump in? It's in the report.
Yeah, it's in the report. That's what I was just going to look for.
240 tons, I believe.
I just wanted a price on that. I'm not a salt expert, although I bought bags of it myself. I don't buy it in bulk. Yep. Although while they're checking that, I do encourage you. I went down a few days ago and actually saw the salt, put on my little vest, and it was great. So kudos to the engineering team for that.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for the price. So the price will come popping up in my phone shortly.
Just like the Visa bill after Christmas, right? Thank you very much. Another question that I have is regarding, I suppose, the roadways. I had heard in the media, actually, and I believe that I had asked the question here in council regarding Chief McKierney's comments in the media that the fire trucks use chains on their tires. Mm-hmm. I understand that chains on tires can actually damage roadways, so and emergency response vehicles, the chains can fly off of their tires. That's why perhaps the police and ambulances opt not to use them. So I'm just wondering if you can weigh the cost benefits of perhaps putting more people on to clear the roads versus, I guess, having to fix the potholes and damage to the roads if people were to use chains on their tires. Do we allow that in Vancouver, people using chains on their tires?
Well, not for regular residents, but for city operations, especially emergency vehicles. I should stress there were very specific, very short periods of time that we would be looking at that they had areas of the city where they were wanted to ensure that they could get in at any time. And we had periods of the time when we had heavy snowfall and there was a delay in the salt, the time it takes for the salt to melt the snow, generally between 1 and 3 hours after the snowfall ends. And so for short periods of time in specific areas of the city, emergency services made decisions to wear chains. But that's a question for them in terms of the reasons why. We also chained up some of our garbage trucks so that we could get into some of the back alleys that were iced up.
Okay, thank you. Do our emergency service vehicles, our police cars, and our fire trucks, the paramedics are provincial, but do they have snow tires? And would you say their vehicles are all-wheel drive? Are they acceptable in the snow?
Well, they're acceptable. Yes, that's a broad statement.
Oh,
The
are they all-wheel drive,
they're
and
not
do they
all
all
they're
have
not all they're not
snow
all-wheel
tires?
drive. The police vehicles are traditionally a rear-wheel drive.
Which is bad in the
Crown
snow.
Victoria. Well, I have to be careful about subjective, not precise answers. Crown Victoria is a heavy car. The traditional vehicle is a heavy car that, with snow tires, is able to get around quite
And the new
well.
Dodge Chargers, are they equipped with snow tires?
Yes, they have snow tires on emergency vehicle. Winter tires.
Winter tires. Okay. So and the fire trucks, do they have special tires for the winter?
I don't know if they are special tires. I know that they are winter tires.
Okay. Thank you. Another question that I have is regarding the fines that were given out. How many fines were issued to, and can you break down for me if they were small businesses, homeowners, and residents, and how many calls did we receive into 311 from people saying they could not clear their own sidewalks?
So we issued about 9,000 warnings in general in the city. We focused on businesses, but that's not to say there were only businesses, and I don't have a breakdown of...
Sorry, my
Don't ask
time's
me-
getting short. If you could send that to me, that would be amazing.
About 300 court actions.
Would you be able to, I know the chief license officer has been able to do this, but per call, could you estimate for the 9,000 warnings given out, how much staff time that actually would have taken to get out there to give that warning, and how many tickets were actually
We had
issued?
about 50 staff reallocated for that period of time.
Okay, just to that. Okay, my time's up. I have more questions, but I don't have time to ask you.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks so much for staying so late to answer our questions. My first question has to do around the salt and the sand and brine. And I'm wondering if at any time we had to pay a premium price for the acquisition of those materials for our roads?
Yes, we did. We're still looking at those volumes and that pricing. Our suppliers had to go further out to bring in salt. So we had a certain amount that's included in our contracts, and that had quite a variation in terms of volumes. We use much more than that. The last few years, we've used about 1,000 tons a year. We're over 10,000 tons now.
Great.
And so the answer to the residential salt giveaway was about $4,000 in salt for the resident giveaway. And the reason we did that was because salt wasn't available in the stores.
Great. And do you know if any other municipality was giving away the salt to the residents?
I know New Westminster was giving away sand. I'm not aware of others giving away salt. There may have been.
Okay.
I think Richmond did one day.
And the increased price, my understanding from reading the report, is because there were multiple municipalities who were out seeking extra supply this time. Is that right?
Yes, and as a result of that, the suppliers had to go much further. We received salt from Alberta and Saskatchewan.
Wow. Okay. But we had a guaranteed supply because we had a contract for that, so we never ran out.
We never ran out. We were not low. We did go further and brought in a new supplier as well to keep the flow going.
Great. Okay. Thank you. My next questions may be for Ms. Impey, but I'm not sure. But the 9.4 million that we're looking at in terms of cost is to actually ensure that we don't have to deplete the $4 million reserve, which is a reserve for unforeseen events, including that might happen the rest of the year. Is that correct?
Yeah, just to be clear, the $4 million is the contingency budget in the 2017 operating budget.
Yes.
So it's a budget that's set aside
Yes.
for unknown items that may come up during the year.
Right, including weather events, I think it says in the report.
Yes.
Great. Are we considering for the next and upcoming budgets, looking at perhaps increasing the kinds of contingencies in whatever funds you want to name them into, for unforeseen weather events, given that all the predictions of climate scientists are that extreme weather events, both winter and summer, and including spring flooding, are increasingly likely?
So what we looked at when we did our financial stabilization reserves was looking at those one-time events, and they tend to still be kind of quite spiky. And so building that into your annual operating budget is probably not the right vehicle, and putting it in, funding it from a one-time reserve that you can replenish over the years in between those events is the better financial tool. We have increased that council contingency budget from 3 million to 4 million several years ago.
Right.
I think in just reflecting some of the other unknowns that seem to come up. So
the general
it's not meant to, that budget's not meant to deal with really significant items like this storm, but sort of your average snow that might come up every 1 or 2 years, that we would fund that out of that contingency. That makes sense?
But yes, and the General Revenue Stabilization Fund is the appropriate place.
Yes,
for the
that's what it's
reason
been set up for, exactly.
As long as things keep kind of going up and down, if they sort of start getting steadier, we'll take a look at it again.
And we might find that we have to increase that stabilization reserve.
Right.
But as we have increased it a fair bit over the last years, just to exactly reflect that, we expect more of those large events.
Okay, and Mr. Dobrovoni, just one final question. Thank you, Ms. MP. The amount that we're looking at predicting for the rest of this winter event, 9.4 million. I'm reading through the report, and there are various types of activities, and some of them appear to be operating, and most of them appear to be capital. Is that read correct, or are they mostly capital, like the repair of infrastructure, et cetera?
That's generally in our operating as part of maintenance of a capital. Building a new one often will be in a new piece of infrastructure is a capital expenditure. Maintaining our existing is
like
funded.
repairing potholes.
Pothole repairs are from our operating budgets. That's repairing and maintenance.
Okay, so these are a mixture of capital and operating.
No operating.
All operating.
Yeah.
That's your time.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm just wondering, will you be able to come back to us in time and let us know exactly what the money was spent on, just so citizens know how much you actually did do? Because we did have a lot of questions. What are you doing? Well, we did a lot, but what did it actually cost, so people know what they're asking for when they ask us to do this kind of work? What does it actually cost to get it done? Are you able to come back and give us a really detailed report?
Yes, no, absolutely. Once the winter breaks and we feel we have a close for this season, then yes, we've broken out in the report the general categories. Those numbers are changing. We're out tonight in full force, but certainly once we close out this winter season, then we will report back. And council has asked for a report back, not only on what our expenditures were, but also options to do things differently. We'll report out on that, as well as what would be involved in doing all the roads in Vancouver.
Appreciate that. One more quick question is about the future. You have lived through here at the city a big storm, a big windstorm that came and destroyed a lot of our property. What will happen if we spend this money? What happens next then for the next disaster that occurs here? How do we fund that?
Yeah, well, one thing we're seeing is we're absolutely seeing changes in weather patterns. We're absolutely seeing extreme weather, ranging from high intensity rainfall that's caused us to change our storm sewer maps models for our sewer system, high windstorms that have changed the way we build some of our traffic signals and our street lighting in order to deal with that. And now snow, we've seen several different types of snowfall over the past decade. This winter is quite different than the 2008, which was our last extreme, where we had a much greater depth of snow over only 3.5 weeks, whereas this has been, one of the longest sustained cold spell that anyone can remember. So the comments I've heard around the table are very valid. We need to be allowing for that going forward, and I think you heard our Chief Financial Officer talk about how we would build that contingency into our budget, but not putting it into individual budgets, because if you're asking me what my engineering budget should be for next year for a windstorm, you know, it could be from zero to a lot of money. But really through the contingency approach that was described is a very prudent way of doing it, because it allows us to deal with the uncertainty in a certain way.
Appreciate that. And I had one other question. Can we communicate with the public as to why you use sand or why you use salt or why you use a combination? Because having been in a couple of public buildings and hearing how difficult it is to clean the remnants of the storm, it's helpful for people, I think, to know why we have to use salt or sand.
Yeah, and we have quite a good description on the city's webpage now.
Oh, great.
In terms of when the temperatures drop below zero or just around zero, then salt lowers the melting point, and so we're able to eliminate ice and eliminate snow. But as the temperature gets much colder, minus 5, 6, 7, 8, then the salt doesn't work anymore, and so we use a combination of salt and sand, and then sand, and what the sand does is provides traction, so we have grip. And again, one of the most important issues around grip is that people wear proper footwear, have proper winter tires on their vehicle, because again, virtually all of the problems I've seen on the arterial roadway have been vehicles that don't have proper winter tires that have gotten stuck.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for all the work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now that we all have a grip, Councillor Ball, thank you. Someone had to say it. Councillor Stevenson.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Are you? What would that motion be?
Not sure. I'd like to move recommendation A and B.
Okay, well, we'll move us to the main queue. You do get to speak on that. I will. Councillor Louis and Councillor Reimer, are you on to speak to the motion? All right, then I'll set a timer on myself here, and you've got 5 minutes. Oh, I thought it was on. I apologize. There you go.
I'm pleased to move the recommendations. Obviously, we've had a very difficult and unusual winter, and it's continuing on. And there was no predicting this. And so this is absolutely necessary. I'm pleased that this is not going to mean there's a tax increase. As Councillor Affleck had said earlier today, that people are concerned about a tax increase, and that's not at all an issue here. So I want to thank the staff for the report, but also for all of the work that's been done through this whole winter period, and we've had a motion to that effect already, but just to reiterate that we realize the amount of time and work that's gone in and how many hours people at all levels within our organization have put out to try and deal with this problem, and are out again tonight, and who knows what tomorrow will bring. So there's obviously no way around this, and as I say, I'm just very pleased that this will not mean a tax increase, and that we have those funds and have had them ready for these kind of eventualities.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Louis, to the motion.
Let me say, similar to Councillor Stevenson, that as a result of us putting away some funds over a number of years, we were able to absorb. This is particularly why we have these reserves. I am concerned, of course, going forward, that how many more of these types of events. And when you read the reasons on why we set aside these reserves, you can see some of them perhaps coming to pass. So whether it's for inclement weather, catastrophic events, environmental hazards, extraordinary public safety situations, and we've had one of those, and economic downturns and unforeseen changes in revenue. And that's what we've described as the reasons for this reserve, and certainly that's what's happened this time around. My hope is that we pass this, get on with continuing to ensure the services are provided in the city, but also recognizing that when these events occur, some of the comments, and I would say, too many comments, we're talking about how the city needs to be doing more when there's always a cost to be paid. And so when some electeds are out there pushing about the concept that the city's not doing enough, well, we did a lot this year, more than we've ever done. And it's now the fact that we have to pay for this, and there's going to be continuing costs as a result of that. And of course, we will make sure the city is safe and the services are provided to the best of our ability, but I think it's prudent and incumbent on all of us as electeds to balance that and not always just push one side of the equation where it seems that it is at the expense of, I think, the good financial management and operations of our city. And so I hope that that rings true going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor Reimer.
Well, I think Councillors Stevenson and Louis spoke well to the immediate issue before us around we have had extraordinary snow events and we've spent money and we will continue to spend money, and that requires us to be here tonight making the most prudent decision we can about that. What I wanted to speak to, just to flag on the moving forward past, the snow will eventually melt, God willing. And we will be back into spring and summer. There is a climate adaptation strategy that the city has. Snow is referenced more often as a threat in terms of low snowpacks and resulting water shortages, although it does briefly reference the possibility of an extreme snow event. I think the point of the climate adaptation strategy was that it is a flexible framework, so we can plug in new weather information. Certainly, there are a lot of new known unknowns about the weather as a result of an accelerating and changing climate. New Orleans today was like the entire lower Ninth Ward got wiped out by giant tornadoes, which is not something they would ever have. I mean, they have lots of extreme weather threats in New Orleans. That was not one that they predicted. So I think increasingly cities and urbanized areas are going to have to deal with weather impacts from climate change that weren't predicted. So that's one side, but where we can input new data and new science, trying to get ahead of the curve. I think the concept of a snow reserve is probably archaic. I think it's really an extreme weather reserve that we need to be thinking about and how we're buffering against both extreme heat and extreme cold and snow, and potentially extreme aberrations like the tornado or thunder lightning scenario. So not pleasant thoughts, but good to know that we are unique actually in Canadian cities in having a strategy to try at least to get ahead of an unknown curve in the future. And this is another opportunity to get ahead of it moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the required reserve that we have is set aside for this in particular, this kind of instance in particular, and I think it's we have to be, cognizant, as we heard from staff, that this is highly unusual and we haven't tapped into this in many, many years. And so I don't think we need to overreact over this. It's not, I think it's important that we have the money set aside to deal with it in the appropriate way through proper leadership. I think we disappointed the people of this city in their first couple of weeks of the storm. I think I think we should all acknowledge that, but I know a lot of you don't want to acknowledge that. But clearly we all know that this reserve is set aside for just this. And so to be timid and be worried when the people of our city are slipping in the streets and ending up in the hospital is certainly what I was addressing in the initial part of the storm. I think that we have this reserve to specifically deal with this, to provide staff the leadership and the ability to deal with the problem in our city, and specifically in this case related to snow and ice. I don't think we should hold back if in this situation, if it's specifically set aside for this. That being said, I look forward to seeing the report back from staff on the details of where the money was spent and how it will be allocated and how the funds will be tapped into in the reserve. If possible, we may have, we may have a surplus for this year, as it sounds like we will for last year, and didn't need to and we're required to tap into our reserve. So we don't know, as we've heard, it's only February, but if the rest of the departments at City Hall watch their spending, keep their belts tight, we may have a nice reserve or a nice surplus at the end of this year that we then could utilize, as opposed to tapping too deep into our reserve. And I think that it's important that we continue to add to that reserve by constraining how we spend our money as a city to ensure that these kinds of unpredictable occurrences are managed properly forever into the future. So we'll support this. Thank you.
Councillor Affleck, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Again, my thanks to staff for not only this report and the details contained within, which really outline for us the cost expenditures and where that money is coming from, but also the staff that have been out there on the front line dealing with these events. And I will reiterate my thanks to the citizens who actually took it upon themselves. And I've seen increasingly more people out there shoveling, putting out sand, and really providing safety around their businesses and their homes. We have no choice but to deal with extreme events. It's not a choice. Our responsibility is to see to the welfare and safety of the residents of this city. The fact that we have a reserve, I'm very grateful for, because we have to undertake these activities. Staff have done it exceedingly well, and I'm pleased to see also the range of responses, including the opening of extreme cold shelters in our community centers. I mean, this is a broad-reaching set of activities that we undertook, and it was prudent and compassionate and essential. So I'm thankful we have the money to be able to cover this in reserve. And I do think, though, this may seem like it's only happened once in so long. I'm just asking us to be prudent and to monitor the situation, because predictions are that if this is not going to be so unusual moving forward. So perhaps we have to look at other ways to plan for it, and just keep a close eye on the fact that we may have to be responding to not just extreme storm events in the winter, but at other times of the year, because that is the future under accelerating climate change.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I have been accused of not being thankful to staff. I'm very thankful to staff. In fact, I wish that they had more in their budget so that we could purchase more salt and make sure that we're ready for this. Councillor Stevenson said this doesn't happen very often, but it seems it's happened 3 times already under this government. And each time this government promises that it will do things differently, actually it happens more often than leap year. So really, I think we should probably prepare ourselves for that. I'm concerned that Councillor Louis said that certain councillors were out there fear-mongering. And
yes, Councillor Louis, what is your point of order?
I did not say fear-mongering. Never uttered those words.
The article.
Never uttered those words in council chambers.
Thank you. And then let's get back to the debate at hand.
Thank you. I'll send him a copy of the article in which he's quoted. Perhaps he'd like to correct them. But I do feel that, in a sense, if we were having trouble, and rightfully so, I think that we were trying to keep up with the snow, and weather is an act of God. It's something that we can't control. Some of our roads weren't clear in time. And I think that for some residents who wrote to me, it was very disheartening to have themselves ticketed or to be given warnings instead of having someone come out and help them shovel. I think the Snow Angel program is fantastic. I think our staff are fantastic. And I urge all other councillors to go down and take a look at our salt pile. It's really impressive. That being said, I also understand that we did have to ask other municipalities if they had salt in case we couldn't get ours in time. So for those reasons, I certainly do support making sure that there's a budget for this. But as Councillor Affleck had said, I think that perhaps there are different fiscal ways to make sure that we have this money and that we're not dipping into certain other funds for it. I'm also concerned that, I mean, right now it's snowing. We're really not done with this white stuff. So we're going to see this go on for quite some time, perhaps even into the next month. And I'm interested to know how much that will cost. But certainly I want to make sure that there's thanks to our staff who spent much of their holidays not with their families and instead out on the streets, making sure that they could keep them as clear and safe as possible. To all of our first responders, Vancouver Fire and the Vancouver Police Department officers who were out working during this time, and they don't have a choice if they go to work or not. They have to go to work regardless of the weather. They don't get a snow day. And I think that it's also important to thank those people in the Snow Angel program who, you know, I've encouraged people, if you can shovel your walk, you should. That being said, I hope it won't be next year, but if this does happen again, I hope that our acting and deputy mayor, who each get paid an extra $35,000 a year, might choose to respond to the media within a 24-hour.
Thank you. I was going to call my own point order if you didn't. Yes, Councillor Louis?
Councillor DiGenova should get her facts straight because she's citing information that is incorrect. And so my point of order is that she should check the actual amounts that both the deputy and the acting mayor receive.
I hold that up because I know that to be factually incorrect. So please refrain from saying
Okay, over $30,000. I know that.
But please do not say anything about people not being here for the media. It is factually incorrect, and I will not abide by lies here in the chamber. Go back to the topic at hand.
I said not soon enough. I mean, really, that could have been anything. And I'd like to ask that the chair is as fair to me as they are to others.
I happen to know that's factually incorrect, so please refrain from saying it.
Well, that's not what I was told by the
Topic at
media.
hand.
So and that's not what I was told by residents who tried to reach out to the mayor's office. But that being said, I hope that we'll be able to move forward and not say that this will only happen again in another 40 years, because time and time again, it's proven to happen every few years. And we have to be doing what we can to keep our residents safe, especially seniors, persons with disabilities, and making sure that we give staff the funds that they need to keep our roads clear and safe. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Jerry. Hey, Jerry, I was about to, my closing comments are going to reference Murray and how you filled those big shoes so well. So there you go. Councillor Meggs.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. And I was in touch with the staff during that period when I was deputy mayor and there was snow, and they assured me that everything was fine and they were handling the media quite adequately. So just to reassure Councillor DiGenova, I was in touch, I was available, and I offered to do whatever staff thought was necessary, but I wasn't called. So if she needs information on that front in the future, she's free to ask me, of course, directly, rather than rely on the media. Some of the information that's come out recently that I just want to comment on very briefly, and I'm sorry that Ms. Impey in particular has left, reflects what happens in other cities. There was a story in the paper very, very recently, I believe it was the Globe, reflecting on the fact that the annual budget for snow clearing in Montreal and Edmonton is in the order of $60 to $80 million. Their fleets are enormous, and they don't do side streets, and they do ticket people who get in the way. If they get to a side street, everybody has to move their car. It's a dramatic difference from what we prepare for in our climate here. So far, in spite of the concerns expressed by some, I think we're doing really well, and that's largely because the staff are working around the clock. For those who are interested in snow tires, there's a lot of information about what other bus companies do with snow tires. Most of them don't have it. Anybody who's lived in Eastern Canada will know that Mr. Dobrovolny speaks the truth, and pothole season is about to begin, so it's prudent to put some more money aside. So I think that although there was a lot of anxiety, and some people have told us how disappointed some of the citizens were, I think that it's clear from the document in front of us that a lot was done, a great deal was done, tremendous effort was put out, and it has a cost associated with it, which was taken account of in the budget. This was the last point I would like to make, that outside bodies do take a look at how we manage these things, and yesterday Standard & Poor's upgraded the city's credit agents rating from AA+ to AAA. So in that quarter at least, there's a lot of confidence in the city administration, and I guess if they produce quadruple A, we can aspire to that, but at this point, AAA is as good as it gets. So I think
I thought Mississippi would still be here, but that's a tribute to the work done by the Finance Department and the provision of these kinds of funds for this kind of circumstance as part of that AAA credit rating.
Thank you, Councilor Meigs. And just a few very brief comments. They really are to thank our staff. They're not here now, but I think it's worth saying anyway. I was looking back through some of the media from 2008, 2000. Oh. Right here. Of course, we have the city manager here, and I apologize. I was pointing over there. I was looking through some of the media from 2008, and it's remarkable how everything new is old, everything old is new again. But the staff did learn from that, and we are learning from this, and we're moving forward with plans that have to be extremely flexible. I mean, I was talking about Murray Whiteman. He was out in the media just as Mr. Dobovoni's been this time every single day, talking about what we were doing, how many trucks were out, and talking about what is the appropriate level of preparedness for a city that has not traditionally been a snow city. And I think our staff have done an excellent job of being efficient and maximizing our resources, and I thank them for that. And with that, I will pass it back to Councillor Stevenson for closing remarks.
Thanks very much. Well, I can assure Councillor DeGenova that I went through all the press clippings everywhere and saw a great deal of criticism about what was happening during that period, but saw no credit whatsoever given to any staff, no thanks given to any
Councillor DeGenova, what is your point of order?
Point 2, I believe that Councillor Stevenson is, he is, in a sense, putting words in my mouth. I was in media interviews. Perhaps he should have listened to the radio where I did credit and thank staff.
I call it out of order because he is talking about what he saw in the clippings.
I've got all the press clippings. I can show you there's nothing there whatsoever. And when I was talking to Councillor Ball said to me that she personally sent out thank you notes to staff. So that was one NPA councillor that did send out thanks, and we're grateful to that. And that's, of course, why we had a motion to give thanks to the staff. But be that as it may, or what's the other phrase?
That being said.
That being said, I think that the important thing at the moment is to move on and just pass this budget unanimously so that we can continue with the work that we have to do in the city in regards to the snow.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. With that, I will move us to the voting. The staff will move us to the voting queue. The clerks will. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Ball. There we are. Unanimous. 11 in favor, 0 against. We all support cleaning up the snow. So with that, the council portion of this meeting is the committee portion of this meeting is completed. We'll now convene in regular council. No. Moving over to, that's not in my script. We'll now convene in regular council with Mayor Robertson.
No, we don't need it. We don't.
Thank you very much. Okay, well now we will convene a regular council to deal with the business, the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meetings. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Robertson in the chair, Councillor Louie, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Deal, Councillor Jang, Councillor Jang, Councillor Reimer, Councillor Meigs, Councillor Ball, Councillor Carr, Councillor Affleck, Councillor DeGenova. You have quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations. So moved. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries unanimously. And we need a motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded. And all those in favor? Any opposed? And that's carried. We are adjourned. Good evening.